If you enjoy the story, subscribe and like the video, and hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter. Chapter 1. The first thing Haruto Kai noticed when he woke up was that his body was wrong. Not wrong in the vague, disorienting way of waking up in an unfamiliar place. Wrong in the specific, calibrated way of occupying a body that had been built by different years and different habits than the ones he remembered. The arms were a recruit's arms, lean and functional, with the faint muscle soreness of the third week of physical conditioning. The hands were calloused in a specific pattern that told him this body had been doing rope work for the last month. The bunk above him was standard marine issue canvas. He ran the inventory before he moved. 26 years old. Recruit Haruto Kai, training cohort 7741K, assigned to Marineford's preparatory island 3 weeks ago. No previous service record. No criminal record. No distinguishing features in any official documentation. He knew this because the body knew it. Memories that were not his settled in alongside the ones that were, and the two coexisted in the specific, uncomfortable way of a map overlay, where the layers don't quite align. The other set of memories was complete. Every arc, every island, every devil fruit user from the weakest marine recruit to the Yonko. Every battle, every betrayal, every death. A world that he had consumed across years of reading, watching, discussing, and arguing about in a life that now felt like it had belonged to someone else. Because it had. He knew the One Piece world the way an architect knew a building he had studied but never entered. He was inside it now. He did not sit up immediately. He lay on the bunk and ran the timeline calculation with the same methodical focus that had gotten him through every difficult moment of a difficult life. 28 years before Luffy set sail. Approximately 3 months before Roger's capture. The Great Pirate Age had not yet begun, which meant the structures of the world were still in the shape he remembered from the background. The Marines supreme, the Yonko in uneasy balance, the Warlord system not yet formalized, the void century buried under a century of institutional silence. He had context. He had information. He had the exact mechanism of every conflict, every power structure, every person who mattered. What he had to figure out, lying in a Marine recruit's bunk in a training facility he had never been to and knew perfectly, was what he was going to do with all of it. 7741K. The voice came from the doorway. Sergeant Makio Yusuke, 34 years old, 17 years of service, currently assigned to preparatory training for the 3rd consecutive year as a consequence of a disciplinary notation that had stalled his promotion track. He ran the morning assessment with the specific aggression of someone who transferred frustration from one context to another. He had already washed out 11 recruits from this cohort. Kai sat up. He knew Sergeant Yusuke's full file. He knew his preferred assessment methodology, his morning schedule, the fact that he took his coffee without sugar, the posting he would transfer to in 8 months, and the manner in which he would die in 11 years during a routine pirate interdiction in the South Blue. He knew all of this with the flat, depthless certainty of a man reading a file, and it was the strangest experience he had ever had. Yusuke crossed the barracks in 8 steps and stopped at the foot of Kai's bunk. He looked down with the particular expression of a training sergeant who has decided this recruit is his project for the day. On your feet. Kai stood. Assessment starts in 4 minutes. You've been behind on the rope course timing. You're behind on the combat theory module. You're behind on the sea navigation fundamentals. Yusuke's voice carried the practiced flatness of someone who had delivered this speech many times. I am going to be watching you very carefully today, 7741K. I do not keep recruits who cannot meet minimum standards. Kai looked at him. The wrong thing to do here was obvious. Respond defensively, try to argue, attempt to demonstrate competence through assertion rather than action. The right thing to do was also obvious, but it required something he had not tried yet, letting the information he carried become behavior rather than just knowledge. He said, Sergeant Yusuke, you processed the morning assessments in 3 blocks. The rope course runs from 0600 to 0730, which means recruits who perform well on the theory module at 0730 have a gap before the navigation drill at 0900. You use that gap to review the previous day's written submissions. Yesterday's submission on sea current notation. Mine was the only one that included the calm belt pressure gradient exception. He paused. I am aware of where I'm behind. I know which gaps matter for the next assessment and which ones don't. I'm going to close the ones that matter first. Yusuke went very still. He had the look of a man whose internal script had hit an unexpected branch. The recruits he washed out fell into predictable categories: sullen, arrogant, frightened, or simply slow. Whatever he was looking at in front of him did not fit the categories. He said, "What is my transfer date?" It was not a question he had ever had any reason to ask a recruit. Kai understood, watching his face, that he was asking it because the specific precision of what had just been said, the implication that Kai knew things about him he should not know, had produced a reflex he hadn't anticipated. Kai said, "I don't know your transfer date, Sergeant." That was true. He knew approximately when, but not the exact date, and precision mattered here. "I know your file from the records archive in the administration building. I read the personnel files of everyone assigned to my training assessment. It's allowed under Recruit Regs 7B. The point wasn't to impress you. The point was to answer the question you were actually asking." Yusuke stared at him for 4 more seconds. Then he said, "Assessment starts in 3 minutes. Don't be late." He turned and walked out. Kai reached for his uniform and thought, that was handled adequately. Not well. He had made himself visible in a way that would generate surveillance. But adequately. The alternative was performing incompetence for 3 months until the training cycle ended, and he did not have that kind of time. He was in the One Piece world. He had 28 years. He started getting dressed. Chapter 2. The rope course was not difficult. Not because Kai's body was exceptional. It wasn't. Not yet. The recruit cohort contained 2 former sailors, a circus performer, and a young man from an island where children learned to climb before they learned to walk. Against any of them in pure physical terms, Kai was adequate, not exceptional. What he had was the exact timing. He knew how the rope course was structured. The standard preparatory island course used at every marine training facility was documented in the training manual, which he had read in the administration building during the previous week's free period. He knew the sequence of obstacles, the specific points where the rope tension changed, the 2 places where recruits regularly lost time by choosing the wrong grip transition. He ran the course with the flat efficiency of someone who had mentally rehearsed it until the physical execution was just confirmation. The time was 16 seconds faster than his previous best. He marked this improvement as acceptable. His fastest was still not the fastest in the cohort. Competing for the top of the metric was not the goal. The goal was closing the gap that Yusuke had flagged so that the sergeant's attention moved to a different target. He changed out his grip tape during the transition break and reviewed the morning's information. 3 months before Roger's capture, he needed to recalibrate from the starting assumption that had been running in the background of his thinking since he woke up, that he was a spectator to events he had already seen. He was not. He was standing inside them, in a body with a heartbeat, in a training cohort with 37 other people whose names he did not know but whose mortality was as real as his own. The bunkmates. He had filed them automatically when he woke up, running the memory check against the faces in the cohort. 3 of the 37 would not survive the first 5 years of active Marine service in the original timeline. 2 were consistent with the casualty patterns he expected, reef disaster statistics, routine pirate interdiction gone wrong. The 3rd one was different. The 3rd death was avoidable. Kai ran the combat theory module at the 0730 assessment and produced answers that were technically correct at the level of the question asked, which was the level the assessment measured, which was not the same level he was actually operating at. He was performing relative to the cohort's expected ceiling, not his own. Performing above the cohort ceiling in week 3 would generate the same kind of attention Yusuke's early morning conversation had already generated, and Kai needed to manage his profile more carefully than that. At lunch, he sat with the bunkmate whose death he was already thinking about. His name was Riku Denso, 20 years old, from an island in the East Blue, with the broad-shouldered build of someone who had spent years in physical labor and the particular quietness of someone who had chosen Marine service for reasons he didn't fully articulate. In the original timeline, Riku would die in 3 years and 8 months, caught in a ship fire caused by a subordinate officer's negligence during a night patrol. Kai could not know if that was still the timeline he was in. He had not changed anything yet. The probability was high that Riku's trajectory was intact. He thought about the list he intended to write. Not yet. He was going to write it properly, when he had privacy and time. He had been collecting names since he woke up. The people in his immediate vicinity whose deaths in the original timeline were not inevitable, just unlucky. Not admirals and Yonko. Not the people whose deaths served the shape of the story. The others. The ones who fell in the gaps between narrative beats and were not mentioned again. He asked Riku where he was from. Riku told him. They talked about the East Blue for the rest of the lunch break. Riku had good instincts and a specific frustration with the training curriculum's navigation module, which covered Grand Line techniques that were years away from his posting level. Kai made 2 suggestions about the navigation module that were genuinely useful. Riku noted them. Kai noted that Riku was the kind of person who remembered practical advice and used it. He filed, Riku Denso, bunkmate, avoidable death in 3Y8M under original timeline conditions, tracking initiated. He did not feel good about having filed it. But he filed it anyway, because the alternative was pretending the information didn't exist, and he had already decided he wasn't going to do that. After lunch, the combat theory results came back. Kai's score was third in the cohort. He reviewed Yusuke's notation. Improved. Nothing more. Adequate. He went to the navigation drill and spent 90 minutes confirming that his understanding of sea current dynamics exceeded the curriculum by approximately 2 years. He performed at the curriculum's expected level. He went back to the barracks. In the hour before evening mess, alone while the other recruits were at the bath facility, he took out his personal logbook, issued as standard equipment, used by most recruits for letter writing, and wrote at the top of the first page, "Names I am carrying." Then he made a note at the bottom of the page. This list is not a plan. It is a record. The plan comes later. He went to evening mess, ate with the cohort, and went to bed at lights out like everyone else. Chapter 3. Kai wrote the list on the 7th day. Not 19 names all at once. He built it over 3 hours in the evening, cross-referencing his memory against the specific question of which deaths in the immediate world around him fell into the category of avoidable rather than necessary or consequential. He was not naive enough to believe every death he knew about could be prevented, or that preventing some of them would not cause cascades he couldn't track. He was being specific. He wrote 19 names. 3 were people in his current training cohort. 4 were Marines he expected to be stationed near in his first year of posting. 6 were civilians on specific islands whose destruction in the original timeline he had enough forewarning to possibly intervene on. 4 were Marine officers whose deaths in the original timeline were the direct result of institutional failures that he might, over years, have the standing to address. 2 were wild cards, people whose deaths in the original timeline he was not certain were avoidable, but whose situations he wanted to track. He labeled the category at the top of the page, people who don't make it. Below the list, he wrote, asterisk filed under, what I'm doing here. Cross-reference with operational planning when standing and resources are available. Asterisk he closed the logbook and went to the night training session. The night session was hockey. Not officially. The curriculum did not teach hockey at the recruit level. Officially, the night session was meditation and self-assessment, designed to support mental conditioning. In practice, it was 40 recruits sitting in a field trying to do something that none of them had vocabulary for, supervised by a petty officer who had developed marginal observation hockey over 15 years of service and was not going to explain how. Kai had the vocabulary. He knew the exact breathing methodology from the training documentation he had read in his previous life. Not Marine training documentation, the other kind, the kind produced by people who had spent enormous effort trying to understand how hockey worked and documented in accessible terms. He knew the specific breath cycle that created the physiological state that allowed hockey to surface. He knew that the process typically took 3 years of consistent practice using the trial and error method, and approximately 4 to 8 weeks using the correct methodology from the start. He began. The breathing was specific, 12-count inhale, 4-count retention, 8-count release. The retention phase was active, not passive, a specific kind of internal pressure management that the documentation described as creating space for awareness to expand outward. He had tried to explain this methodology to himself in abstract terms before. Now he was doing it with a body, and the difference was immediate. Something shifted. It was not dramatic. It was not a surge or a breakthrough or any of the terminology he associated with power system advances from the genre. It was a slight expansion of his awareness of the field around him, a very faint sense that the 40 other recruits in the field had presence that extended beyond their bodies. Not detailed, not readable, just present. He held the state for approximately 3 minutes. Then it collapsed, and the effort of holding it hit all at once, and Haruto Kai lost consciousness in the middle of a night training session on a marine preparatory island. He came back to himself with Riku Denso's face above him, expression carefully neutral, clearly doing the calculus of whether to report this or cover it. Kai said, "Don't report it." Riku said, "You hit the ground pretty hard." "I know. I can feel it." He sat up carefully. His head rang with the specific unpleasant resonance of a hard landing. "Tell Petty Officer Nakamura I had a muscle cramp." "It's plausible." Riku looked at him for a moment. "Nakamura isn't going to believe a muscle cramp." "No," Kai agreed. "But he's not going to investigate it either, because investigating it creates documentation, and documentation creates a flag on his supervision record. He'll take the cramp." He stood up slowly. "Thank you." Riku said nothing. He helped Kai back to the formation. Nakamura accepted the muscle cramp without audible skepticism. Back in the barracks, lying on his bunk while the rest of the cohort slept, Kai ran the analysis on what had happened. The sensory awakening tier, the first step in the hockey progression he was working toward, had activated briefly, which was approximately 3 years ahead of the curriculum's expected timeline, and somewhat ahead of even his optimistic projection for the correct methodology. The collapse had been harder than he expected. He filed. Hockey advancement. Sensory awakening achieved. Unstable, approximately 3 minutes sustained. Collapse indicates substrate not yet adapted to sustained output. Rebuilding timeline. 4 to 6 weeks to stability. Do not attempt in public again until stability is confirmed. He thought about the list of 19 names. He thought about everything he was carrying. He thought, I am going to run out of map eventually. Every time I use what I know, I burn it. I need to make the choices carefully and early about what I spend and what I keep. He did not reach a conclusion. He went to sleep instead, which was the correct decision. And in the morning, he went back to training and performed at the level Yusuke was now watching him perform at, which was good enough to not be flagged and not good enough to generate the kind of scrutiny that came with exceptional performance. He was thinking. Chapter 4. Roger was captured on a Tuesday. Kai was in the middle of a combat fundamentals drill when the news reached the island. A din mushy call to Sergeant Yusuke's office, the contents of which were relayed in a briefing at 1,400 hours to the full training cohort assembled in the central yard. Yusuke delivered the information with the flat professionalism of someone who had been in the Marines long enough to understand that major events were processed after the duty cycle completed, not during. Gol D. Roger has surrendered to the Marines at Logtown, Yusuke said. He is in Marine custody. You are to continue your current training schedule without deviation. Dismissed. The cohort dispersed. Kai walked back to the training field and processed what this meant with the particular quality of attention he had been practicing for the past 2 weeks. Accurate inventory rather than emotional response. The Roger execution would happen within the month. He knew the speech. He knew the specific phrase that would ignite the age that followed. He knew that within a year, the number of pirates on the seas would multiply by a factor that the existing marine infrastructure was not equipped to handle, and that this expansion would reshape every institution in the world he was standing in. He was 3 months earlier in the timeline than he had initially calculated. That meant he was 29 years from Luffy's setting sail, not 28. The arithmetic adjusted. The fundamental question did not change. What was he going to do with what he knew? He was beginning to have an answer. Not a plan, a principle. He was going to use the information to protect the people history didn't name. Not the arcs, not the canon beats, not the shape of the narrative. The 4,000 people on an island that got quietly destroyed. The Marine recruit who burned to death because his commanding officer was careless. The 6 islands he had cataloged in the first week with specific vulnerability windows in the next 10 years. He was going to be a Marine who prevented things. The specifics of how, the career path, the institutional standing, the political navigation required to have the operational capacity to prevent anything. Those were downstream. First, he needed to complete the training cycle, get posted, and establish the basic record of competence that would let him start building toward anything. During the afternoon sparring session, Kai reached for his hockey. It had been 11 days since the night session collapse. He had been doing the breathing methodology every morning for 45 minutes before the cohort woke up, lying on his bunk in the stillness before dawn, working on the substrate stability that had failed in the field. The sessions had been producing incremental improvement. He had held the sensory awakening state for 20 minutes 2 days ago. Yesterday, 35 minutes. Today, in the middle of a sparring match against a recruit named Hirachi who was the strongest physical specimen in the cohort and fought like it, something else activated. Hirachi threw a right hook with the specific form of someone who had been practicing that particular hook since childhood. Kai read the intent, not the motion, which any trained eye could read. The intent, the quarter second before the motion began when Hirachi's body organized itself around the decision to throw. He moved. The deflection was clean. The counter landed. Hirachi looked at him with the expression of someone who has been sparring for 6 years and has never been read that precisely by someone who was losing the match. How did you do that? Hirachi said. Saw it coming, Kai said. Hirachi shook his head. You moved before I threw it. Saw it coming, Kai said again, and reset his stance. The active observation tier. He had reached the second rank 2 weeks ahead of his projection. He filed this without ceremony. Hockey advancement. Active observation achieved. Stable, consistent access. Can read attack intent and trajectory in real-time combat. Next tier requires sustained practice, projection work, consistent stress state access. Yusuke was watching from the edge of the sparring area. Kai noted the watching and performed for the next 20 minutes at a level that incorporated the active observation precisely enough to be clearly skilled and ambiguously enough to be explainable as good reaction time. He lost 2 exchanges intentionally. He won 3 without making it look like he could have won cleanly. Yusuke made a notation on his assessment sheet. After the session, Kai walked back to the barracks with Rikudenso, who had watched the sparring match. That was different from last week, Rika said. I've been working on it. In your sleep? Every morning you're already awake when I get up. You're lying on your bunk, but you're already awake. Kai looked at him. Riku was observant in a way that Kai had been noting with increasing attention. He was the kind of person who built accurate pictures from small data points. In 3 years and 8 months, if the original timeline held, he was going to die because a superior officer made a preventable decision. That outcome had nothing to do with Riku's capability or intelligence. He said, I found a breathing technique. Helps with reaction time. Rika said, can you show me? Kai considered the question. Teaching the hockey breathing methodology to Rikudenso was not in any version of his original plan. But the methodology was not secret. It existed in documentation. It was derivable from first principles by anyone who spent enough time on the problem. And Riku's death in the original timeline was not hockey-related. Tomorrow morning, Kai said, before the cohort wakes up. Chapter 5 Captain Elena Morin arrived on the preparatory island for the quarterly command review 6 days before the Roger execution. She was not in Kai's chain of command. She ran a coastal defense unit that operated out of a posting 300 kilometers from the training island, with a mission profile that had minimal overlap with the preparatory program's curriculum. Her presence at the quarterly review was standard administrative rotation. Every regional commander was required to appear for the twice-yearly assessment cycle. Kai knew her file in the same flat, complete way he knew everything in this world. 41 years old, 20 years of Marine service, an unusual record, strong performance metrics in every posting, consistent commendations, and a promotion track that had stalled for the past 6 years at the captain rank without any explicit disciplinary reason. Kai knew the implicit reason. She had filed a query through the investigative division about a classified incident at an island called Corin, which had been closed and flagged, and the people who processed flags of that type had made a notation in her promotion file that they would not have known she could see. She could see it. She had seen it. She had continued asking questions anyway, at a lower volume. He had already decided, when he reviewed his situation in the first week, that Elena Morin was the most valuable person in his immediate environment. Not in the way of someone with exceptional power or political influence. In the way of someone who was doing the correct thing in a structure that punished the correct thing, and who had survived 20 years by being precise enough about which battles to fight that the structure had not found a legitimate reason to remove her. He needed to learn how to do exactly that. The formal assessment review took 3 hours. Kai's cohort was presented as a group. Individual performance metrics read aloud, assessment notes reviewed. Morin sat at the end of the command table and made her own notation on whatever documentation she carried. Afterward, in the transit period before the dining hall opened, she found him. She had a specific way of moving across a space, efficient, without waste, the walk of someone who had been on ships long enough that any movement was automatically adjusted for potential deck roll. She stopped in front of him with the direct quality of someone who had decided to ask a question and was going to ask it. Recruit 7741K. Captain. She looked at him for a moment. Her observation hockey was more developed than his. She had 20 years of practice, and he could feel her reading him in the specific way of someone who had learned to look for things that were out of place. She said, the notation on your assessment for the sparring module says your reaction time is in the 94th percentile for the cohort. The cohort includes 2 former professional fighters and 1 man who grew up in the New World. She tilted her head slightly. Your background documentation says you grew up in an island in the North Blue. Agricultural community. No martial training history. That's correct. The note from your technical theory module says you reference materials 3 to 4 years beyond the curriculum's recommended reading list. Correctly. She paused. Where did you get the reading list? The Administration Building Archive is accessible under Recruit Regulations 7B, Kai said. I read the materials that seemed relevant. Recruits don't generally access materials 4 years above the curriculum level in week 3. No, Kai agreed. She was quiet for a moment, studying him. He read her emotional state. A specific controlled caution, layered over something that felt like curiosity that had been trained to behave like caution. She was a woman who had learned to be careful about what she let herself be interested in. She said, you've trained before. Not the way we train here. Kai looked at her. He knew what the correct answer was, not the truthful one, but the one that would produce the correct outcome. The correct outcome was assignment to her unit at the end of the training cycle, which was 6 months ahead of the normal posting timeline, and which would give him access to a mentor whose judgment he trusted and a mission profile that actually mattered. He said, I've learned things in unusual ways. Some of it doesn't look like training. She made a small notation on her documentation. He could not read what she wrote. You're flagged for field posting consideration at the end of the cycle, she said. The flag was added 2 weeks ago. She didn't look at Yusuke's assessment notes to confirm this. She had clearly already reviewed them. I'm reviewing posting assignments for my unit. I'll be reading your complete file. She turned and walked back toward the dining hall. Kai filed. Captain Elena Morin. Initial contact. Outcome. File review confirmed. Posting assignment under consideration. Her assessment of me is anomalous, not explained, worth tracking. That is the correct reaction. Maintain current performance profile. Do not over-explain. He went to the dining hall and ate with his cohort. Roger was executed 4 days later. Kai was in a navigation drill when it happened, 29 years before Luffy set sail, and he knew the speech word for word. He performed the appropriate level of shock when the announcement came. He filed, "The Great Pirate Age begins. This is the world I'm in. Time to learn how to navigate it." He did not feel triumphant about knowing. He felt the weight of the list in his logbook, 19 names, and the much longer list of things he was going to have to learn to do without any preparation at all, because his knowledge only extended so far into a future that he was already changing. He went back to training. There was a lot of it left. Chapter 6. Roger died on the 23rd of the month at the execution block in Low Town, in front of a crowd that contained the exact distribution of pirates, civilians, bounty hunters, and marine observers that Kai remembered from everything he had ever read and watched about this moment. He was not there. He was on the training island, 340 kilometers away, in the middle of the afternoon maintenance drill. He felt nothing physical at the moment of the execution. His observation hockey was not at the range or sensitivity to feel an event that far away, and the precise moment of a single death did not generate the kind of substrate resonance that was detectable at distance even for practitioners far beyond his current level. What he felt was the briefing, 2 hours later. Yusuke read the announcement with the same flat delivery he had used for the capture, standing in front of the assembled cohort in the central yard. Gol D. Roger has been executed by the Marine Corps at Low Town. His sentence was carried out without incident. He looked up from the document he was reading. Questions? Nobody asked questions. The cohort was a mixed range of ages and backgrounds, and their collective response to the announcement was the specific silence of people who were not sure how they were supposed to respond and were waiting for cues. Kai performed appropriate attention. He was running the calculation underneath. This was the exact moment when the shape of the world began to change. Roger's execution speech, which he knew verbatim, which he would hear reproduced in a dozen different accounts over the next few months as the Marine intelligence briefings processed the public reaction, had started something that would keep starting things for the next 30 years. The Great Pirate Age was a concept from his reading. He was standing in its first hour. He had made a principle, early. He had made many principles, in the 10 days since waking up, and most of them came down to versions of the same thing. He was going to use what he knew to protect the people history didn't protect, and he was going to build the institutional standing to do that as efficiently as possible, and he was not going to pretend to himself that any of this was simple. The principle that this moment required was, don't act on scale you don't have. The Great Pirate Age was going to reshape the world. Kai could not stop that reshaping. He was a recruit on a training island. His reach at this moment was his cohort, his training assessment record, and one captain who had noticed him. What he could do in this specific window, the window between Roger's execution and his own first posting, was close the gaps in his training, maintain his profile, and not waste the foreknowledge data on interventions that were too large for his current reach. He filed, "The Great Pirate Age begins. I am noting it and proceeding." Filed under, "The world I'm operating in. The people on the list are still on the list. The work has not changed." At evening mess, Rika Denso sat across from him and said, "You don't look surprised." "I'm surprised," Kai said. This was technically true, not at the execution, which he had known was coming, but at the specific quality of the announcement, the precision of how real it felt to hear it stated plainly in a room full of people whose lives it would change. Rika studied him. "You look like you already knew." "I read the intelligence briefings," Kai said. The projections on Roger's capture suggested execution was likely. Riku accepted this, but with the look of someone who was filing a separate notation. Kai returned to his bunk that evening and thought about what came next. Not for the world. That was a long calculation that he was going to be running for years. For himself. He had 12 weeks left in the training cycle. He had a posting consideration from Captain Morin. He had 19 names on a list. He did the breathing methodology for 50 minutes and reached the penetrating sight tier's outermost edge. Not full access, not consistent, but a moment where the observation hockey extended slightly deeper than it had before, and he could feel the structure of the bunk above him as a presence rather than just a shape. He filed it as, penetrating sight, approach confirmed, not yet stable. Estimate, 4 to 6 weeks from current training pace. Faster if I find situations that stress the tier ceiling in controlled conditions. He slept. Chapter 7. The posting assignment came at the end of the training cycle. Captain Elena Morin requested recruit 7,741K for a field assignment attached to her coastal defense unit. The request was processed through standard channels and flagged for expedited review because 6 months was ahead of the normal posting timeline for a training cohort. Yusuker forwarded the request with a notation that was, for him, unusually unambiguous. Recommend approval. Non-standard development trajectory. Appropriate placement. Kai received the assignment document on the last day of the formal training cycle. He packed his standard issue equipment and waited for the transport. The Coastal Defense Unit's mission was officially described as monitoring Sea King migration patterns in the calm belt approaches, which was true, as far as it went, but was the kind of description that covered a significant amount of what the unit actually did. Morin had been running what was functionally a maritime intelligence and response operation for 5 years. The Sea King monitoring was the cover that justified the unit's positioning in an area with below-average piracy exposure but above-average proximity to certain information flows. Kai knew this because he had been reading her unit's filed activity reports for 3 weeks, which were accessible in the administrative archive under the same Regulation 7b that had let him read everything else. He had also been reading, with considerably more care, the indirect documentation of the classified incident at Corin that had stalled Morin's promotion. It was not in the activity reports. It was in the gaps, the absence of certain incident filings, the presence of others that were conspicuously incomplete, the navigation logs that showed the unit had been in a specific area during a specific window that the official record did not account for. He was not going to address this with Morin immediately. He needed to understand it better before he said anything, and he needed to establish credibility before she would take seriously anything he said about her own classified file. The transport arrived on the 3rd day after assignment processing. It was a mid-range patrol vessel, functional, sea-worn, with the specific quality of a ship that had been well maintained by a crew that cared about it rather than by a crew that was following protocol. Kai noticed this in the first 5 minutes aboard. Ships that were maintained by people who cared about them behaved differently from ships that were maintained by people following documentation. He filed this as Unit Culture Assessment, Preliminary. Morin's crew has consistent maintenance standards that exceed baseline requirements. Indicates team culture with above-average investment in operational capacity. Indicator 4, personnel cohesion, below-average turnover, genuine mission alignment rather than career positioning. He was met at the gangway by a petty officer named Sorrel Adaka, 28 years old, with the particular competence of someone who had been in her role long enough that she did it without visible effort. She said, 7,741K. Captain Morin wants you on the bridge at 1800. I'll be there. She's going to ask you questions that don't sound like questions, Adaka said. Answer them like questions. Kai looked at her. Is that standard advice for new attachments? It's specific advice for you, she said. The captain mentioned you. She didn't say much. But when she doesn't say much about someone, she's thinking a lot about them. She showed him to his quarters and left him to unpack. At 1800, he went to the bridge. Morin was at the navigation station, reviewing a chart of the calm belt approaches. She looked up when he came in, looked back at the chart, and said, "Sit down, ensign." The promotion had come through with the posting. He was no longer a recruit. He sat. This unit has one operational rule, Morin said, not looking up from the chart. We document everything. Every patrol, every contact, every assessment, every deviation from standard procedure. We write the documentation before we write the report. Not because the documentation becomes the report. It doesn't, usually. But because the documentation is honest and the report is institutional, and I want to know which is which. She looked up. Do you understand the difference? Yes, Kai said. Explain it. The documentation says what happened. The report says what the institution needs to know happened. Sometimes they're the same. When they're not, the documentation is the record and the report is the communication. He paused. You keep the documentation because you want to be accurate. You write the report because you want to stay operational. Morin held his gaze for a moment. You read my unit's activity reports, she said. Yes. What did you find? Thorough coverage of the Sea King patterns in the southern calm belt approaches. Consistent incident response times. One anomaly. The navigational logs for a 12-day window approximately 3 years ago are complete, but the incident filings for that window reference incidents that don't appear elsewhere in the accessible documentation. He kept his voice flat, not accusatory. I didn't investigate the anomaly. I noted it. Morin was quiet for a moment. Welcome to the unit, ensign, she said. Navigation assessment starts tomorrow at 0600. Kai went back to his quarters and filed. Morin, relationship status. Open, not tested. She knows I read the files. She did not hide the anomaly deliberately. It's inaccessible documentation. She wants to know how I engage with things I can see that I'm not supposed to address. Correct response. Note, don't push. Wait for the situation that clarifies the context. He slept on a ship for the first time in this body. The comm belt approaches were quiet. Chapter 8. The pirate crew appeared 2 weeks after Kai's posting began. They were not significant in any scale that the world measured. The crew of the Broken Anchor, 17 people, 2 din mushy, 1 second-hand sloop with hull damage that suggested either a bad storm or a worse fight, were operating in the coastal approaches as raiders, the specific category of piracy that targeted fishing settlements rather than marine supply lines or merchant vessels. Their captain had a bounty of 600,000 belly, which was enough to be worth addressing and not enough to require admiral-level intervention. In the original timeline, they didn't exist in any record he had. That was normal for this scale. The original story had never paid attention to crews this size, and his knowledge only covered what the story had covered. But Morin's intelligence channels had built a file on them, and the file contained the specific detail that they had raided a fishing settlement 3 weeks ago and were projected to hit another one in the next 5 to 7 days based on their patrol pattern. Kai reviewed the file. He reviewed the patrol pattern. He reviewed the settlement locations and their relative vulnerability. He said, at the morning tactical review, the projected target is Minto Settlement, 12 kilometers south-southeast of our current position. The raid is most likely in 48 to 72 hours. They prefer to approach from the east, in the late morning when the fishing boats have gone out and the settlement's defense-capable population is reduced. He paused. The captain has a right shoulder injury that affects his overhead attacks. The crew's formation around him compensates on the right side. Morin looked at him. Where did you get the injury assessment? The bounty report notes he was shot during the 3rd raid. Right shoulder. That was 9 weeks ago. Enough time for function, but not for full recovery. The crew formation detail is in the patrol pattern analysis. They consistently position a specific crew member on his right flank in documented confrontations. She reviewed the analysis he had produced and found nothing technically wrong with it. Everything he had said was in the accessible documentation if you combine the right files in the right order. She said, we'll position at the eastern approach. 0800 intercept. They positioned at 0800. The Broken Anchor arrived at 0923 from the east in late morning. Kai's engagement was the specific product of what active observation could do in a real-world fight. The crew's fighting style was aggressive and forward-committed. 17 people whose primary advantage was numbers and noise, designed to overwhelm a fishing settlement's defense faster than the settlement could organize. Against an organized marine response position between them and the settlement, those attributes became liabilities. Kai moved through the engagement with the flat, economical precision of someone who already knew where everyone was going to be. The captain came at him with a hook from the left side, compensating for the right shoulder, and Kai deflected it in the direction that put the captain off balance away from the crew rather than into them. He was not fighting the way a person with 12 weeks of marine training fought. He was fighting the way a person with 12 weeks of marine training and complete foreknowledge of the engagement fought, which looked like exceptional luck and excellent instincts. The engagement lasted 9 minutes. No marine casualties. For pirate casualties, 13 arrests. Morin watched the after-action from the high ground and said nothing for most of the transit back. At the debrief, she said, you called the approach timing within 4 minutes. Patrol pattern extrapolation. You called the shoulder injury. Documentation inference. You moved like you could see where they were going before they went. Kai was quiet for a moment. He said, I read people well. She made a notation. He filed. Morin, recalibrating again. She is building a file on me the same way she builds files on everything. I need to maintain a consistent explanation that is technically supportable. Pattern recognition and inference is sustainable if I apply it consistently. It will become less sustainable as the outputs scale. The Broken Anchor's captain was processed for bounty collection. The 13 crew were assessed for prior warrants and released or processed accordingly. The fishing settlement at Minto received no warning and experienced no raid, which was the outcome. Kai noted this in his operational log. Minto settlement. Projected raid date. No casualties. Filed under. People who are safe today who were not safe yesterday. Chapter 9. Rear Admiral Sengoku arrived at the Regional Command Center for a quarterly review 10 days after the Broken Anchor engagement. This was not in Kai's projected calendar. The quarterly review at this regional center was a standard event, and Sengoku attending in person rather than sending a deputy was unusual. Kai noted the unusual element without assigning it significance. He had no way to know whether this was a deviation caused by his own presence or an event that would have happened regardless. He was present at the review in his capacity as attached ensign to Captain Morin's unit. Morin presented the unit's quarterly metrics. The engagement results, including the broken anchor operation, were included in the summary. Sengoku reviewed the documents with the thorough, procedural attention of someone who had been doing this for 20 years and had not stopped actually reading the materials. He stopped on the broken anchor after-action report. After the briefing concluded and the other officers had filed out, Sengoku stayed. Morin stayed. Kai, who had remained at the back of the room because the briefing format did not require his departure and he had calculated that this meeting would occur, was still at his seat. Sengoku looked at him. He was 40 years old, currently. Not yet the fleet admiral who would navigate the escalating complexity of the Yonko era. He was the rear admiral who was on his way there, with the specific quality of someone who was tracking the trajectory and managing it with deliberate precision. He had the bone structure Kai remembered and the quieter eyes of someone who had not yet been worn down by the scale of the position he was working toward. Ensign, Sengoku said. Rear Admiral. The engagement results in this report are not typical for a unit of this size. He looked at the report, then at Kai. The tactical positioning is specifically noted as non-standard, anticipatory positioning based on patrol pattern extrapolation. Captain Morin's notation attributes the positioning recommendation to you. The documentation supported the inference, Kai said. Within a 4-minute window. Patrol patterns have inherent regularities. If you project the last 3 engagements forward with appropriate weighting, the arrival window narrows considerably. Sengoku looked at him for a moment. His observation haki was significantly more developed than Kai's. 20 years of practice, Admiral track development. Kai could feel him reading, with the particular quality of an experienced practitioner who did not telegraph the reading. In the past 10 weeks, Sengoku said, you have produced predictive tactical assessments on 3 separate operations that were accurate to within minutes. That is a small sample. It is a consistent sample, Kai said. I read documentation carefully, and I trust the inferences it produces. That is an accurate description of what the documentation shows you doing, Sengoku said. It does not fully explain the accuracy of the outputs. He looked at Morin. Is this assessment consistent with what you've observed? Morin said. He also has haki development significantly ahead of schedule for his experience level. The tactical precision and the haki development appear to be related. This was information Kai had not expected her to have formally noted. He recalibrated. She had been watching him more carefully than he had been tracking, which was itself information. Sengoku looked at Kai again. What is your haki tier? Kai said. Active observation, stable. Penetrating sight is accessible but not consistent. Both of them were quiet. Penetrating sight was not a standard recruit achievement. It was not a standard junior officer achievement. It was the kind of haki development that typically took 4 to 6 years of active training in favorable conditions. Sengoku said, I want to understand this better. He set down the after-action report. I'll be following your file, Ensign. I want a briefing note added to my quarterly review channel for this unit. Monthly updates, until further notice. He left. Kai filed. Sengoku. First substantive attention confirmed. He is filing me as anomalous rather than as threatening, which is the correct filing at this stage. Monthly briefing requirement is a leash with a long lead. Manageable if I control what goes into the briefings. Morin looked at him after Sengoku had gone. She said, I added the haki notation because he was going to find it anyway. I thought it was better for you to be on record about it than for him to find it through a different channel. Kai looked at her. Thank you. She said, don't thank me. I did it because it's accurate, and because managing Sengoku's attention is easier when you're not hiding from it. She picked up her own documentation. You're going to be looked at for the rest of your career. You might as well be looked at correctly. He filed. Morin continues to operate correctly. She is managing my exposure in the institutional structure the same way she manages everything, with the specific care of someone who has seen what institutional attention can do to people who weren't ready for it. He thought about the 19 names in his logbook. Rikadenso was 4 months into his own posting, somewhere in the East Blue. 3 years and 4 months until the ship fire in the original timeline. Chapter 10. The transport arrived at 0400 on a gray Tuesday, running dark, with a cargo designation that Kai recognized before he read the manifest. World Government Sealed Cargo Classification 7B, restricted, the same regulation that had given him access to the administrative archive, now working as a label on boxes he was not supposed to look at. The classification indicated materials from a recently discontinued research site. which was the phrase the world government used for locations whose destruction it had arranged rather than discovered. He knew what was inside. Not because the manifest told him, it didn't. Because the specific combination of classification code, region of origin listed on the transport papers, and the timing relative to his current posting gave him a triangulation that his memory confirmed. This was the physical documentation from a void century excavation site in the South Blue that had been producing results the world government did not want produced. The site had been discontinued 6 months ago. The researchers, in the original timeline, had not survived the discontinuation. He was watching a cargo container full of evidence being moved to a facility where it would never be seen again. He had no standing to look inside the containers. He had no standing to request access to the transfer manifest in detail. He had no standing to file a formal inquiry about the discontinuation of the research site because he did not, officially, know the site had existed. What he had was the documentation authority that Morin's unit operated under, which gave him access to transport records moving through their assigned patrol zone. He noted the transport. He documented the classification code, the transport vessel identification, the destination port. He wrote the documentation with the specific flatness of someone recording observable facts. He did not write his inferences. He put the documentation in Morin's documentation file, not the report file. The documentation file. Morin reviewed her documentation file the following morning. She came to the transport entry and was quiet for a moment. She said, "The classification code. Yes. You know what it covers. I know what classification 7B, restricted, typically covers, per the administrative documentation." She looked at him. That documentation is not specific enough to identify the origin. No, he agreed. She closed the documentation file. "I'm going to add this to my ongoing inquiry," she said. The ongoing inquiry into the Corin incident, the one that had stalled her promotion. Kai had known about it for 3 months and had not mentioned it. She had not mentioned it to him. He said, "I know about the Corin inquiry." She was quiet. "I read the gaps in the activity reports," he said. "And the classification code on this transport is the same code that appears in the indirect documentation around Corin. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm telling you that I've seen the shape of it. And if there's a documentation record I can contribute to that you're already building, I should tell you that." She looked at him for a long moment. She said, "How long have you known?" "Since week 3 of the training cycle." I didn't say anything because I didn't have standing, and because saying something before you decided whether to trust me would have made both situations worse. She was quiet for a moment longer. "I'm going to need you to understand something," she said. "The inquiry I'm building is not going anywhere through official channels. The classification structure that protects it is above the level of any inquiry I can file. What I'm building is a record, not an action plan." She looked at the documentation file. "I'm building a record because when it eventually becomes actionable, which I believe it will, because these things have a tendency to surface, I want the documentation to be complete." Kai said, "I understand the distinction between documentation and action." She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. "Yes," she said, "I believe you do." He returned to his quarters and added to his operational log. Morin, standing established for collaborative documentation work. She is operating on a 20-year horizon. She has been right to operate that way. Filed under. People who are doing the work correctly in structures that don't reward it. He thought about the list. He thought about the transport and the cargo he couldn't access and the researchers who had not survived in the original timeline. He thought about the 19 names in the logbook. He opened it that night and looked at the list. The transport records were documentation. The documentation was not action. But documentation was what survived the timeline changes, and survival was the first step. He added a notation at the bottom of the page, below the 19 names, filed under. The record has to be accurate before it can be used. He closed the logbook and slept. Chapter 11. Petty Officer Denzo Haruki had been in the Marines for 31 years. He was 62 years old, assigned to the regional training depot as an equipment maintenance instructor, with the specific quality of someone who had filled the same role for so long that the role had become invisible, not ineffective, but background, the kind of presence that new people stopped noticing after a week. He repaired navigation instruments and taught recruits how not to break them. He had never been promoted above petty officer. He did not appear to mind. Kai had read his file in the first week at the regional center. He had not expected the file to contain anything significant. Denzo was not significant in any scale the original story had measured, and his presence at the training depot was administrative background. He was in the file because Kai read every file. The flag in Denzo's personnel record was small, a commendation citation from 30 years ago, referencing an engagement in the West Blue that was classified at a level above the usual regional citation threshold. Kai had noted it and moved on. Classified commendations at unusual threshold levels indicated either extraordinary service or extraordinary circumstances, and without access to the classified file, he could not determine which. He found out the other way. 3 months into his posting, Denzo appeared at the unit's weekly equipment review with a navigation instrument repair and stayed after the other officers had left. He looked at Kai with the specific interest of an older man who had decided something about a younger one. He said, "You read files?" "Yes." "Mine has a flag." "Yes." Denzo looked at him for a moment. He wore a plain uniform shirt open at the collar, and under the collar, against his chest, there was a folded piece of fabric that Kai had noticed in the first week and not addressed because its significance was not in any file he had read. Denzo reached under the collar and produced the fabric. He unfolded it on the table between them. It was a Jolly Roger, faded, the black sun-bleached to gray and the white gone to the specific yellow-gray of old cloth. Not ceremonial, not a marine evidence exhibit. The kind of thing that had been carried against a person's body for 30 years because the person carrying it had chosen not to give it up. Kai looked at it. He read the design, not one he recognized from the story's featured crews, which meant nothing. The story had contained hundreds of crews he had never seen in detail. Denzo said, they were called the Waymark Pirates. 41 crew. Their captain's name was Saito Harina. He folded his hands on the table. I encountered them 31 years ago, on my first assignment. A routine patrol in the West Blue. I was a very new Marine. What happened? They were raiding, Denzo said. That's what the engagement report says. The truth is more complicated. He looked at the Jolly Roger. There was an island, Ringari Island, population 800, that was positioned at the intersection of 3 established pirate trade routes. By the time I was assigned to the region, the local population had been paying protection fees to 2 different crews simultaneously for 6 years. The fees were sustainable, barely, and the crews kept each other from escalating because escalation would have collapsed the payments. Kai waited. The 3rd crew decided they wanted the territory outright, Denzo said. They came in with enough force to eliminate the protection arrangement and establish exclusive control. 40 warships, give or take. The island had no defense. The local garrison had 4 Marines, including me. He paused. The Waymark pirates showed up from the north. They didn't know about the invasion. They were passing through, resupplying. They saw what was happening. He smoothed the Jolly Roger on the table. They had 41 crew and 2 ships, he said. The 3rd crew had 40 warships. Saito Harina anchored her 2 ships between the 3rd crew's fleet and the island. She put up a flag signal that translated to, "Not today." The 3rd crew attacked. The Waymarks held for 4 hours. The garrison sent a din-din mushy call for Marine support. Support arrived on the 3rd day. He paused again. By the time support arrived, there were 11 Waymarks left. 800 civilians were alive. Saito Harina was not one of the 11. Kai looked at the Jolly Roger. The engagement report classified them as pirate combatants neutralized during a Marine engagement, Denzo said. Because they were pirates. That's what the institution needed to call them. I kept this because I needed something to call them that was accurate. He looked at Kai. I'm telling you this because you read files. And I want there to be someone who knows about this who reads files the way you do. Kai said, what do you want me to do with it? Nothing, Denzo said. Not yet. Maybe never. I just want someone to know. He refolded the Jolly Roger and put it back under his collar. The island they protected is still there. 800 people turned into a few thousand over 30 years. They don't know the Waymarks existed. He picked up the navigation instrument he had come to repair and left. Kai sat with what he had just been handed. He filed, Denzo Haruki, Jolly Roger flag from the Waymark Pirates. Engagement record in the West Blue 31 years ago. Classified at above standard threshold. Cross-reference. World Government Classification of Pirate Crews who act in defense of civilian populations. Filed under. The story the institution doesn't tell about itself. Keep tracking. He wrote the crew's name in his logbook. Below the 19 names. Chapter 12 The penetrating sight tier arrived on a Tuesday morning in the 4th month of his posting. It was not combat that triggered it. It was a meeting. Morin's unit had been assigned a liaison session with a neighboring patrol unit. Standard coordination review. The kind of meeting that generated documentation and minimal operational output. 7 officers in a room, reviewing overlapping patrol zones. Kai was present in his capacity as tactical analysis support. He had been running the hockey breathing methodology every morning for 4 months. He had been working on the specific form of observation hockey extension that preceded the penetrating sight tier, not trying to push through walls, which was the popularized description and not the accurate one, but trying to extend his awareness of the underlying structure of things, the presence that extended beyond the physical boundary of a person or object. In the meeting, at the 43rd minute, when the zone coordinator was presenting a patrol overlap in the southern approach that did not match the unit's filed schedule, Kai felt it. The coordinator was not lying. He was presenting accurate information that had been processed through an institutional framework that had removed a specific piece of context. His emotional state, which Kai could read at his current tier, was the state of someone who was doing their job correctly within parameters they hadn't set. But underneath the emotional state, in the specific layer of awareness that Kai had been building access to for months, there was something else. The shape of the decision that had removed the context. Not the content of the decision. The shape of it. The institutional fingerprint of something that had been processed through the same classification framework as the Corn inquiry. He held this awareness for approximately 7 minutes. Then the meeting moved on and the awareness faded, and he was sitting in a standard liaison session again. He filed on the way back to the unit. Penetrating site tier. First stable access confirmed. Not consistent. Duration, 7 minutes. Focused. Access mechanism. Reading the structural layer of institutional decision-making through the emotional substrate of the people implementing it. This is not what the training documentation describes. This is something the tier does in the specific context of my memory hockey integration. He thought about what this meant. His hockey was not developing the way the standard framework described hockey development. The integration with his foreknowledge was creating something adjacent to the documented tiers. He was accessing the same baseline capabilities, but the overlay of future memory was shaping how each tier expressed itself. Standard penetrating site extended awareness through physical barriers. His version was extending through institutional frameworks. He did not know if this was better or worse than standard. He knew it was useful. At the debrief, he said to Morin, the patrol overlap in the southern approach. The coordinator's documentation has a gap. It's the same classification gap as the Corn file. Morin went very still. I can't prove that, Kai said. I can't explain how I noticed it. I'm telling you because you need to know and because you'll be better positioned to act on it than I am. She said, you noticed it in the meeting. Yes. How? He looked at her. He said, I read people the way I read documentation. I read what the documentation isn't saying. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she turned to her documentation file and made a notation. Thank you, she said. I'll follow the gap through my channels. He returned to his quarters and confirmed the tier in his operational log. The penetrating site tier was active. It would take another month to stabilize at reliable access. It was, in the current operational context, exactly what he needed. He thought about Denzo's Jolly Roger. He thought about the patrol overlap and the classification gap. He thought, every piece of documentation I can produce accurately is a piece of the record that survives whatever happens to me. The record is what I'm building. The interventions are what I'm building the record to support. He opened his logbook. Below the 19 names, below the waymark pirates, he wrote, asterisk the record has to be accurate before it can be used. Keep building. Asterisk chapter 13. He recognized Shanks before Shanks cleared the checkpoint gate. The checkpoint was routine, a standard maritime entry point at a regional harbor, staffed by 2 ensigns and a petty officer, processing vessels at the standard documentation rate. Kai was present because his unit had a liaison function that covered the checkpoint's southern approach monitoring. The boy was 17, maybe 18. He had the specific physical development of someone who had been doing demanding physical work since early childhood, and the specific ease of movement of someone who was very good at things that were difficult and was no longer aware of being good at them. He was with a larger man, Rayleigh's crew, Kai's memory supplied without effort, and carrying a log pose and a supply requisition with the careless competence of an errand. Red hair, scar under his left eye. The exact trajectory that Kai had been tracking in the background since his first week in this world, which he had kept in his logbook as a reminder rather than an active monitoring file. He felt the specific dissonance of knowing someone completely before meeting them for the first time. Shanks produced the supply requisition at the gate. The petty officer processed it. Kai watched from the monitoring position at the secondary station. The foreknowledge was specific here. Shanks was on one of Roger's final supply runs. Within a few months, Roger would begin the journey that would produce the treasure at the end of the Grand Line and return to surrender at Logtown. Shanks would survive the era, retire the crew's active operations, and eventually become one of the 4 Yonko with a specific and carefully managed role in the balance of power that sustained the world's stability for the next 20 years. Everything Kai knew about how the world survived the next 20 years, the specific equilibrium between the Yonko, the Marines, the world government, depended on Shanks existing and being Shanks. Not this Shanks, specifically, who was a teenager running supply errands. The Shanks he would become. He had one question. Was there anything he could do here that would help? The answer he reached, after approximately 90 seconds of calculation, was no. Not because Shanks didn't need anything, but because Shanks' development was already on the path it needed to be on, and any intervention Kai made would either change something that needed to stay unchanged or be superfluous to something that was already working. He was standing at a trajectory he could not improve and could easily damage. He watched Shanks clear the gate. Shanks looked up as he was turning to leave. Not at Kai specifically, but in his direction, with the specific observation hockey awareness that even at 17 showed the first development of what it would eventually become. He did not make eye contact. He continued out of the gate and down toward the harbor. Kai filed. Shanks, first direct observation. Trajectory intact. No intervention. Filed under. Things I am leaving alone. He stayed at the monitoring station until the checkpoint traffic cleared, then returned to his unit. He thought about the specific quality of watching someone whose future he knew completely, and how different it was from knowing it. He had been doing this for 6 months. Every time, the gap between the abstracted knowledge and the specific, physical reality of the person was wider than he expected. He had known, abstractly, that people were more than the roles they played in a story. He was learning what that meant in practice. Chapter 14. The village of Sauri Crossing had a population of approximately 300 people, a single pier suitable for small fishing vessels, and a defensive capacity of 0. In Kai's operational notes, it had a different notation. Asterisk rated by the Broken Fist crew, 11 days from current date, casualties estimated 40 to 60. Settlement partially destroyed, asterisk. He knew this because the Broken Fist crew was on a trajectory he had been tracking through Morin's intelligence channels. Not a major crew, 40 crew and 3 ships, but operating in the area with the specific pattern of escalation that preceded a settlement raid. He had identified Sauri Crossing as a likely target 5 days ago based on the settlement's exposure profile and the crew's documented movement pattern. He had a decision to make. The intervention was small by any scale that mattered in the original story. The Broken Fist crew was not a named crew in anything he had ever read. Sauri Crossing was not a location that appeared in any arc. 300 people, 40 to 60 potential casualties, a settlement partially destroyed or not. He knew, precisely, what the intervention would cost him in foreknowledge terms. The Broken Fist crew's trajectory, the specific future he knew about them, would be erased. Not everything. The cascade effects of this intervention were small enough that most of his broader foreknowledge would remain intact. He would lose the specific data on this crew's future operations, which included one engagement in 6 months that he had been planning to address anyway, and one in 14 months that he had noted as a complication for Morin's unit. He would keep everything else. He spent 1 day running the calculation. Then he made the decision. He dispatched a supply warning through the Maritime Intelligence Channel, a standard procedure for credible threat assessments, documented in Morin's operational framework, supportable by the patrol pattern extrapolation he had been building for 3 weeks. The warning was filed at 0600 on the 8th day before the projected raid. It would reach Sauri Crossing in time. He burned the Broken Fist foreknowledge. The cost landed 3 hours later, not dramatically, not in any way he could perceive directly. But he checked his mental file on the Broken Fist crew and found the specific blankness where detailed future knowledge had been. He knew the crew existed. He knew their current capabilities, because that information was current rather than future. He did not know their future trajectory. He filed, first deliberate intervention, Sauri Crossing. Cost, Broken Fist crew foreknowledge erased. Outcome, supply warning dispatched. Projected outcome, settlement raid prevented, 40 to 60 casualties avoided. He waited. The warning arrived at Sauri Crossing in 5 days. The settlement evacuated to a neighboring island. The Broken Fist crew arrived on day 11 and found an empty settlement, took what supplies were accessible, and departed without the raid escalation that an occupied settlement would have triggered. No casualties. He noted it in his logbook under the 19 names. Asterisk Sauri Crossing, 300 people safe. 11 days, warning dispatched, no intervention required. Asterisk then he wrote what he had been thinking since he made the decision. Asterisk this is the practice. Every time I use a piece of the map, I lose a piece of the map. I need to build something that keeps working when the map is gone. Asterisk he thought about what that meant. He thought about Morin's documentation methodology. He thought about Sengoku's quarterly briefing requirement. He thought, I need to build institutional standing and methodology that works on inference and documentation rather than foreknowledge. The foreknowledge is the starting advantage. It is not the plan. He spent 3 days designing what would eventually become his standard intelligence methodology, the one that Tsuru would later say did not fully explain the accuracy of his outputs. Chapter 15 Morin came to his quarters at 2100 on a Thursday and knocked once. He had been expecting this conversation for 2 months. She sat down at the small table, and was quiet for a moment. He waited. She had the quality of someone who was choosing words that would be accurate rather than words that would be easy. She said, "I've been watching you for 4 months. You act on information you could not have received through normal intelligence channels. I have documented this 11 times. The documentation is specific and consistent." She looked at him. "I need to understand what I'm looking at before I decide what to do about it." Kai had been thinking about this conversation since the first week of his posting. He had run it in multiple versions. In some versions, he gave her a plausible partial explanation. In some versions, he deflected and maintained the pattern recognition cover story. In the version that kept coming up as correct, he told her something true. He said, "There are things I know that I can't explain the source of. It's not intelligence channels, and it's not pattern recognition, although pattern recognition is how I justify the outputs in my documentation." He paused. "I've been trying to figure out when telling you is helpful and when it makes things worse. I haven't reached a conclusion yet." She was quiet. "I'm not telling you everything," he said. "I'm not going to, not yet, because I don't know if telling you everything would help you or make your situation more difficult. But I'm telling you that the thing you've been documenting is real and it's not going away." She said, "How often are you right?" "Very often. Not always. The accuracy decreases when I've acted on the information and changed the conditions." He thought about how to say the next part accurately without being specific. Imagine knowing something about a situation and then changing the situation. After you change it, you don't know it the same way anymore. The knowledge that was accurate about the original situation doesn't apply to the version you created. Morin looked at him for a long moment. She said, "Tell me something I can verify. Something that hasn't happened yet." He thought about what to give her. He needed something that would be verifiable, meaningful enough to demonstrate the accuracy of the ability, and not significant enough to cost him foreknowledge data he needed for something else. He said, "Vice Admiral Marin is going to announce a transfer to the South Blue Command within 3 weeks. The announcement will be officially described as a voluntary career move. It's a lateral reassignment, not a promotion, which means it's administrative management." He paused. "His replacement in the North Blue Command is going to be someone you've worked with before. I'd rather not name them until after the announcement, because naming them in advance creates its own documentation problem." Morin looked at him. 3 weeks, she said. "Approximately. Could be 2, could be 4. The timing depends on a budget approval that's pending." She stood up. She went to the door. She stopped with her hand on the door and said, without turning, "This conversation is going into the documentation file, not the report file." "I know," Kai said. She left. He sat with the silence and thought about the calculation he had just made. He had told her something true. He had given her a verifiable data point. He had not told her the mechanism. He had also, in saying this much, placed himself in a category that she would now be tracking seriously, not as a subordinate with unusual instincts, but as something she didn't have a framework for. That was not entirely controllable. It was more honest than the alternatives. He filed. Morin, informed of anomalous knowledge, limited disclosure, reaction, appropriate caution, and documentation. Trajectory. She is going to be a very important person to have on my side. Filed under. Building the structures that work when the map is gone. He opened his logbook and looked at the 19 names. 3 weeks until the Marin transfer. Approximately 11 months until the next item on his operational calendar. Approximately 28 years until Luffy sets sail. He had a lot of ground to cover. Chapter 16. Lamari Island had a population of 4,312 people. Kai had the number from the Regional Demographic Registry, which was publicly accessible. He had the island's location from standard marine charts. He had everything else from his foreknowledge. In the original timeline, Lamari did not appear in any record he had ever seen or read. That was not unusual. The original story contained hundreds of islands that were never named or visited. But the specific non-appearance of Lamari was in a category he had been tracking since he identified it in the 3rd month of his posting. Islands that were absent from the record not because they were unremarkable, but because they had been removed from the record. The research took 6 weeks. He found the shape of it the same way Morin had been building her Corin file, through the gaps, the inconsistencies, the classification codes that appeared in documentation that didn't explain why they were there. He cross-referenced the maritime transit logs against the demographic registry against the quarterly reporting cycle and found the window. Approximately 18 months from now, Lamari would receive a visit from a marine unit operating under Vice Admiral Tarquin's command. The unit's mission would be classified as Regional Stability Assessment. The assessment would conclude in a way that would result in the island's removal from the Regional Demographic Registry. He had no direct evidence of what removal meant. He had his foreknowledge, which told him the island did not exist in any record he had ever read. He had his penetrating sight, which told him the institutional signature of what he was reading matched the current case. He had 18 months. He filed. Lumari, preliminary assessment. Classification gap indicators, confirmed. Projected threat timeline, 18 months. Current capability to intervene through official channels, insufficient. Required standing, access to a judicial division that operates outside Tarquin's command authority. Required timeline, build the standing, file before the 18 months expire. He wrote, Lumari, in his logbook. Below the 19 names, below the Waymark Pirates, below Sari Crossing. He did not write it in the names category. He wrote it separately, at the bottom of the page, with a notation. 312 people. He spent 3 evenings building the preliminary case file. Everything he included was documentable from publicly accessible records. The transit logs were maritime data, accessible under standard routing documentation requests. The demographic registry was public. The classification code cross-reference was pattern analysis applied to available data. The specific conclusion, that there was a threat to the island, was an inference, which was allowed in assessment documentation. He was building a case he could file with a judicial contact that Morin had mentioned offhandedly in a documentation review 2 months ago. Not a marine judicial channel. An independent maritime review body with oversight authority separate from the marine command structure. He needed 4 more months to have the documentation solid enough to file. He had 18 months. He filed the work in progress under his documentation archive and returned to his standard operational duties. At the monthly briefing report for Sengoku's monitoring channel, he wrote, Regional patrol coverage optimal. One developing threat pattern identified requiring continued monitoring. He did not name Lumari. He did not provide details. The briefing was true and was not the documentation. He was learning the distinction Morin had named in his first week. The documentation was honest. The reports were institutional. He was building both, with full awareness of the difference. Chapter 17 The observation hockey was fully stable at the penetrating site tier by month 6. What had started as an inconsistent, 7-minute window had become reliable access. He could deploy the penetrating site at will and sustain it for 40 minutes in low-stress environments or 20 minutes in operational conditions. The specific expression of his tier, reading institutional decision-making structure through emotional substrate, was consistent and was increasingly useful in contexts that standard penetrating site would not have served. He was using it, carefully, to build the Lumari case. The problem was that his documentation had to be derivable from accessible sources. If he filed an assessment that included information he had obtained through advanced hockey perception in a meeting he was not supposed to be influencing, the filing was inadmissible and might raise questions about how he obtained the information. He had to produce documentation that was accurate, that relied on accessible evidence, and that did not require explaining how he had identified the inaccessible evidence that the accessible evidence corroborated. It was a specific kind of legal architecture. Morin had been building this architecture for 5 years on the Corn Inquiry. Kai had been building it for 6 months on Lumari. He thought about this as craft. He was learning, in this world, things he had never expected to learn. He had come in with complete foreknowledge of the story's arc and zero practical knowledge of how institutions worked at the operational level, how documentation created political cover or removed it, how the specific mechanics of information management within a hierarchical structure shaped what was possible. He was learning these things by doing them, with a mentor who had been doing them under constraints he did not fully understand, in a world whose future he could see, but could not simply reach into and fix. The work was harder than the knowledge. That was the lesson of the first 6 months. He received a letter from Riku Denso, forwarded through the standard marine correspondence system. Riku was 3 months into his East Blue posting, working coastal patrol, which matched the original trajectory. He wrote, The breathing technique you showed me is working. I started getting the awareness thing you described about 4 weeks in. Still not reliable, but it's there. He asked for Kai's opinion on the East Blue Patrol logistics, and included 3 specific questions about sea current pattern analysis that showed he had been reading the same level of technical documentation Kai had been reading. Kai wrote back, The awareness will stabilize at about the 6-month mark if you keep the practice consistent. The session length matters less than the consistency. Don't try to force it. Let the structure develop. He also wrote, The sea current questions, the pattern you're seeing in the Southern Approach data, is a seasonal calm belt influence that the standard documentation underweights. The specific dates when it matters are. He provided the information. He noted in his operational log, Riku Denso, hockey development on track, awareness tier confirmed developing. Foreknowledge note, original death trajectory was ship fire, not hockey related. His hockey development does not directly address the threat. The threat is institutional negligence by his superior officer. Monitor, Identify timeline window. Determine intervention options. 3 years and 2 months until the ship fire in the original timeline. He had time. He was watching. At the end of the month, Morin called him into her office and closed the door. She said, Marin's transfer was announced this morning. Yes. It was exactly as you described. Voluntary in the announcement. Lateral in the assignment. Administrative management in the real structure. She sat down. His replacement is Commander Tsuru. She looked at him. I worked with Tsuru 8 years ago. You knew that? Yes. She was quiet for a moment. How do you know things like that? Kai said, I know it the way I know all of it. I can't be more specific than I've been. He paused. I can tell you that the accuracy is real and it's consistent and it's been operating in my favor for everything I've tried to use it for so far. And when you use it, the accuracy decreases. Yes, this was true. The more I act on what I know, the more what I know changes. She looked at him for a long time. She said, the Lumari file you've been building. I've seen the work in your documentation archive. He had not tried to hide it from her. He had expected she would see it. The assessment is solid through accessible sourcing, she said. The conclusion is the kind of conclusion that requires better sourcing than you have in the documentation. She paused. Unless you have something that isn't in the documentation. I have the same kind of thing I always have, Kai said, which is accurate and undocumentable. Can you make it documentable? 12 more months of accessible source building. Yes. She nodded once. She said, I have a contact in the Independent Maritime Review Authority. I'll introduce you. Build the file to their standard. She stood up. You have 14 months. Make it solid. He filed. Morin, Lumari file acknowledged. Institutional support confirmed. She is running the same play she's been running on Corin. The difference is that Lumari has a timeline. Filed under. Building the structures that work when the map is gone. Chapter 18 Vice Admiral Tarquin came to the Regional Command Center for a command review. He was 61 years old, 40 years of Marine service, with the bearing of someone who had earned his rank through consistent, documented excellence at every tier. He was not the kind of officer who stood out in reports. His advancement had been steady, not spectacular, not stalled, steady, in a way that suggested either remarkable consistency or remarkable care about how the documentation looked. Kai had been reading his file for 8 months. The file was clean. That was the first unusual thing. 40 years of Marine service with no disciplinary notations, no performance queries, no periods of unusual assignment. The file of someone who had managed their institutional presence with care. Kai had seen enough files by now to understand the difference between a file that was clean because the officer had been consistently excellent and a file that was clean because it had been managed. He was attending the command review because Morin's unit was presenting quarterly metrics. He was in the room as tactical support. He had no standing to address Tarquin or to introduce himself beyond the standard protocol acknowledgement. Tarquin presented a regional operations overview that was thorough, data-supported, and highlighted 3 initiatives under his command that had produced measurable improvement in maritime security metrics. All 3 were genuine improvements. The documentation was accurate. Kai used his penetrating sight for the 35-minute duration of the presentation. What he read was not the content. The content was accurate. What he read was the institutional decision-making fingerprint, the same framework he had identified in the Corin Gap, the Lumari transit records, the documentation anomalies he had been building a file on for 8 months. Tarquin's presentation carried the specific signature of someone who had been operating within the same classification framework for a long time and had stopped noticing that the framework was not standard. Not evil. That was the thing that Kai had been working to understand since he identified the threat to Lumari. Not the conventional antagonist archetype. Someone who had made a specific set of decisions 40 years ago about how to maintain stability in a maritime environment with limited resources and had built a methodology around those decisions and had been implementing the methodology with genuine conviction ever since. The methodology had costs that Tarquin had categorized as acceptable. Kai did not think they were acceptable, but he understood how a person got from one place to the other. At the end of the review, Tarquin looked at Morin's unit metrics. He looked at Kai's tactical analysis contributions without visible reaction. He made a standard notation. Kai did not speak to him. He filed. Tarquin, first direct observation, penetrating site assessment. Institutional framework signature confirmed matching Corin and Lumari documentation gaps. Motivation assessment, genuine belief in operational necessity. Not performative malice, structural conviction. More dangerous than performative malice in some ways because the conviction is self-sustaining and self-justifying. Threat level to Lumari, confirmed, timeline intact. He added a notation, asterisk, he is not wrong about the problem. He is wrong about the method. That is the sentence that will matter in the filing. He returned to the Lumari case file and added 3 new documentation entries based on the matching signatures he had confirmed through penetrating site observation. He could not write the methodology in the documentation. The hockey observation was not admissible sourcing. But the signature match gave him the specific accessible source documents he needed to look for to produce a paper trail that would stand in the filing. He had 13 months. He was on schedule. Chapter 19, the precognitive flash tier arrived at month 8. He was in a combat situation, not a major engagement, a routine pirate intercept with a small crew working a coastal shipping lane, when it activated for the first time, and he understood immediately what it was. The active observation tier had let him read attack intent. The penetrating site tier had let him read structural information. What the precognitive flash did was different in degree and in kind. It overlaid his foreknowledge, in real time, over the present moment in active combat, creating a layer of perception that extended 3 to 4 seconds into the future at precise resolution. Not the probabilistic future sight that standard advanced observation hockey provided. His memory hockey integration gave him access to recorded outcomes. And in this moment, in this combat context, the recorded outcome was the specific sequence of movements the pirate crew was about to execute. He moved 3 seconds ahead of every attack. The engagement lasted 4 minutes and produced 0 marine casualties against a crew of 22. The after-action report described it as exceptional tactical positioning and hockey performance. Morin's notation was consistent with prior anomalous performance pattern. In the immediate aftermath, sitting on the deck while the arrests were processed, Kai ran the implications. The precognitive flash had activated in combat because combat was the context where his foreknowledge overlay and his real-time hockey development intersected most directly. A combat situation had a specific duration, a limited set of actors, a finite sequence of events. His memory of future events in a combat context was high resolution because combat events were discrete and documentable. What this meant operationally, he could perform, in short-duration combat situations, at a level significantly above what his training and experience would explain. The cover story of exceptional instincts and pattern recognition was becoming less sustainable with each engagement. He filed, precognitive flash tier, active, stable in combat context. Duration, 3 to 4 seconds of reliable overlay. Coverage, combat sequences only, discrete events with defined parameters. Extended applications, requires experimentation. Sustainability of cover story, degrading. He thought, I need to advance the institutional standing faster. The hockey advancement is outpacing my ability to explain it. He went back to Morin's unit and spent the next 3 evenings on the Lumari file. He was building a case that would hold without requiring him to explain how he had seen it coming. The case was almost solid enough. He had 12 months. He wrote in his operational log, filed, if I keep advancing this fast, I become a question before I'm ready to answer it. Mitigation, make myself useful enough that the question is worth answering rather than suppressing. He reviewed the 19 names in his logbook. 8 of them were in his immediate operational sphere. The other 11 were distributed across postings he didn't have access to yet. He was 8 months in. He had 28 years and 4 months left. He turned off the lamp and went to sleep in the dark, with the comm belt approaches outside and the list in the logbook on the table and the specific, peculiar weight of knowing things about the world that he was choosing, carefully, not to use. Chapter 20 Rear Admiral Sengoku's message arrived on a Wednesday. It came through the standard administrative channel, marked for Ensign Haruto Kai, Morin's Coastal Defense Unit, with the priority designation that indicated personal review rather than staff processing. Kai read it at the morning briefing. Ensign Haruto. In 6 months of active posting, you have produced predictive tactical assessments that are accurate to within minutes on 4 separate occasions, and 3 hockey development milestone reports that fall outside standard development parameters. I request a briefing. Report to Marineford Administrative Conference Room, 7 on date. Rear Admiral Sengoku. He showed it to Morin. She read it and handed it back. He's been building a file on you since the quarterly review. Yes. This is the moment where you decide what the file says. Kai spent 2 days preparing. Not preparation in the sense of manufacturing a cover story. He had been developing his cover story for 8 months, and it was as good as it was going to get. What he was preparing was the specific true structure of what he would say. The parts that were true but incomplete, the parts that were untrue but unsupportable by any investigation Sengoku could conduct. He had complete memory of the original timeline's version of Sengoku. He knew Sengoku's reasoning patterns, his decision-making style, what he trusted and what he didn't. He knew exactly how to navigate this conversation. On the morning of the briefing, he sat down to review his preparation notes, and felt something wrong. He reached for the memory file on this specific meeting, the one that told him how it would go, what Sengoku would say, what answers would produce which outcomes, and found the same blankness he had found the first time he checked the Broken Fist crew after burning the foreknowledge on Sari Crossing. The memory file for this meeting was gone. Not the general memory of Sengoku. He still had everything about the man, every context, every arc beat. But the specific event of this meeting, this conversation, this outcome, blank. The deviation he had caused over 8 months of interventions had changed the conditions enough that this meeting was not in the version of the timeline his memory covered. He was going to this meeting without a script. He filed. Sengoku meeting, foreknowledge gap confirmed. Original timeline data absent. I am operating blind. Known variables. Sengoku's general reasoning pattern, his institutional concerns, my documented operational record. Unknown variables. What he has already concluded and how much that conclusion can be moved. No predetermined correct answer. Have to think. He arrived at Marineford at 0900. The administrative corridor was the same one he had walked during training, now familiar in a different way. As an officer rather than a recruit, with 8 months of operational record behind him and a specific set of choices he had made that had produced that record. He sat in the waiting area outside conference room 7. He thought about what he was going to say. The answer he reached was not the careful, strategic communication he had been planning for 2 days. It was simpler. It was the thing that had worked with Morin and with Denzo, and with every person in his operational sphere who had chosen to trust him on incomplete information, a version of the truth that was honest about what it was leaving out. He was going to tell Sengoku that he noticed patterns and he trusted the inferences they produced, because that was true, and it was the most accurate description of his methodology that did not require explaining the mechanism. He was going to be more honest than expected. He stood up when the door opened. Sengoku looked at him for a moment from the doorway. He said, Ensign Haruto, in 6 months of active posting, you have produced predictive tactical assessments that are accurate to within minutes on 4 separate occasions. I want to understand how. Kai looked at the man who would one day be Fleet Admiral, the man he had known from a story, who was now standing in front of him and was more complicated and more present than any story had described, and reached for the answer. He did not have the script. He had what he knew, and what he had learned, and the specific truth structure that he had been building for 8 months. He said, I notice patterns. I read people, read environments, and I trust the inferences the data produces. It's not a special ability. It's methodology. He paused, and the methodology keeps being right. Sengoku looked at him for a moment. Then he said, come inside. Like this story, subscribe to the channel, and like the video so you never miss a chapter. The Great Pirate Age is just beginning, and this time, someone's watching. Chapter 21 Sengoku's conference room was smaller than Kai expected. Not the physical dimensions. It was a standard administrative conference room, 12 feet by 14, with a table that seated 6 and a window that looked onto the training yard. What was smaller was the scale of the confrontation itself. He had been building toward this meeting for 8 months, in the absence of a script, and what he had expected was the kind of high-stakes interrogation that required perfect information management. What he got was a man with a documentation file and a direct question. Sengoku sat across the table and said, tell me about the broken anchor engagement. We positioned at the eastern approach based on patrol pattern extrapolation. The crew arrived within the predicted window. The engagement lasted 9 minutes. No marine casualties. The positioning recommendation came from you. Yes. The after-action report says you called the captain's shoulder injury from documentation inference. Sengoku looked at the file. The documentation that supports the inference is a bounty report noting a shooting injury sustained 9 weeks prior, and a crew formation pattern analysis derived from 3 observed engagements. He looked up. The formation pattern analysis required cross-referencing 3 documents that were filed in different divisions by different officers over a period of 6 weeks. You identified the pattern in your first 4 days at the unit. Kai said, I read the documentation carefully. I trust the inferences. That phrase, you've used it consistently in your after-action reports. I read the documentation carefully, and I trust the inferences. Suru uses a similar phrase, which is why I'm inclined to take it seriously. Sengoku closed the file. The question I'm asking is not whether the inferences are good. The question is why you're producing inferences that are better than anyone else's from the same documentation. Kai looked at him. He said, I notice patterns that other people miss. I don't know exactly why. I've been doing it since I can remember. The documentation is where the patterns are, so I read the documentation carefully, and then I trust what the patterns show me. That is a description of instinct, not methodology. Yes, but it produces consistent, accurate outputs, which is what methodology is supposed to produce. Sengoku was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of someone who was deciding how much further to push a line of questioning that had not yet produced what he was looking for. He said, "You are going to be looked at very carefully for the rest of your career. I want you to understand that before you decide what your methodology description will be." "I understand." "Good." He reopened the file. "I'm assigning you to Commander Tsuru's intelligence unit. This is a transfer, not a posting. You'll remain attached to Captain Morin's unit in terms of operational record, but your daily work will be through the intelligence function." He looked at Kai. "Tsuru will be more thorough than I am about understanding where the pattern recognition comes from. I recommend you have a better answer prepared." Kai said, "I'll work on it." Sengoku made a notation. The briefing ended. In the transit back to the regional center, Kai thought about what Sengoku had told him and what he had not told Sengoku. The balance was sustainable for now. Tsuru was a more careful observer than Sengoku, which would create pressure, but Tsuru's specific interest was in the outputs and their accuracy. She was not primarily concerned with the mechanism. She was concerned with the reliability. He filed. Sengoku, briefing complete. Outcome, assignment to Tsuru's intelligence unit. Operational monitoring continues. He accepted the pattern recognition framing. He believes there is more to it. He is choosing to observe rather than challenge. That is the correct institutional response from his position. Filed under. Building the structures that work when the map is gone. He returned to his quarters and added to his operational log. He had 28 years and 2 months left. Chapter 22 Commander Tsuru ran the intelligence unit from a building in the administrative center that Kai initially believed was a maintenance storage facility. It was not. The building's exterior was deliberately maintained at a level that suggested it was not worth looking at. The interior contained 6 analysts, 2 field officers, 1 administrative coordinator, and a filing system that Tsuru had built over 11 years that cross-referenced across 10 separate institutional channels. Kai reviewed Tsuru's methodology in his first week. He had known, from his foreknowledge, that she was exceptional. Knowing it abstractly was not the same as seeing it operate. Her filing system was the institutional equivalent of what he was trying to do with Lamari, a documentation architecture that produced accurate conclusions from publicly accessible evidence, organized in a way that made the conclusions derivable rather than asserted. She had been doing this for 11 years. He had been doing it for 8 months. She called him into her office on his 3rd day. She was small, with the particular economy of movement of someone who had learned that unnecessary motion was expensive, and eyes that Kai's observation hockey registered as actively assessing everything they looked at. Her hockey development was significant, not at his tier, but in the specific direction of someone who had spent 11 years using intelligence methodology as a hockey training ground. She read institutional structures the way he read emotional states. She said, "Rear Admiral Sengoku described your outputs as anomalous." That's an unusual word for him. She did not sound critical. She sounded interested. He said your pattern recognition produced accuracy that exceeded what the documentation should support. Kai said, "I've been told that. I read your after-action reports from the Morin unit. I read your tactical assessments. I read the documentation you used to generate them." She tilted her head slightly. 3 of your assessments reference cross-document patterns that I did not identify from the same documentation until I knew the pattern to look for. She paused. That means either you found the pattern first because you read the documentation more carefully than I do, or you found the pattern because you were looking for it specifically. Kai said, "Both." "Which documents were you looking for?" "The ones that had the specific classification gap signatures that connected to the pattern I was building." He paused. "I can't always describe in advance what I'm looking for. I know it when the documentation shows it to me." Tsuru looked at him for a long moment. She said, "I'm going to tell you something. Most analysts in this unit produce accurate outputs approximately 60 to 70% of the time. I produce accurate outputs approximately 82% of the time, which is why I run the unit." She looked at him. "Your outputs over 8 months are accurate approximately 91% of the time. The 9% failure rate is entirely on cases where you've told me you acted on the information before completing the documentation." Kai was quiet. "The failure rate on change conditions cases is telling," she said. "It suggests your accuracy is not derived from the documentation itself. It's derived from something that the documentation corroborates but doesn't generate." She held his gaze. "I'm not going to push on the mechanism right now because the outputs are accurate and I have a unit to run. But I am filing this as an open question." He said, "That's fair. Welcome to the unit," she said. "You start with the East Blue supply chain files. I want a fresh assessment by the end of the week." He went to the East Blue supply chain files and produced an assessment that confirmed the disruption patterns he had known about before he opened the files, sourced exclusively from the accessible documentation, with every inference documented in a form that a second analyst could follow. The assessment was accurate. Tsuru reviewed it and filed it without comment. He filed, Tsuru, relationship status, professional, evaluative, honest about the evaluation. She is not going to stop asking the question. She is choosing to produce good outputs while she asks it. This is the same approach Morin uses. I keep working with people who choose to work with what they can see of me. Filed under. I need to deserve the trust that implies. Chapter 23. Smoker had a chip on his shoulder the size of a marine frigate. Kai had been in Tsuru's unit for 3 weeks when he first encountered him, a petty officer assigned to the unit's field response division, 23 years old, with the build of someone who had been doing physical training since before the Navy had asked him to, and the specific aggression of someone who did not believe the institution was working as fast as it should. He had the smoke fruit. Kai knew the full arc. He knew what Smoker became. He knew every major confrontation, every philosophical development, every relationship. He knew Smoker better, from an external biographical perspective, than Smoker knew himself at 23. He also knew that knowing this would be actively unhelpful if he let it show. He had made a decision about Smoker in the planning stages. Before meeting him, he was going to treat him exactly as he would treat any competent officer whose future he didn't know. The foreknowledge was not going to dictate how he engaged with the person. The person was going to dictate how he engaged with the person. Smoker's approach to Kai, in the first meeting, was skeptical in the specific way of someone who had developed strong opinions about institutional credentialing and was not impressed by assessment metrics. He said, "You're the one from Morin's unit. The one Sengoku flagged. Yes. Your engagement metrics are good." He said this like a challenge rather than a compliment. A lot of people have good engagement metrics until they're dealing with something that can't be handled by positioning. Kai said, "I'm sure that's true." "You're sure?" "Positioning has limits. Everything has limits." He looked at Smoker. The positioning approach is good for neutralizing threats without escalating casualties on either side. It fails when the threat has the kind of capability that positioning can account for, a specific devil fruit, hockey beyond the unit ceiling, or a fleet size that makes position irrelevant. He paused. "I know where my approach breaks down. I'm not planning to be in those situations without a different approach." Smoker looked at him with the expression of someone who had expected an institutional answer and received an assessment. He said, "What's your hockey tier?" "Precognitive flash, working toward extended overlay." "You," Smoker said, "active observation. Working on armament." "The smoke fruit complicates armament development," Kai said. "The fruit already handles the physical layer where armament usually operates. You're probably going to need to develop armament as a supplement to the fruit rather than as a replacement for it." Smoker looked at him. "That's an accurate description of a problem I've been working on for 6 months, Smoker said. "How do you know about it?" "It's a documented limitation of Logia-type fruits that produce low-density states," Kai said. "The fruit creates a physical layer that armament would otherwise fill. The integration is the challenge, not the ability." Smoker was quiet for a moment. He said, "That's not in any documentation I've read. It's in the theoretical framework documents in the armament section of the Special Research Archive. Page 47 of the Logia Integration Supplement." Kai paused. "It's not well indexed." Smoker left the meeting, returned 2 hours later, and dropped a documentation request for the Special Research Archive on Kai's desk, without saying anything. Kai filed. Smoker, first meeting, outcome, professional respect, mutual wariness, productive. He is exactly who I always knew he was. Filed under. People I'm choosing to treat as colleagues rather than trajectories. Chapter 24. The East Blue supply chain disruption was not a straightforward piracy case. Kai had known this before Tsuru assigned it to him. The disruption pattern in his foreknowledge was a minor priority background event in the original timeline, which meant it was the kind of operational problem that got managed without generating major documentation. What he had not known, before reading Tsuru's existing file on it, was that the specific mechanism of the disruption had already been partially investigated by a different division, and the results had been quietly filed under a classification level that removed them from standard intelligence review. He read the accessible documentation. He built the pattern. He identified, through the specific methodology he had been developing, the gap where the classified results should have appeared and did not. He said to Tsuru, "The supply chain disruption is being managed by someone who is working with the disrupting parties." Tsuru looked at him. "The access pattern to the disruption records is irregular," he said. "The same 3 supply contractor manifests appear in multiple incident filings from different marine bases, but the cross-reference that would identify the contractor as a common element across all 3 incidents hasn't been filed. That cross-reference is basic work. It was done. I can see the documentation request in the archive access log. The result was filed somewhere I can't access." Tsuru said, "Who made the access request?" It's attributed to a general unit identifier rather than a specific officer. That's unusual for results documentation. He paused. The unit identifier matches a series Tarquin's administrative division uses. She was very still. I don't know if it's deliberate, Kai said. I know that the result of the disruption investigation was removed from accessible review, and that the removal was processed through a documentation channel associated with Tarquin's unit. Those are the documentable facts, Saru said. How long did it take you to find this? For days. She made a notation. She said, I want a complete evidence document for the cross-reference. Accessible sourcing only. Yes. And I want your assessment of what happens if we file this with the judicial division above Tarquin's authority. Kai said, he becomes aware that we know about the removal. He doesn't have grounds to challenge the finding because the evidence is clean. He has grounds to make our operational environment more complicated. He paused. The value of filing is creating a paper trail before the complication arrives. The cost is that the complication arrives. Saru considered this for a moment. Then she said, write the assessment. He spent the next 2 days building the evidence document. Every inference was sourced. Every source was accessible. The document said, in precise institutional language, that a supply chain disruption investigation had been removed from accessible review through a documentation channel associated with Vice Admiral Tarquin's administrative division. He filed it and waited. Tarquin became aware of the filing within 10 days. He did not challenge it directly. 3 of Kai's intelligence contacts received transfer notices within 2 weeks. He filed. Tarquin, operational response to Tsuru filing confirmed. He is better at this than expected. I no longer have foreknowledge data on this specific engagement because it involves a timeline I've already changed. I need to think from documentation and inference, not memory. Filed under. This is the practice I've been building for. Now actually practice it. Chapter 25 Tarquin's covert program was older than Kai had initially estimated. He had been working from the assumption that the program had originated within the past decade, based on the documentation pattern and the classification structure. Tsuru's filing, and Tarquin's response to it, had opened a different documentation trail, and over the following 3 weeks Kai had been following it with the methodical care that had produced results in every previous case. What he found, at the end of the trail, was not a decade-old program. The classification structure Tarquin was operating under had roots that predated his tenure. The methodology had been in institutional use for somewhere between 40 and 60 years. Tarquin had inherited it, refined it, and expanded it, but the underlying logic had been established by someone else, in a different era, as a response to a specific problem in the early years of the Great Pirate Age. He brought this finding to Tsuru. She read the documentation. She was quiet for a long time. She said, this is deeper than I thought. Yes. If this goes back 50 years, there are people in the current institutional structure who have been operating under this framework their entire careers and consider it standard procedure. She looked at the documentation. That is not a small problem. No, Kai said, but it's a documentable one. The methodology is consistent enough that the documentation trail is real and accessible. Every instance I've found follows the same pattern. If the pattern is documented across enough instances, the filing has weight regardless of how deep the roots go. Tsuru said, what do you need to make the documentation complete enough to file? Kai said, the Lumari file I've been building separately. It's the current active instance. If I can connect it to the pattern documentation before the activation window, the filing covers both the historical record and the active threat. She looked at him. You've been building that file for 8 months. Yes, I have 5 months left before the threat window. The documentation is close. Show me. He brought her the Lumari file. She read it for 2 hours. She made notations in 3 places where the inference structure was strong, but the accessible sourcing was thin. She said, these 3 gaps. Can you close them? 4 months of targeted documentation work. Yes. Then close them. She handed the file back. I want this ready before the threat window. We're filing it together. Kai took the file and thought, this is what I came here to build. Not the foreknowledge. The filing methodology, the institutional standing, the relationship with the right people in the right positions. The machinery that works when the memory is gone. He filed. Tsuru, full collaboration on Lumari confirmed. Timeline, for months. The documentation will be solid. Filed under, building something that lasts. He went back to the files. Outside, the seas of the new pirate age were running strong. Somewhere in the East Blue, Rick Cadenso was working coastal patrol and getting better at the hockey breathing exercises. Somewhere in the West Blue, Shanks was growing into the man he was always going to be. Somewhere in the North Blue, a young Don Quixote had not yet decided to build a network of strings. Kai worked on the documentation. The files were the beginning of everything. Chapter 26. The Yonko-affiliated crew arrived in the regional approach zone on a Tuesday in the second year of Kai's posting, operating with the specific calm of people who were far enough above the typical marine response threshold that they considered routine patrol zones to be traffic rather than obstacles. They were not one of Whitebeard's main crewmates. They were a subsidiary crew, 38 members, operating under a letter of marque that Whitebeard's organization used to formalize territorial coverage. Their captain was a man named Gol D, who had a documented kill count that made him a genuine threat to anything below vice admiral level, and who navigated his territorial obligations with a professional indifference that Kai found, when he thought about it, more unnerving than aggression would have been. In Kai's foreknowledge, this crew appeared in a minor footnote. They were operational in this region for approximately 2 years before being formally absorbed into Whitebeard's main fleet operations. No major incidents. No significant marine confrontations. The footnote was the kind of background detail that indicated a non-event in the original timeline. In the current timeline, they had appeared in a patrol zone where Tsuru's intelligence unit had operational coverage, and Tsuru had authorized a response assessment. Kai's assessment recommended an engagement approach that Rokadisha's crew would find professionally insulting and strategically decisive, a positioning protocol that made clear that the Marine unit had complete knowledge of the crew's capabilities and was choosing to engage on terms that did not require using them. The engagement lasted 40 minutes. Not because anyone was fighting. Because Kai had positioned the response so precisely around Rokadisha's known decision-making framework that the only options that made tactical sense for the crew, given their specific capabilities, their territorial obligations, their captain's professional standards, were to either engage on marine terms or withdraw. Rokadishu assessed the positioning for 40 minutes and then ordered the crew to alter course. 0 casualties. 0 arrests. One crew that was operating outside its authorized territory and was now operating inside it again. The after-action report generated a notation at the rear admiral level that Tsuru described, when she reviewed it, as unprecedented for a confrontation that did not involve any direct combat. Kai said, "It was a matter of making the correct choice the easiest choice." Tsuru said, "That is what good intelligence produces." She looked at the notation. "Sengoku is going to ask about this." "I know. What are you going to tell him?" "That we had complete intelligence on the crew's capabilities and decision-making framework, and we used it to create conditions where the correct outcome was the obvious one." He paused. "Which is true." She looked at him. "That is a description that does not explain how the intelligence was complete." "No," Kai agreed. "But the outcome is clean and documented, which means the explanation is less urgent than it would be if the outcome had required an explanation." Tsuru made a notation in her documentation file that he knew would become part of a long-running open question in his institutional record. He accepted this as the cost of producing results that were accurate and did not have adequate sourcing documentation. He filed, Rokadishu engagement, outcome, territorial compliance without combat. Filed under, the outcomes are building the record. The record is building the standing. The standing is building the capacity to do the work that matters. Chapter 27. Extended overlay arrived during the Rokadishu engagement. Not precisely during the engagement itself. The engagement had been primarily positional, not reactive, which meant his memory hockey was overlaying across the entire 40-minute window rather than the 3 to 4 second windows of the precognitive flash tier. He had been holding the broader overlay throughout the engagement, and somewhere in the 22nd minute, the overlay extended. Not seconds, minutes. He held the engagement's probable trajectory across a 12-minute window with enough resolution to position the response formation 3 moves ahead of what Rokadisha's crew was likely to do. The overlay was not a recording of future events. It was a projection built from his foreknowledge of the crew's decision-making patterns, extended by the memory hockey integration into a working model of near-future probability. Standard future sight users saw branches. He saw a recorded template he could use to weight the branches. The distinction was significant in practice. Standard future sight required making decisions in the moment, responding to the fastest probable outcome. His extended overlay let him run strategy planning across the engagement window, identify the positioning that made the correct outcome the easiest one, and implement it before the engagement began. After the engagement concluded and the documentation was filed, he sat in the unit's analysis room and thought about what had changed. He filed, extended overlay tier, active. Duration, 12-minute window confirmed in Rokadishu engagement. Mechanism, memory hockey projection built from foreknowledge templates, extended through probability weighting in real time. Limitation, the projection quality depends on how much foreknowledge template I have for the actors involved. Crews I don't have foreknowledge data on, because I burned it, or because they were never in the original story, produce lower resolution projections. Filed. I've been burning foreknowledge data regularly for 14 months. The blank spots in my map are growing. The extended overlay is partly compensating. I can project from inference where I used to project from memory. The compensation is not perfect. The resolution is lower on inference projection than on memory projection. I'm going to lose accuracy over time as the blank spots grow. He wrote in his operational log. The map is becoming less reliable. The projection tool is becoming more sophisticated. Net change, unclear. Keep building. He thought about the Lamari file. For months until the threat window. He went back to the documentation. Chapter 28. Neria Holt processed the field reports for Tsuru's intelligence unit with the specific precision of someone who had been doing detailed documentation work long enough that she saw the shape of data as naturally as other people saw text. She was 26 years old, 2 years into her posting with the unit, with the quality of attention that Tsuru selected for in her staff. People who built accurate pictures from incomplete information without the kind of motivated reasoning that produced conclusions before the evidence. She was good at her work in the specific way of someone who had not yet found the ceiling of what the work could become. He noticed her because she flagged his assessment reports. Not inaccurately. She flagged them with query marks at the points where his accessible source documentation supported an inference, but did not fully prove it. The flags were methodologically correct. They were also, consistently, the exact points where his inference was right and his accessible sourcing was thin because the better evidence was in his foreknowledge rather than in any file she could review. She submitted the flagged reports to Tsuru with a note. Methodology consistent, sourcing gaps at marked points. Recommend supplemental documentation request. Tsuru's response was to send the reports through without the supplemental requests, with a notation. Sourcing gaps noted, outputs accepted for field use. Neria flagged the same reports again 3 months later with a more detailed note. Pattern analysis of flag points across 11 reports. Sourcing gap locations correlate with the highest accuracy portions of the assessments. Counterintuitive. Seeking clarification on methodology. Tsuru brought the note to Kai. He read it. He said, "She's right." "I know," Tsuru said. "What do you want to do about it?" Kai looked at the note again. Neria Holt had identified, through pattern analysis of his own reports, the exact signature of the mechanism he had been trying to obscure. She had not identified the mechanism. She had identified the pattern that indicated there was a mechanism. He said, "I'd like to meet with her." Tsuru said, "That seems wise." The meeting was at 1400 the following day. Neria sat across from him with the specific composure of someone who was prepared to be wrong about something she was fairly confident she was right about. She said, "The flag points in your reports. The accessible sourcing is thin at those points, but the outputs are consistently accurate. That means either your accessible source methodology is better than I'm able to evaluate from the documentation alone, or there's a sourcing element I'm not seeing." Kai said, "There's a sourcing element you're not seeing." She was quiet. "I can't explain the sourcing in documentation terms," he said. "I'm not going to pretend that I can. What I can tell you is that the outputs are accurate and the invisible sourcing is consistent with the same standards the visible sourcing uses. I'm not inventing. I'm reading something I can't put in a report." She looked at him. She said, "You're asking me to accept that there's a reliable information source I can't evaluate." "Yes, and that the 11 report accuracy record is the evidence that the source is reliable." She considered this for a long moment. She said, "File it under anomalous methodology. Let me know if you need supplemental sourcing documentation, and I'll review whether a request is feasible." She stood up. He filed. Neria Holt. First meeting. Outcome. Provisional acceptance of unexplained methodology. Appropriate skepticism maintained. She is building her own file on me. Filed under. The people who choose to work with what they can see. I need to deserve that choice. Chapter 29. Tarquin's approval of the Lamari operation was not in any document Kai could access. He knew it had happened because he had been monitoring the specific shipping record pattern that the Lamari threat operated through, and the pattern had changed. The manifest documentation that had been building toward the 18-month threat window had resolved into the specific configuration that preceded an active operation. He had been watching for this configuration for 12 months. He had 14 days. The documentation was almost complete. He was missing 2 sourcing elements. Accessible source confirmations of inferences he could verify through penetrating site observation, but could not put in a filing. He spent 6 days finding accessible source proxies, documents that did not directly confirm the inferences, but whose combination, properly organized, produced the same conclusion through a documentable path. On the 7th day, he brought the complete file to Tsuru. She reviewed it for 4 hours. She said, "This is solid." "Yes." The 3 gaps you identified 4 months ago are closed. Yes. She looked at the final summary. If I file this with Nakamura's division, the Independent Maritime Review Authority, today, it creates a legal hold on any marine operation with a LUMRI-related classification code within the next 60 days. Yes. And Tarquin's operation has a LUMRI-related classification code. Yes. She looked at the file. She looked at him. She said, "You've been building this for a year." 14 months, Kai said. And the island has 4,312 people. Yes. She filed it that afternoon. 3 days later, Tarquin's LUMRI operation received a legal hold from the Independent Maritime Review Authority. The hold was procedural, documented, and impenetrable through the standard classification challenge process because the filing was built from accessible sources that the challenge process could not reclassify. Kai did not celebrate. He went back to his work. He did write one entry in his operational log. LUMRI, threat window, filing accepted, legal hold issued. For 1,312 people who do not know this happened will continue going about their lives. Filed under, this is what it's for. He burned the LUMRI foreknowledge data that he had been holding in reserve. The blank spot appeared in his map where the 18-month threat window had been. He accepted the cost and went back to work. Chapter 30 Garp appeared at Saru's unit on a Thursday, without announcement, with a presence that made the administrative corridor feel smaller. He was 53 years old, Vice Admiral, with a strength level that Kai's observation hockey registered as significantly above anything in his current operational environment. He had the specific quality of a man who had been physically exceptional for so long that the exceptionalism was simply part of how he occupied space. He was there to review the Rokkadishu engagement, not through Tsuru's chain of command. Garp did not operate through standard chains of command any more than his sense of humor operated through standard conversational conventions. He had read the engagement report, found it unusual, and come to understand it. He sat down across from Kai in the unit's briefing room and read the report again, slowly, with the specific attention of someone who was reading the document rather than confirming what he already thought of it. He said, 0 casualties. No combat. Yes. Against a crew that could have sunk 3 of our patrol vessels. Yes. You positioned us so they didn't want to fight. I positioned us so that fighting didn't serve their interests better than not fighting. Kai paused. They had territorial obligations. Fighting would have complicated the obligations. Not fighting preserved them. Garp looked at the engagement report's tactical positioning section. You knew their territorial obligations. They're documented in the regional intelligence files. You knew their captain's decision-making framework. He has a documented engagement history that produces a consistent framework. Garp lowered the report and looked at Kai directly. He had very direct eyes, the kind that did not process information and then respond to it. They processed information and simultaneously responded to it, which meant that what Kai saw when Garp looked at him was the reaction in real time. He said, "You set this up so most of them would leave rather than fight." What? Kai said, because they had territorial obligations and a professional operational standard that didn't require a confrontation. The 4 in the crew with outstanding marine warrants were in a position where they couldn't reach us. The others were crew doing a job. He paused. The goal was territorial compliance. We achieved territorial compliance. Combat would have achieved the same thing with more cost on both sides. Garp looked at him for a long time. He said, "You counted the 4 with outstanding warrants. I read the files. They were in the crew manifest. Not highlighted. I cross-referenced against the warrant registry." Garp put the report down on the table. He said, "I'm going to be watching your file." This was not the first time someone had said this to Kai. It sounded different coming from Garp, not a monitoring decision, a statement of intent from someone who had decided there was something worth watching. He stood up. He said, "Good work on LUMRI." Kai looked at him. "The LUMRI filing was—" "I know what the LUMRI filing was," Garp said. "I've been watching that file for a while." He walked to the door. He stopped. "Tarquin knows the filing came from this unit. He can't prove it. He will act on what he knows rather than what he can prove." He looked back. "Be careful." He left. Saru appeared in the doorway 30 seconds after Garp had gone. She said, "He doesn't do courtesy visits." Kai said, "I know. He told you Tarquin knows." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, 3 of our supporting contacts received transfer notices this morning." Kai had been expecting this. He had been expecting it since he made the filing, and the fact that it was happening now rather than yesterday or next week was less important than the fact of it. He said, "Which 3? She told him. He filed. Tarquin, operational response to filing confirmed. He is better at the institutional game than I expected at this stage. Transfer of supporting contacts is clean, legal, leaves no evidence of targeting. He is not fighting the filing. He is reducing our operational capacity. Filed under. I no longer have foreknowledge data on this engagement. I am working from documentation and inference. This is what I built the methodology for. He went back to work. Chapter 31. He filed the Lamari evidence with Nakamura's Independent Maritime Review Authority on a morning in the 12th month. Not through Tsuru's official filing channel. They had agreed that the filing would go through Kai's own documentation authority, which was cleaner in terms of the accessible source chain and which made the attribution to Tsuru's unit less direct. Tarquin would know. The filing documentation would make clear where the evidence had originated. But the formal record would show Kai's unit identifier, not Tsuru's, which preserved Tsuru's ability to act as an independent reviewer if the filing was challenged. He sat at the documentation submission terminal and looked at the filing one more time before submitting it. 47 pages. 15 primary source accessible documents. 23 secondary cross-references. 12 inferences documented with their sourcing chains. One conclusion, that there was a credible threat to Lamari Island's population that warranted Independent Maritime Review Authority intervention under the Emergency Protection Statute. He submitted the filing. The Maritime Review Authority acknowledged receipt within 4 hours. The legal hold was issued within 6 hours. He received the hold notification and filed. Lamari, hold issued. Effective date confirmed. The operation has 60 days from today to receive a challenge. The challenge process operates through the Maritime Review Authority, not through Marine Command channels. Tarquin cannot challenge this through his own administrative structure. He burned the remaining foreknowledge data on the Lamari sequence. The blank space appeared in his map. He held the blank space for a moment with the specific awareness of what it meant. He would never know what would have happened in the original timeline to the 4,312 people on that island. He would only know what was going to happen now, which was nothing, because the filing had created a legal hold, and the hold was going to hold, because he had built the documentation to be unassailable. He had operated for 14 months in a timeline he had changed, building a case from inference and accessible documentation and the specific methodology that Morin had given him a framework for and Tsuru had sharpened. He had produced a result that the foreknowledge could not have produced alone. He wrote in his operational log, "This is what it costs. Every time I change something, I lose the map. I'm going to run out of map eventually. I need to keep building the methodology that works without it." He went back to work. Chapter 32. Tarquin's response was faster than Kai had projected. Not the response to the filing. The legal hold was impenetrable and Tarquin could not address it directly. The response to the implicit identification of who had filed it. He discovered the source in the shipping records. Kai knew this because the Maritime Review Authority's filing acknowledgement system had a specific access pattern that left a trace in the administrative routing logs, and Tarquin's administrative division was capable of reading that trace. He had not been able to prevent it. The trace was a structural feature of the filing system, not something he could modify without access to the system's architecture. What he had been able to do was prepare. Tarquin could not prove Kai had filed the hold. The filing was under Kai's unit identifier, but unit identifiers were accessible to multiple officers, and Tarquin's challenge would require proving individual attribution. That was not easy. It was also not impossible for someone who was patient and methodical over a longer timeline. What Tarquin had done, the flagging of Kai's file for internal review, was the standard Marine administrative mechanism for slowing down an officer who was causing operational problems without producing documentable misconduct. It was legal, clean, and effective. The review would take 3 months and would produce a finding of either concerns resolved or concerns noted, neither of which was a demotion or a sanction, but both of which affected the institutional record in specific ways. Kai had been expecting something like this. What he had not expected was the specific timing, faster than his inference projection had suggested, which meant Tarquin had better access to the filing trace than he had estimated. He added a notation to his operational methodology file, Tarquin's administrative intelligence capability, higher than previous estimate. Revised projection framework, *. He told Tsuru what he had discovered. She said, "He can't prove you filed it." "No, but he knows. He's working the institutional levers he has available. The review will find nothing." "Correct. The documentation is clean. But the review occupies 3 months and creates a record of being reviewed, which affects the quarterly briefing cycle." He paused. It's the correct institutional response from his position. He can't challenge the filing. He can make my operational environment more expensive to manage. Tsuru said, "What do you need?" "Nothing I don't already have. The review will conclude. The documentation will hold. The Lamari hold stands regardless of what the review finds." He looked at the flagged file notification. "He is better at this than I expected. That is useful information." She looked at him for a moment. "You're not concerned about the review." "I'm concerned," he said. I'm not paralyzed by it. There's a difference. She made a notation. He filed. Tarquin, methodology refinement. He is operating at the institutional level, not the operational level. He cannot challenge the filing content. He is challenging the filer. Standard response. Document everything. Produce nothing that gives the review additional material. Wait for the conclusion. He went back to the East Blue supply chain file and produced 2 additional assessments that were clean and documentable and gave the quarterly briefing cycle something positive to report on while the review ran its process. Chapter 33. The Lumari operation did not proceed. On the 42nd day after the hold was issued, Vice Admiral Tarquin submitted a formal operation cancellation notice to the Maritime Command Registry. The cancellation was attributed to revised resource assessment and operational priority reallocation. Kai read the cancellation notice at 0600 on a Tuesday and held it in the flat, precise attention he had been developing for 16 months. The hold had held. The filing had worked. The documentation methodology had produced an outcome that the foreknowledge alone could not have guaranteed. He did not feel what he had expected to feel. He had expected something cleaner, a sense of completion, or the specific satisfaction of a plan executing correctly. What he felt instead was the blank space where the Lumari foreknowledge had been, and the awareness of what that blankness meant. He was looking at a world that had not happened, populated by 4,312 people whose lives had continued in a direction he could not see anymore, because his memory of their future had been replaced by a future he had built. He wrote in his operational log, Lumari, operation cancelled, island survives. 4,312 people. This is the cost. The blank space in the map is what paying the cost looks like. Filed under, what I'm doing here. He reviewed the 19 names in his logbook. 14 of the 19 were in situation where the original timeline threat was either past its window or actively being monitored. 4 were still in windows he was tracking. The last one, his own name, which he had added to the list in the second month when he identified the specific class of danger that came with the ability he was carrying, was open. He closed the logbook. He went to the morning briefing, reviewed the operational calendar, and reported to Tsuru that the Lumari hold had produced the expected outcome. She made a notation and moved on to the next agenda item. She had understood, he thought, what the Lumari case had been, not for the institution's purposes, but for his. She had chosen to support it without requiring him to explain more than he had explained. 3 days later, the flag file review reached a preliminary conclusion. No institutional concerns identified. The review would close in 30 days unless new concerns were raised. He filed. Review, preliminary conclusion, clean. Tarquin's administrative response has not produced the outcome he wanted. He will recalibrate. That is different from being finished with it. He was right about the recalibration. He was wrong about the timeline. It did not take long. Chapter 34. Hina found him at the quarterly command briefing. She had not been looking for him specifically. She had been looking for the specific category of officer that her methodology identified as useful, and he happened to be in it. She was 28 years old, lieutenant commander in the Administrative Intelligence Division, with the specific competence of someone who understood how the Marine hierarchy's internal politics worked not as an external observer, but as a practitioner. She said, "You're the one who filed the Lumari hold." He said, "I don't know what you're referring to." She said, "I know. That's why I'm going to help you." He looked at her. She said, "Tarquin is building a second case against your filing methodology. Not the Lumari filing, a different approach. He's identified 2 other assessments in your record that have the same sourcing gap pattern as the Lumari case. And he's building a methodology challenge that doesn't require proving attribution to Lumari specifically. He's trying to establish that your assessment outputs are procedurally non-compliant in a way that would require corrective review of all assessments produced with the same methodology." Kai held this for a moment. Then he said, "He's trying to invalidate the methodology rather than the specific filing." Yes, it's cleaner. He can't challenge the Lumari hold directly. He can establish a precedent that your methodology produces results that require additional review, which effectively slows down everything you file going forward. This was not a move Kai had projected. He had been thinking about Tarquin's next action as a direct institutional response, not a structural one. He added a notation to his methodology file. Asterisk Tarquin's strategic horizon, longer than mine. He is not trying to win the current engagement. He is trying to change the conditions for future engagements. Asterisk, he said to Hina, "What can you do about it? I have access to the administrative challenge review process. If the methodology challenge is filed, I can be in the review room. I'm not in Tarquin's command structure." She looked at him. "I'd also like to understand what the methodology actually is, because if I'm going to defend it, I should know what I'm defending." Kai said, "I'll explain what I can explain." She said, "That's all I'm asking." He filed. Hina. First meeting. Outcome. She identified the Tarquin threat independently, came to me with it, and is asking for enough information to help. She understands that I'm not going to explain everything. She is willing to work with partial information. Filed under. More people who choose to work with what they can see of me. Chapter 35. Borsellino eliminated a pirate crew in the time it took Kai to read the incident brief. He was reviewing operational summaries at 0900 when the incident notification arrived. A crew operating 30 kilometers from the regional approach zone had been engaged by a marine unit with specialized support. The engagement lasted 48 seconds. The crew had 42 members, most of whom were experienced combatants with individual bounties above 500,000 belly. The casualty report listed 2 marine injuries and 42 pirate casualties. 48 seconds. Kai had been tracking Admiral Borsellino's operational schedule in his foreknowledge since the first month. He had known that Borsellino would eventually have operational relevance to his region. He had known, from 28 years of future memory, exactly what Borsellino was capable of. Knowing it abstractly was one thing. Reading a 48-second engagement report for 42 experienced combatants was different. He spent 6 minutes reviewing the tactical summary, and then sat with the specific calibration problem he had been approaching for 16 months and had been, on some level, avoiding addressing directly. There were people in this world he could not fight. Not in the sense of, would have difficulty defeating. In the sense of the capability gap is large enough that no amount of tactical positioning, intelligence-based preparation, or hockey development in his current range would close it. Borsellino was in that category. Whitebeard was in that category. 3 or 4 others were in or near that category. His standard approach, anticipatory positioning, intelligence-based engagement conditions, reducing the fight to terms where his specific capabilities were decisive, did not work against opponents who could eliminate those conditions faster than he could establish them. He looked at the engagement report and thought about what this meant for his operational horizon. He filed. Borsellino, first operational proximity, engagement observation, tactical assessment, in direct confrontation at any current hockey tier, outcome is predetermined. No available counter-strategy. Filed under, limits of positioning-based methodology against Logia light-speed capability. Filed. This is a category of problem I cannot solve with my current approach. I can solve it the way I've been solving Tarquin, by operating at the institutional level, through channels, building outcomes that don't require me to be in direct confrontation. That is the correct category of response for Kizaru. The question is whether I'll always have that option. He thought about this for the rest of the morning. At the afternoon briefing, Kizaru noted that Borsellino had sent a routine acknowledgement to the regional command for the engagement notification. In the acknowledgement, there was a line, standard marine protocol, nothing unusual in the format, noting that he had been informed of an anomalous performance notation in the regional intelligence unit's recent assessment outputs and would be following the quarterly briefing. Kai read the acknowledgement and filed. Borsellino, aware of anomalous performance notation. He's received a copy of the monitoring flag. He is not taking it seriously as a threat. The acknowledgement language is casual. He is noting it as something to be aware of. Filed. He is the most dangerous person who knows about me. The danger is not that he will act against me. The danger is that he is the kind of person who acts very fast when he decides to act. Filed under. Manage the information, produce good outcomes, do not become something he thinks is worth acting on. He went back to the East Blue supply chain assessment and produced another clean, documented output. The work was the work. Chapter 36. Tarquin's transfers arrived on the same morning. Not 3 transfers this time, 2. His methodology challenge filing had identified the specific contacts in Kai's network who had provided the most documentable intelligence support for the Lamari assessment. Lieutenant Crane in the Southern Maritime Division and Petty Officer Hassan in the Cargo Manifest Registry. Both received standard reassignment notices, processed through the routine administrative channel, attributed to operational requirements. Both reassignments reduced Kai's ability to build accessible source documentation for future filings. He read the notices, noted the reduction in his operational capacity, and went to his desk. He had anticipated this category of response since the first transfer notices had arrived after the initial Lamari filing. He had been working, since that first anticipation, on building documentation that was less dependent on specific personnel contacts and more dependent on archival evidence, the kind of evidence that existed in fixed documents rather than in people who could be moved. The work was slower and the outputs were less targeted, but it was resistant to the personnel transfer countermeasure. He filed. Tarquin, transfer response confirmed, Wave 2. Personnel contacts reduced. Methodology impact. Moderate, archival-based documentation approach was already in development. Net effect, delayed rather than prevented. He is applying the correct countermeasure for the wrong version of my methodology. He had made a specific decision in the second month of working on the Lamari case. He was going to build the documentation methodology in layers, so that each countermeasure Tarquin applied would address the layer he was currently using, not the layer he was developing. It was the institutional equivalent of not using his strongest hockey tier until the opponent had committed to a response. He sent 2 routine documentation requests to archival sources that Tarquin's personnel transfers did not affect. He went to the afternoon briefing, reviewed the operational calendar, and produced the monthly Sengoku monitoring report with the particular care of someone who knew the report was being read by at least 3 different institutional parties with 3 different interests. That evening, he reviewed his 19 names. Number 15 on the list, Petty Officer Hassan, who had been a supporting contact before the transfer, was not on the list because of Tarquin. He was on the list because of a different reason entirely, and the transfer had moved him away from the position where the original timeline threat would have materialized. The transfer had, inadvertently, addressed a problem Kai had been monitoring for 6 months. He crossed the name off. He filed. List update. Number 15. Removed from threat window by unintended consequence of countermeasure. The map is complicated. Chapter 37. The sparring match with Smoker was not planned. It emerged from a training exercise. The intelligence unit had a standing protocol requiring field officers to maintain combat certification, and the combat certification exercise for the month happened to put Kai and Smoker in the same assessment slot. Smoker had been in Tsuru's unit for 8 months. He had not become less skeptical of Kai in that time. What had changed was the category of skepticism. He was no longer skeptical of whether the outputs were accurate. He was skeptical of whether the outputs were being produced by something he could respect. He said, before the exercise, I read the Theoretical Framework Supplement. Page 47. Yes. It's right about the Logia integration problem. I've been working on it. He rolled his shoulder, and Kai saw the slight adjustment in his form, something he had been developing in the past 2 months. I want to test it against someone with high hockey. My armament development is being limited by the memory hockey integration, Kai said. I can't run both at full capacity simultaneously. Smoker said, which one drops when you're under pressure? The armament. Smoker looked at him with something that was not quite a smile. Good to know. The sparring match ran for 22 minutes. Smoker's smoke form made the standard 3-dimensional positioning that Kai's precognitive flash was calibrated for less reliable. He couldn't read a smoke form's attack intent the same way he read a physical form's, because the smoke form's intent manifested through the distribution rather than the body language. He had to adapt. The adaptation required dropping his extended overlay and running on pure active observation, reading the smoke formation's density changes, which preceded attack vectors, rather than the body language that usually carried intent. It worked mostly. He landed 3 clean armament hockey strikes in 22 minutes. Smoker landed 4. After the match, Smoker said, your armament drops when you switch to the density read. Yes. The 2 can't run simultaneously. No, not yet. Smoker nodded once, the specific kind of nod that indicated an acknowledgement without agreement or disagreement, just notation. He said, the density read technique. That came from the Logia supplement too. Applied extrapolation from the supplement. It's not documented. Smoker said, documented. He walked away to the equipment cooldown area. Kai filed. Smoker, combat assessment, outcome, substantive engagement, mutual improvement, professional respect developing. He gave me better tactical information than I expected in the form of a weakness I already knew but hadn't had confirmed under pressure. Filed under. Colleagues are useful in ways trajectories are not. He documented the density read technique. He submitted it to Tsuru's unit methodology archive. It became the 3rd documented innovation in what would eventually be a training supplement on non-standard Logia engagement. Chapter 38. Naria Holt found the anomaly on a Wednesday. She had been building her supplemental record of Kai's assessment methodology for 6 months, the personal documentation project that she had never directly discussed with him after their initial meeting, but which he could track through the archival access logs. She was thorough and patient and, as he had observed in the first meeting, very good at finding the shape of data. She came to him with a specific finding, 11 assessments, over a 12-month period, where the sourcing gap occurred at the exact point where the assessment's accuracy was highest. The correlation was not coincidence. The correlation was so precise that it ruled out coincidence at any reasonable probability threshold. She said, I know you told me there was a sourcing element I wasn't seeing. I've been building the statistical case for how consistent and reliable that sourcing element is. She set the documentation in front of him. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm asking what you want me to do with this finding. He read the documentation. It was accurate. He said, "What do you want to do with it?" "I want to understand whether it's a liability or an asset," she said. "If someone on the wrong side of your institutional position finds this pattern, they can use it to challenge your methodology credibility. If I find it and document it correctly, it becomes evidence that your accuracy exceeds standard methodology at specific decision points, which is a positive performance metric." He looked at her. She said, "You've been building documentation that is accurate and defensible. I've been auditing it. I know which parts are strong and which parts are thin. I want to help make the thin parts stronger before someone else notices they're thin." He said, "File it under anomalous methodology. Note the accuracy correlation. Attribute it to undocumented methodology that is consistent with documented output standards." He paused. "And keep building the supplemental record. It's going to matter." She looked at him for a moment. "How do you know what's going to matter?" He said, "I read the patterns." She made a small sound that might have been a laugh. She took the documentation and went back to her desk. He filed. "Naria, methodology audit completed. Outcome. She turned a potential liability into an asset. She is doing this without requiring me to explain the mechanism." Filed under, building things that last. She is becoming one of them. Chapter 39. Tarquin's formal review of Kai's operational conduct arrived 4 days before the Lamari Hold's 60-day window closed. It was procedurally clean, as everything Tarquin did was procedurally clean. He had identified 2 assessments in Kai's record where the sourcing gap pattern was documentable as a methodology deviation from standard intelligence procedure. The review requested a 30-day extension of the methodology challenge review that was already pending, with a formal hearing scheduled for the 45th day. Kai read the filing and calculated. He had 13 days before the Lamari Hold's 60-day window closed. After that window, the hold either expired and could be refiled, or the Maritime Review Authority accepted a permanent protection extension. The review board hearing was on day 45, 17 days after the window. Timing analysis. Tarquin was trying to create procedural uncertainty around Kai's methodology credibility before the Maritime Review Authority made its extension decision. If the extension decision coincided with a formal methodology challenge, the authority might defer the extension pending the challenge outcome. He had 13 days to make the hold's extension case strong enough to withstand a concurrent methodology challenge. He went to Tsuru and told her the timeline. She said, "Build the extension case." He spent 11 days building the extension case. He pulled every piece of accessible source evidence that the Lamari threat was ongoing rather than resolved, because Tarquin's operation cancellation had been procedurally framed as a resource reallocation, not a permanent abandonment, which meant the threat pattern could be argued to persist. He produced a 42-page extension filing that documented the ongoing threat architecture, the historical pattern, and the consistency of the methodology that had produced the initial hold. He submitted it on day 12. The Maritime Review Authority acknowledged receipt on day 13, 1 day before the hold window closed. He filed, Lamari Hold Extension, submitted within window. Concurrent methodology challenge will complicate the review. Projected outcome, uncertain. I am operating in a timeline that I changed and have no foreknowledge data on. I am working from documentation, inference, and methodology. Filed under. This is what I built the methodology for. Now trust it. He had 2 weeks until the review board hearing. He spent them building the response to Tarquin's methodology challenge, and for the first time in 19 months, he felt something close to being behind. Chapter 40. The review board met on day 45. The room contained 4 board members, 2 documentation clerks, Kai's immediate supervisor Tsuru, Vice Admiral Tarquin's representative, and Garp. Garp had no role in this proceeding. Kai had not expected him. He walked in after the board was seated, sat in the observer section without requesting acknowledgement, and looked at Tarquin's representative with the specific quality of attention that implied he was going to remember whatever happened in this room. Kai presented his methodology defense. Every assessment flagged by the challenge was addressed in turn. The sourcing gaps were acknowledged. The accuracy correlation was presented as a positive performance metric. The methodology framework was presented as consistent with the unit's documented standards even where the specific sourcing documents were non-standard. Tarquin's representative presented the challenge. The methodology deviation from standard intelligence procedure was documented, the pattern was identified, and the request was for a corrective review of all assessments produced with the same methodology. The board deliberated. Then Garp spoke from the observer section. He said, "I've been reviewing the Lamari file, the one that got buried 30 years ago and unburied last month." The board had no procedural response to this. An observer speaking during board deliberation was not standard protocol. Nothing Garp did was standard protocol. He said, The file documents 11 similar operations over 15 years under Vice Admiral Tarquin's operational command structure. The file was classified above standard review threshold. It has been in the Maritime Registry for 30 years. He looked at Tarquin's representative. The representative had gone very still. Garp said, "I am not part of this proceeding. I am noting, for the record, that the file exists and that I have been reviewing it." He looked at Kai. "You found something nobody was supposed to find. How?" It was the second time Garp had asked him this question. It was not an accusation. It was a genuine question, asked with the quality of someone who needed the accurate answer rather than the institutional answer. The board was quiet. Kai looked at Garp, the man who was going to be the most important person in his operational sphere for the next 25 years, who had just walked into a review board proceeding without being asked, who had apparently been building his own file on Tarquin in parallel with Kai's case, and who wanted to understand how an ensign who had been in the Marine Corps for less than 2 years had found something that had been buried for 3 decades. He said, in front of the review board and Tarquin's representative and the documentation clerks and Tsuru, who already knew. "I read the documentation carefully. I trust the inferences it produces." He paused, and I knew what I was looking for. Garp looked at him for a long moment. He said, "Come talk to me." After. The board concluded the proceeding with a finding of methodology noted, outputs accepted, no corrective action required. Kai filed. Review board, outcome, clean. Garp intervened. "He has been building a parallel case on Tarquin for an unknown period. He wants to understand my sourcing." Filed under. The moment when things change. The proceeding is over. Whatever comes next is different from what came before. Like the story? Subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter, and like the video to help the channel grow. Kai is just getting started. Chapter 41. Garp's conversation with Kai lasted 3 hours and produced no documentation. That was by design. Garp had brought him to an empty training facility, not an administrative room, not a formal briefing space, the kind of location where conversations were not routinely logged, and they had sat on the equipment benches and talked. Garp's approach was direct in the specific way of someone who had spent decades cutting through institutional communication patterns. He did not ask about the mechanism. He asked about the outcomes. For an hour, he reviewed the documented outputs, the assessments, the engagements, the Lumari filing, the review board result. He went through them with the attention of someone who had been building his own parallel picture for longer than Kai had known. At the end of the outcome review, he said, "The Lumari parallel case was 12 operations. I've had 6 confirmed, 6 suspected. You filed on 1. You got the hold." "Yes." "The other 11. Kai said, "I don't have the documentation for the other 11. The Lumari case was the one where the accessible source evidence could support a filing. What about the others?" "I have the same kind of thing I always have, which is accurate and can't be put in a filing." Garp looked at him for a long time. He had the quality of someone who had stopped being surprised by things that should be surprising, which was either the result of decades of Marine service or the result of being Garp specifically. He said, "You knew about Lumari before you filed on it." "Yes." "You knew about it in the way you know about everything." "Yes." "How long have you known?" "Since month 3 of my first posting." Garp was quiet. He said, "And the other 11 operations?" Kai said, "I have operational notes on all 11. I have not been able to build accessible source documentation for any of them that would support a filing." Garp said, "I've been building documentation on 6. If your notes and my documentation overlap, we might be able to produce something for the other 5. Kai looked at him. This was not a scenario he had projected. He had been building the Tarquin case as a long-range project, expecting it would take years to produce the institutional weight for a comprehensive challenge. What Garp was describing was a collaboration that could compress that timeline significantly. He said, "What do you want in return?" Garp said, "Tell me about the thing you know that you can't explain. Not the mechanism. I don't care about the mechanism. Tell me what you're doing with it." Kai said, "I'm using it to protect the people history doesn't protect. The unnamed ones. The islands that get quietly destroyed. The crews whose deaths create no incident reports. I'm building documentation about the pattern they're caught in so that someone can eventually do something about the pattern." He paused. "And I'm being very careful about what I use it for, because every time I use it, I lose a piece of it." Garp looked at him for a long moment. He said, "That's what I thought." He stood up. "Bring me your notes on the other 11 operations," Garp said. "We'll see what we can build." Chapter 42. Tarquin's investigation. Garp's separate investigation, which Kai was now peripherally involved in, took 3 months to produce a classified finding. Kai was not in the room for any of the investigation proceedings. He had handed his operational notes on the 11 parallel operations to Garp, who had taken them with the particular efficiency of someone who already knew what was in them and was confirming rather than discovering. Garp's investigation ran through command channels that were above Tarquin's institutional reach. The classified finding was not made public. Kai never saw it. He learned its contours from Garp's conversation with him in the third month. The same empty training facility, the same equipment benches. Garp said, the Lamari operation was one of 12. 6 confirmed, 6 classified as probable. The classification structure goes back 43 years. Tarquin inherited it. Kai said, I know. He expanded it. The original program was more limited in scope. Garp set down his documentation. The finding establishes the operational history. It does not establish criminal liability for any specific individual because the classification structure was formally approved at every stage. Kai had known this was the most likely outcome. The classification structure was the wall. It made the operations legal under the framework that created them, which meant the legal challenge was to the framework rather than to the operations. That was a much harder case. He said, what happens now? Tarquin is transferred to an administrative posting. Same rank, same pay, less operational authority. Garp looked at him. That's not the outcome you wanted. No, it was better than nothing. It was not the outcome that prevented the next version of the program from being built by someone else. Garp said, the outcome you wanted requires the classification framework to be challenged at the world government level. That's not a Marine Corps action. I know. Kai had known this for 18 months. I've been building toward the documentation that would support a framework challenge. It's a longer timeline. Garp said, how much longer? Kai gave him his honest assessment. 10 to 15 years to build a documentation record comprehensive enough to have institutional weight at the world government level. He paused. Unless the framework produces a failure large enough to become publicly visible, which shortens the timeline significantly, but at significant cost. Garp said, you're trying to prevent the failure. Yes, while building the case that changes the framework. The two goals are in tension. Garp was quiet. He had the quality of someone who was sitting with a problem he recognized and did not have a simple answer to. He said, welcome to the Marine Corps. He left. Kai filed. Tarquin, transferred to administrative posting. Investigation outcome, contained, not resolved. The framework persists. Filed under. I changed the local instance. I have not changed the structure. That is the longer work. Chapter 43 Tarquin's transfer was announced on a Thursday. The official announcement cited revised operational priorities and voluntary reassignment request. The institutional language of someone who had been managed rather than penalized, given a role with less operational capacity and more administrative constraint, in a way that preserved face and avoided the specific kind of institutional conflict that a formal disciplinary finding would have generated. Kai read the announcement and noted, it was the world government's standard method. Not termination. Not punishment. Repositioning. The methodology was preserved, the practitioner was constrained, and the institutional record showed no finding of wrongdoing. He had known this was the likely outcome. He had known it since he began the Lamari case and assessed the institutional constraints. What he felt, reading the announcement, was not satisfaction or frustration, but a specific calibrated awareness of where he was in a much longer project. He walked to Morin's office. She had received the announcement through her own channels. She was reading it when he arrived. She said, it took 20 months. Yes. He is not gone. No. Repositioned. He sat down. The documentation framework is intact. The methodology is unchanged. The specific practitioner has less capacity to apply it. That's the outcome available within the current legal structure. She looked at the announcement. I've been working on the Corrin inquiry for 5 years, she said. The Tarquin transfer is the first movement in the relevant institutional structure in those 5 years. He said, I know. What did you build to get it? Documentation that connected the Lamari threat to an accessible source pattern and a relationship with someone who could bring independent investigation authority to the parallel cases. He paused. Garp brought the investigation authority. The documentation made it usable. She looked at him. You've been operating here for 20 months. You have a methodology transfer, a classified investigation finding, and a legal hold on one island. She tilted her head. What's next? He said, the framework. The operational structure that Tarquin inherited. It predates his tenure by 40 years, and it will outlast his transfer. The next step is building a documentation record against the framework itself. She said, that's a 10-year project. More likely 15, he said, unless something accelerates it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I want to contribute to the framework documentation. I have 5 years of Corrin inquiry work. Some of it overlaps with what you've been building. He looked at her. 20 months of watching Morin operate had given him a thorough picture of what she brought. Institutional memory, documentation precision, and a specific kind of patient persistence that had kept her working on a buried case for 5 years without visible progress. He said, "I'd be glad to work with you on it." She made a notation in her documentation file. He filed. Tarquin transferred. Framework work begins. More in collaboration established. Filed under. The work continues. The next version takes longer and goes deeper. That is correct. Chapter 44. Tashigi was 17 years old, technically precise, and operating from a defensive framework that worked well against opponents at or below her level and had a specific gap when the opponent was faster than she expected. Kai had noticed this in the first 5 minutes of watching her train. She was in the Regional Command Center's training yard on a cross-unit exchange program. Junior trainees cycling through different unit training environments for 6 weeks each. She carried herself with the specific focus of someone who was very clear about what she was trying to accomplish and less clear about the assumptions that were shaping how she was trying to accomplish it. He came to the training yard on the 3rd day of her rotation. She was mid-sequence in a form drill when she noticed him. She finished the sequence, good instinct, completing the thing rather than breaking it, and came over. She said, "You're the ensign from the intelligence unit." "Lieutenant Commander," he said. He had been promoted to Lieutenant Commander after the review board result. And yes. She looked at him with the expression of someone who was recalibrating a piece of existing information. "I heard you were good." "Good enough," he said. "I watched your sequence. You're technically precise. The footwork in the 3rd transition has a weight distribution problem that you've been compensating for with your shoulder position." She looked at him. He said, "It works against everyone you've trained with because no one in this facility uses a right low feint from below shoulder height. You've adjusted your defense for the attacks you actually see rather than for the attacks that would expose the footwork issue." She was quiet for a moment. "I'm aware of the footwork issue." "Good. Then I don't need to tell you what it is. I need to tell you what kind of opponent will use it." He said the specific characteristics, the approach angle, the speed profile, the body type that favored the technique. You'll encounter that opponent type within the next 2 years. Probably more than once. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been told a specific, accurate thing that she did not know how to process. She said, "How do you know what opponents I'll encounter?" He said, "I've been watching Marine training cycles for 2 years. The technique pattern I'm describing is more common in the North Blue and the Grand Line approaches than in the coastal zones. You're going to be posted to one or the other. When you get there, someone will use it." She considered this. She said, "Who should I train with to address the gap?" He gave her 3 names. He gave her the specific technique elements she should seek out. He told her the exact vulnerability in her defensive stance that her current instructors hadn't noticed because she won too often in training. She looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had just been seen accurately. She said, "Thank you." He said, "Thank me by fixing it." She went back to the training yard and ran the form drill again, and the 3rd transition was different. He filed. Tashigi, first substantive interaction, outcome. She took the information and used it immediately. She is the kind of person who does that. Filed under. I am not going to fix the things that she needs to learn herself. I am going to tell her what will expose her before it exposes her. Chapter 45. The review board's clean finding had produced an unexpected consequence. Neria Holt's supplemental methodology documentation, the personal file she had been building for 6 months on Kai's assessment outputs, had been reviewed by the board as supporting evidence for the methodology noted, outputs accepted conclusion. The board had not published the supplemental documentation, but the finding had formally referenced it as part of the record. This meant that Neria's file was now a formal document. She came to him a week after the review board conclusion and said, "I want to expand the supplemental documentation into a formal methodology analysis." The finding cited it. "I should make it complete." He said, "You're going to produce a formal document that describes a methodology you can't explain." "I'm going to produce a formal document that accurately describes the outputs, the accuracy correlation, and the sourcing gap pattern," she said. "I'm not going to explain the mechanism. I'm going to describe the methodology in terms of what it produces." She paused. "That is what methodology documentation does. You don't need to know why an experienced navigator's dead reckoning is accurate to document that it is." He looked at her. She said, "The document will note the unexplained element. It will also note the 11 report accuracy record and the review board finding. The document will be an asset to your institutional record." He said, "You've thought about this carefully." "I've been thinking about it for 6 months, she said. "I have a file on you that is more comprehensive than your official record. You've noticed me building it. You've let me build it. I'm now telling you what I want to do with it." He said, "Build it." She went back to her desk. He watched her go and thought about what was happening in the landscape of his operational environment. Morin was building the framework documentation with him. Neria was building the methodology record. Garp was running his own parallel investigation with an authority-level Kai couldn't access directly. Turu was running the unit that produced the outputs that everything else was built on. He was 22 months into a timeline that had no foreknowledge map for most of what mattered now. He was operating on documentation, inference, relationships, and a hockey development that was ahead of his experience by approximately 3 years. It was, he thought, exactly what he had set out to build. He went back to the files. Chapter 46. The request from the Grand Line Investigative Division arrived on a Thursday and was not, on its face, unusual. Kai read the transfer order twice. It cited his intelligence unit's output record and his assessment work on the Tarquin parallel cases as the relevant qualification. He was being requested for a 2-week consultation on an anomalous pattern in Whitebeard's territorial consolidation, specifically 3 islands in the New World's outer approach zone that had changed hands in a sequence the division's analysts could not explain using the standard Whitebeard expansion models. He set the order down. The thing that was unusual, the thing that nobody in the investigative division would know was unusual, was that the pattern they were describing was not in his foreknowledge map. He had a foreknowledge map of Whitebeard's territorial expansion because Whitebeard's territorial expansion was one of the largest structural facts of the next 28 years. He knew the broad strokes, the major islands, the general shape of the Whitebeard territories as they existed at the time of the Summit War. He did not have granular knowledge of every island acquisition, but he had enough of the pattern that a 3-island deviation in the outer approach zone should have registered as something he already knew. It did not register. The 3 islands, Soval Crest, the Ashward Archipelago, and a smaller holding called the Mu-Rink Passage, were not in his foreknowledge map at all. This meant one of 3 things. First possibility. The 3 islands were a gap in his foreknowledge, details he had never known, either because the original source material did not document them, or because his foreknowledge did not include that level of granularity. Second possibility. The 3 islands were the result of one of his own interventions erasing the relevant foreknowledge. The Sauri Crossing Warning, the Broken Fist Engagement, the Lamari Hold. Each had burned a section of his map. If one of those burns had removed knowledge that the 3-island pattern depended on, he would now see a gap where there had been structure. Third possibility, someone else had changed something. He had been operating on the assumption that he was the only anomalous element in this timeline. He had no evidence for this assumption beyond the absence of evidence to the contrary. He had not encountered another transmigrator, another foreknowledge source, another intervention point that he could not account for with his own actions. The third possibility was the most unsettling. It was also, given that the investigative division had flagged the deviation as something their standard Whitebeard models could not explain, the one that required the most attention. He filed a response accepting the consultation and sent it through channels. Then he sat with the 3 possibilities for the remainder of the afternoon, building the analytical structure he would need to distinguish between them. If it was a knowledge gap, the pattern would be explainable by standard Whitebeard expansion logic once the relevant context was filled in. It would look unusual from a partial picture and obvious from a complete one. If it was a burned foreknowledge gap, the pattern would have some connection to his intervention points. It would intersect with the geography or the operational context of one of his burns. He could check this by mapping the 3 islands against his documented intervention locations and seeing if there was proximity. If it was an external intervention, the pattern would have a quality of purposiveness that random deviation did not produce. It would look like it was built toward something. Someone with foreknowledge making a strategic move left traces. The deviations were not chaotic, they were selective. He pulled the geographic records file for the New World's outer approach zone and located the 3 islands. Soval Crest, a fortified maritime waypoint, historically contested between 3 mid-tier New World crews. Under Whitebeard's flag as of 6 months ago. The Ashward Archipelago, fishing communities, minimal strategic value, recently absorbed under Whitebeard's protection framework with no resistance reported. The Mu-Rink Passage, a navigational choke point on a secondary Grand Line route. Under Whitebeard's flag as of 3 months ago. He looked at the 3 locations on the map. The Mu-Rink Passage. If he had a foreknowledge map for New World territorial patterns, a navigational choke point on a secondary route was exactly the kind of detail he might have had and might have lost when he burned knowledge to issue the Lamari Hold. But the Ashward Archipelago was a fishing community. There was no operational reason to have known it in detail. It was the kind of island that existed in the background of larger events. He marked the file. Third possibility. Not ruled out. He filed. New World deviation, 3-island pattern, Whitebeard expansion. Not in foreknowledge map. 3 possibilities. Gap, burn, external intervention. External not ruled out. Filed under. I may not be the only thing in this timeline that knows what comes next. Chapter 47. The consultation with the Grand Line Investigative Division lasted 12 days. Kai spent the first 4 days in the document archive. The division had a substantially larger New World intelligence file than Tsuru's unit, broader source coverage, longer institutional history, more ongoing informant networks. He went through the Whitebeard territorial documentation with the systematic attention of someone who was building a picture from the ground up, which was what he was doing. By the end of the 4th day, he had a working theory. The Ashward Archipelago was the key. The fishing community absorption was anomalous because Whitebeard's standard expansion methodology for low-value communities was a protection offer. He didn't absorb them into his territorial structure. He established a tribute and protection arrangement that left local governance intact. The Ashward communities had been fully absorbed, not protected. That was a different methodology. It was also, he noted, a methodology that would be applied to fishing communities in the New World in approximately 12 years by a different Yonko crew. One that found full absorption useful for a specific logistical reason that Whitebeard's organization would not have had. Someone had changed Whitebeard's expansion methodology for these 3 islands. The change was purposive and consistent with the logic of a future operational need. On the 5th day, he began the sparring rotations the division required of all consultants. The division's physical training program was different from Tsuru's unit's approach. They trained for sustained engagement rather than tactical efficiency. Longer forms, more durability focus, less emphasis on the precision strike work that Morin's unit had developed. The sparring rotations were 2 hours of continuous work with rotating partners. On the 8th day, he was in his 4th sparring rotation of the afternoon. A division senior analyst named Corvin, who used a blunt force style, designed for opponents who expected precision when it happened. He had been working an extended overlay for 3 minutes. The window was stable, approximately 12 minutes of projected forward awareness when he held full concentration. He was using it to anticipate Corvin's approach patterns, which were slower than they looked because of a left shoulder hitch in the wind-up phase. Corvin changed his approach. Not a small change, a full shift in methodology, abandoning the wind-up style entirely and going to short rapid strikes with the left hand leading. He had been saving the alternative for a moment when Kai was committed to the counter he had been setting up. Kai had approximately a quarter second of real time to respond. The extended overlay showed him the next 12 seconds. But the 12 seconds were the Corvin he had been tracking, not the Corvin who was now moving with a different style. The projection was wrong. He was going to take a solid strike to the left side of the jaw. Something shifted. It was not a decision. It was a recognition, in the quarter second available, of what the correct response was. And the recognition was not calculated from the extended projection, which was outdated, but from a direct reading of Corvin's body, his center of mass, his strike vector, the physics of what happened when that mass moved at that speed toward that target. He moved. The strike passed 2 inches to the left of his jaw. His own response connected at Corvin's ribs before the follow-through could adjust. Corvin stopped. He looked at Kai with the expression of someone who had just had his finisher blocked by someone who should not have been fast enough to block it. He said, "What did you just do?" Kai said, "I moved." That was technically accurate. What he had also done was read a physical system at the level of direct body knowledge. Not projection, not anticipation, but the instantaneous structural reading of force, mass, and vector that was the correct definition of the battle armament tier's lower threshold. He filed, that evening, battle armament tier, lower threshold. Achieved in sparring with insufficient response time for extended overlay. The projection failed, the body read succeeded. Filed under. The foreknowledge tiers work when the future is stable enough to project. The body read works when it isn't. I am now less dependent on stable futures. That matters more than I expected it to. He finished his analytical report on the 3-island deviation on day 10. His conclusion, the Ashward Archipelago absorption showed a methodology consistent with external foreknowledge intervention. The Soval Crest acquisition was explainable by standard Whitebeard expansion logic and was likely a knowledge gap rather than an external intervention. The Murank passage was ambiguous. It could be either a burned foreknowledge gap or an external intervention, and the available documentation did not distinguish between the two. He recommended the division flag Ashward for continued monitoring and develop a documentation baseline for the surrounding archipelago so that future deviations would be detectable against an established pattern. He did not recommend a conclusion about the external intervention possibility. That was not a conclusion the division had the context to receive. He filed it separately. Ashward Archipelago. External intervention methodology confirmed to my standard, not to institutional standard. Someone with foreknowledge is operating in the new world. I do not know who. I do not know their goals. Filed under. I am not alone in knowing what comes next. The question is what they're doing with it. Chapter 48 Marineford. Kai had known this place for 22 months in the abstract. As a coordinate, a known outcome, a location that would define the most consequential 48 hours of the next generation's history. He had filed it under the category of things he knew and could not approach without burning irreplaceable knowledge. He arrived at Marineford on day 11 of the consultation as part of the scheduled transit between division facilities. It was not a significant stop, 4 hours for the transit connection, 2 of which were administrative, 2 of which were his own. He stood at the harbor wall for 90 minutes of the 2. The physical layout was exactly what he had expected from the documents. The great half-circle of the bay, the fortress structure rising above the waterline, the 3 gates in their positions. He had read the geographic specifications in the archive, and the specifications were accurate. What the documents had not given him was the quality of the place in practice. It was loud in the way of large military installations, layered sound, machinery and personnel, and training, and the ambient operations of a structure designed to house 10,000 people. The observation hockey that he ran at low continuous extension reached through the noise to the structural patterns underneath, the patrol routes, the response positioning, the way the facility's attention was organized toward the sea approaches. He noted, the facility's attention was organized for large-scale naval engagement. The gate structures and the harbor positioning were designed for defense against a mass assault. This was a tactical choice that made the facility vulnerable to a different kind of assault, one that came from inside the defensive perimeter. He noted this the way he noted everything, as documentation that would eventually matter. He spent 20 minutes mapping the facility from the harbor wall, not with instruments, but with the low-level observation hockey that had become as natural as breathing. He mapped the patrol timing, the response clustering at the facility's 3 attention focal points, the single gap in the eastern approach coverage that existed for a 4-minute window every 40 minutes when the 2nd and 3rd patrol rotations were changing. He did not file this mapping. It was not for filing. It was for understanding what he was looking at, the place where the war would happen, the geography of the event he had known all his life as a story and was now standing inside as a fact. He thought about the specific day he had read about, in a previous life, in a book or an online summary or a fan sub or something that had come to him through a screen. The day the world had watched a war broadcast live across the news transponder snail network and seen something that changed the balance of everything. He was standing in that story. He was 26 years away from that day. He was a lieutenant commander in an intelligence unit who had, in 22 months, changed a transfer, saved an island, blocked a classification cover-up, and triggered a high-level investigation that had moved one practitioner out of operational authority. He was also, he noted, standing in a place that would need to be defended by people who were not yet posted here against an assault that would come from a direction nobody currently expected. He began, quietly, building a documentation file in his head, not an active file. He would not put this in the system where it would register against his name and require explanation. A mental file, the kind he kept before the institutional architecture was ready to receive the information. Marineford's eastern approach gap. 4-minute window. 40-minute cycle. He would know when it was time to file this. He would also have 26 years to figure out whether there was a way to close the gap without explaining how he had identified it. He filed, privately, Marineford, first in-person assessment, 26 years, for months, 12 days until the event I have known all my life. The place is real. The gap in the eastern approach is real. I am 22 years old. I have time. Filed under. I am standing in the future. I need to still be standing when it arrives. He walked back to the transit facility with 4 minutes to spare before his administrative window closed. Chapter 49 Sengoku's briefing request was not unusual. Since the review board result, Kai had been on the Fleet Admiral's monthly monitoring list, which produced 2 briefings per quarter, 1 administrative, 1 substantive. This was the substantive briefing for the 2nd quarter. What was unusual was the topic. The written summary that preceded the briefing noted, New World Territorial Assessment, Whitebeard Consolidation Pattern, Outer Approach Zone, Anomalous Acquisition Methodology. It was the same 3-island deviation he had spent 12 days analyzing for the Grand Line Investigative Division. Sengoku had been running his own parallel analysis. Kai arrived at the briefing room and settled. Sengoku was already present. He ran his briefings with a starting precision that communicated something about his relationship to other people's time. 2 additional senior personnel were in the room. A rear admiral from the New World Strategic Assessment Division, and an older captain whose unit designation Kai recognized from the documentation archive as one of Tsuru's long-term intelligence counterparts. Sengoku said, "You filed an analytical report on the Whitebeard deviation for the Grand Line Division. I want to hear your assessment directly." Kai said, "Soval crest is explainable by standard Whitebeard expansion logic. It was a contested waypoint, and Whitebeard needed the transit rights. The Murink passage is ambiguous, potentially the same category or potentially an external influence. The Ashward Archipelago is the anomaly. The Rear Admiral said. Our analysts characterized Ashward as low strategic value. It is currently low strategic value, Kai said. The acquisition methodology used there is not consistent with how Whitebeard's organization handles low-value assets. His standard approach is protection arrangement, not absorption. Full absorption is more resource-intensive and only justified when the territory has a long-range logistical utility that isn't visible in the immediate strategic picture. He paused. Ashward sits at a specific coordinate intersection in the outer New World approach that would be useful to a crew running a supply network across the secondary Grand Line routes. The older captain said. Which crew? Not one currently operating at Yonko scale, Kai said. He said it carefully. The intersection would be logistically significant for a crew that was expanding toward Yonko territory from the New World's eastern approach. It's a future value acquisition, not a present value one. Sengoku was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of someone who was running the implications of what had just been said and assessing how a lieutenant commander from an intelligence unit had produced this assessment. He said, What made you look at it that way? Kai said, I looked at the acquisition and asked what logic would justify the cost of full absorption rather than protection arrangement. The only answer that worked was future logistical utility. From there, the coordinate geometry produced the crew profile. This was true. It was also a version of the truth that omitted the foreknowledge basis for knowing which crew profile to look for. The coordinate geometry had confirmed what he already knew. It had not generated the insight. Sengoku accepted it. He had the quality of someone who had spent decades evaluating analytical methodology and could recognize when a claimed process was genuinely the process rather than a post hoc justification. The coordinate geometry step was a real analytical step. That it was also confirmatory rather than generative was not legible from outside. The briefing continued for another hour. Kai provided the contextual analysis of all three acquisitions in the framework of Whitebeard's expansion methodology, the historical pattern of New World territorial consolidation, and the strategic implications for marine positioning over the next 5 to 8 years. He was careful. He was always careful. He gave Sengoku enough to be useful, enough to justify his continued monitoring and his quarterly briefing status, without giving enough to require an explanation of the mechanism that generated the accuracy. At the end of the briefing, after the Rear Admiral and the older captain had left, Sengoku looked at him and said, You know things that are not in the files. Kai said, I notice patterns. I connect them across wider context than single-case analysis usually permits. Sengoku said, Yes. He did not say anything further. He had the quality of someone who had made a private assessment and was not going to share it. He let Kai leave. Kai filed. Sengoku briefing. Whitebeard deviation analysis. Outcome. Sengoku confirmed the assessment, flagged the Ashward acquisition for New World strategic monitoring. Sengoku's final statement noted directly. He knows I know things that are not in the files. He is allowing this. The monitoring list is not surveillance. It is a different kind of arrangement. Filed under. He has decided I am useful. That is more complex than it sounds. Chapter 50. The conversation happened on a Tuesday, which was not a day when Kai normally had unstructured time, but the Tsuru unit was between operational cycles and Sengoku's quarterly review of the unit's output had been completed, and there was a 2-hour window where nothing was scheduled. He went to the unit's documentation room, which was where Nerio worked, because he had a filing to complete, and the documentation room had the cleaner archival access. She was there. She had a personal file open on her desk, not a unit file, something she had brought from home or kept in her own storage, and she was reading it with the specific concentration of someone who was not working on a task but thinking through a problem. He completed his filing. He was putting his materials away when she said, without looking up, You've been in this unit for 11 months. Yes. You have 7 confirmed operational assessments, a classified investigation finding, a formal review board result, and a methodology analysis that I am currently expanding into a referenced institutional document. She turned a page. And you are 22 years old. 23 in 3 months. She looked up. That is not the part one was commenting on. He sat down in the adjacent chair, because she had the quality of someone who was not making a work-related observation, and he was, after 11 months, reasonably confident about what her non-work-related observations looked like. She said, I've been building your methodology file for 7 months. I know what your outputs look like. I know what your sourcing pattern looks like. I know the gap between the two. She closed the personal file. I want to ask you something that is not for the file. He said, Ask. Do you believe in what we're doing here? He looked at her. she said, not the specific operations. Not the review board, or the Lumari hold, or the Tarquin investigation. The Marine Corps. The institution. Do you believe in it? He thought about this in the specific way he thought about things that deserved genuine consideration. He had known Neria for 7 months. He had watched her build a documentation record of his methodology with the patience and precision of someone who was genuinely trying to understand something rather than confirm something. She had not, in 7 months, used the file as leverage or as a threat. She had shown it to him, proposed what she wanted to do with it, and done exactly what she had proposed. She was asking him a real question. He said, I believe in some of the people in it. Morin runs her unit the way the institution is supposed to work. Garp is more complicated, but he has the same basic orientation. He cares about the outcomes rather than the mechanism. Saru built something here that produces better results than what the institution otherwise generates. He paused. The institution itself is a structure. Structures don't have beliefs. They have operational logics. She said, what is the Marine Corps' operational logic? Protect the world government's interests and call it protecting the world, he said. Those overlap approximately 60% of the time. The other 40% is where the Tarquin cases come from. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I became an analyst because I was good at documentation and the documentation mattered. I filed accurate reports and the accurate reports influenced decisions. She looked at him. Approximately 60% of the time. He said, yes. And the other 40. You file anyway, he said. Because the documentation record is the longer project. The specific outcome is one instance. The framework case is built from accumulated instances. She said, you're 23 years old in 3 months, and you talk like someone who has been working on a 15-year project for 14 years. He said, I've been thinking about these problems for a long time. She accepted this. She had the quality, he had noticed, of accepting answers that were accurate even when they were not complete. She could distinguish between insufficient information and information that was being withheld for legitimate operational reasons. The skill was part of what made her good at her work. She said, I trust some of the people in it. The system is a tool. The question is what it's being used for. She was paraphrasing what he had said back to him, but the paraphrase was clean. It was what he had meant, assembled into a form she could confirm. He said, yes, that's exactly right. She opened the personal file again. He went back to his documentation. He filed. Neria, first non-operational conversation. She asked whether I believe in the institution. I gave her the accurate answer. She accepted it. Filed under. There are people in this institution who are doing this work for the same reasons I am. They have been doing it longer, without the advantage I have, and they are still doing it. That is the thing worth protecting, not the institution. The people in it who still believe in the 60% and are still filing on the 40. Chapter 51. The notation Kai had made in month 2 of his first posting was, Ricadinso, avoidable death, 3 years, 8 months from this date. 3 years and 8 months was now 7 months away. He had known this window was coming. He had been tracking it with the same patient methodology he applied to everything. And the available source picture had developed in the way that available source pictures developed when you gave them time and attention. Riku was a petty officer now, posted to a patrol unit in the outer island chain south of the base, an assignment that looked routine because it was routine, right up until it wasn't. The specific mechanism was clear from the foreknowledge map. A low-visibility engagement with a pirate crew that was not in the Marine Priority Watch files. Not a named crew. Not a listed threat. A crew of the kind that operated in the gaps between Marine attention and produced casualties that generated no incident reports. Kai had filed on Tarquin's program specifically because it produced that kind of casualty, the deaths that left no institutional trace. He had been building a case around the structural pattern for 22 months. Ricadinso was a specific instance of the pattern, 7 months in advance, and the specific instance was one where Kai had personal knowledge of the outcome. He went to Rika's unit records. The patrol schedule for the outer island chain south was a regular assignment. The crew that would be there in 7 months was not in any current watch file. He could not file a threat assessment on a crew that did not yet have an institutional footprint. What he could do was file a recommendation on patrol methodology for low-visibility engagement zones. He had done this before. The broken anchor engagement had produced a methodology note that was now in the unit's training documentation. He could produce a similar note that recommended patrol unit protocol changes for the outer island chain. 2-vessel minimum, specific communication check-in cadence, expanded standard disengagement thresholds for unknown crew contacts. He drafted the recommendation. He framed it around 4 documented engagements over the past 3 years in the outer chain that had produced casualties. None of them involved Riku. None of them involved the specific mechanism he was trying to prevent. They were the accessible source foundation for a recommendation that would read as institutional risk assessment rather than specific foreknowledge. He submitted the recommendation through Morin's unit with a cross-filing to the patrol unit's commanding officer. He did not tell Riku. He had thought about this carefully. The question of what to tell people who were in danger was not simple. He had told Morin a partial truth in month 15. He had told Garp something close to the whole truth. He had given to Shiji a technical correction dressed as analytical pattern recognition. Riku was his bunkmate from the first month of training. Riku was the first person in this world Kai had had a real conversation with, in a specific way where both people were speaking and both were heard. Riku had a younger sister and a particular way of solving problems by finding the path that nobody was guarding, which was why he was good at patrol work. If Kai told Riku he was going to die in 7 months in a low-visibility engagement, Riku would ask how he knew. He would tell him the partial truth. Riku would not be satisfied with the partial truth. He had never been satisfied with partial truths, which was one of the things Kai had noticed about him in month 2. He would ask the real question, and Kai would have to decide whether to answer it. He filed the patrol methodology recommendation and watched it move through channels. He filed, separately, Rikadenso, 7 months, patrol methodology recommendation submitted. The accessible source case is as strong as I can make it. If the recommendation is adopted, the mechanism changes. Filed under. I am not going to tell him what I know. I am going to change the structure so it doesn't matter. That is the correct intervention. The cost of the other intervention is a conversation I am not ready to have. Chapter 52 Morin's Koran inquiry files occupied 4 lateral storage drawers, 2 archive boxes, and a system partition that she had been maintaining for 6 years. Kai had known she was building this documentation since month 8 of his posting, when she had mentioned the Koran inquiry in the context of the Lamari case. He had not asked to see it. He had waited until she offered, which she did in month 24, 2 months after they agreed to collaborate on the framework documentation. She said, the Koran inquiry started as a missing persons case. 47 people over 14 years. The connecting pattern was, all 47 were in locations classified as operational zones under a marine administrative designation that I eventually traced to the same classification structure as Tarquin's program. He looked at the documentation spread across her table. She said, I could not prove a direct causal connection because the classification structure prevented access to the relevant operational records. But the correlation between the administrative designation and the disappearances is high enough that it is not coincidence. She paused. I filed 3 formal inquiries. None of them produced institutional response. He said, the third one. 6 years ago, she said. It was routed to the administrative review process, which assigned it to a classification review committee, which found the operational records in question were properly classified, which ended the inquiry. He nodded. He had known the Koran inquiry was in Morin's files. He had not known the specifics of why it had not moved in 6 years. The mechanism was the same one that had stopped the Tarquin investigation short. The classification structure was formally approved, which made the actions legal under the framework that created them. He said, the Tarquin transfer is a data point in the Koran case. She looked at him. How? He said, the administrative review process that closed your inquiry was the same structure that the Tarquin investigation found. 43 years of formally approved classification. The Tarquin classified finding documented that structure independently of your inquiry. If your Koran documentation and the Tarquin classified finding are placed side by side, they corroborate each other's core claim about the existence of the program and its operational methodology. She was quiet. Neither document proves the other's specific findings, he said. But together they establish that the program exists, that it has been using the administrative designation consistently, and that the classification review process that has been closing challenge attempts is part of the same structure. He paused. That is a different kind of case than either document makes individually. She looked at the lateral drawers. She said, Garp's classified finding is not public, he said. I have the contours of it from Garp directly. I cannot use it as a cited source. But I can build the framework documentation around the structural argument that the 2 bodies of evidence support, in a form that allows the Tarquin finding to be referenced as supporting material when it becomes available through appropriate channels. She said, when does it become available? The classification on the Tarquin finding has a standard review cycle, he said. 12 years at the current category level, unless the operational context changes substantially. But there are appeal mechanisms for classification reviews at the world government level that are separate from the marine administrative process. He had been tracking these mechanisms since month 18. The framework case we are building is intended to support a world government level challenge. The Tarquin finding, declassified through that process, becomes part of the supporting record. She was quiet for a longer moment. She said, "You have been building toward a 12-year outcome." 15, he said. 12 if conditions accelerate. She looked at him with the expression of someone who was recalibrating how they understood what was in front of them. She said, "Show me how you want to structure it." He opened the framework documentation file. They worked for 4 hours. He had the outline. She had the evidence. The collaboration was exactly the kind of thing he had projected it would be when he agreed to it in month 23. Her core and documentation was meticulous, and meticulous documentation was what made the structural argument work. He filed, "Core and inquiry, more in 6 years of documentation integrated into framework case." The core and file and the Tarquin finding, read together, make the structural argument. Filed under, "I am building something that will matter after I cannot remember the future it's building toward." That is fine. That is what documentation is for. Chapter 53. The Kessler Straits engagement was not in his foreknowledge map at all, which meant either it was too small to have registered or he had burned the relevant knowledge at some point in the past 17 months. It began as a standard patrol report, a mid-level pirate crew, the Ashvale Band, operating in the Kessler Straits Channel approaches. 23 confirmed crew, 2 vessels, 1 documented hockey user and the captain. The patrol unit had requested specialist support for the captain engagement. He was the specialist. He had been on the patrol vessel for 6 hours when the Ashvale Band came out of the fog bank. Their captain was a tall man named Jorlfun who used armament hockey at a level that Kai assessed as established practitioner. Solid hardening, no flow adaptation, the kind of technique that worked reliably against opponents who couldn't match his density output. He had a straight two-handed style that was efficient and predictable. Kai's extended overlay gave him the projection window. He ran it at 40% concentration, which preserved enough attention for real-time body read at the new battle armament tier level. The problem was the crew. The crew was not well organized by most standard assessments. They were organized in the specific way of people who had been fighting together for a long time, not trained patterns, but absorbed ones. When 3 of them moved to cut off his approach to Fun, they did it without a visible signal. They had run this scenario enough times that the signal was gone. What remained was synchronized response. His extended overlay was projecting Fun. It was not projecting 3 additional vectors simultaneously at useful resolution. He made a decision. He let the extended overlay drop. All of it. He went to full battle armament body read, which was not a projection but a direct reading of the physical systems around him. Mass, momentum, angle, the specific tension in a joint before weight committed. It was like going from a map to standing in the territory. The 3 crew members were left vector man with a weight forward style that meant his recovery time after a committed strike was 0.6 seconds. Right vector man who kept his center of gravity low and was going to go for a leg sweep rather than a direct strike. Central man who was hanging back to react to whatever the other 2 created. He moved through the configuration in 11 seconds. Not a clean engagement. He took a solid strike from the central man that he had not quite processed fast enough. He felt it at his left ribs. But the 3 crew members were down, and Fun was now one-on-one. Without the flanking support his crew had been running. Fun adjusted. He threw the armament hardening to full density and committed to a direct forward strike. Kai read the density output. The battle armament tier allowed him to feel the hockey output in the space around the strike, the way the pressure propagated ahead of the fist. He stepped to a specific angle and let the momentum carry past. He applied his own armament hockey to the counter, not at Fun's density, not competing directly, but at the joint behind the wrist that did not have armament coverage because Fun's technique hardened the striking surface, not the support structure. Fun stopped. He looked at his wrist. He said, "Where did you get training like that?" Kai said, "From watching people with training like yours." Fun sat down on the deck with the particular quality of someone who had just lost an engagement that he had expected to win and was processing the gap between expectation and outcome. The rest of the crew stood down. The patrol unit moved in. He filed, that evening, with his left ribs bandaged. Kessler Straits, Ashvale Band engagement. Funjorl, established armament practitioner. Battle armament body read under full multi-vector engagement. Extended overlay insufficient for multi-vector load. Body read resolved what projection could not. The strike at the joint support structure. A technique I developed from watching armament users harden the wrong things. Filed under. I am learning to fight in a world where I have no foreknowledge. That is what this tier is for. Chapter 54. Garp arrived at Saru's unit without announcement, which was the only way Garp arrived anywhere. Kai was in the documentation room when the Vice Admiral walked in, looked around with the efficiency of someone who had located what he was looking for, and sat down in the chair that Neria used when she was running her afternoon cross-reference work. He said, The Tarquin classified finding has been referenced in 3 world government administrative review proceedings in the last 6 months. Kai looked at him. Referenced, Garp said, not used. The proceedings involved classification review challenges on the same administrative designation structure. 3 different challenges, different filing parties, same designation. He set a document folder on the desk. The finding exists in the administrative record. Someone is using the record. Kai said, who filed the challenges? Maritime advocacy organizations. 2 from the New World, 1 from the East Blue. Garp looked at him. They are not Marine Corps filings. They are civilian administrative challenges. Kai thought about this. The framework documentation project he and Morin were building was aimed at a world government level challenge, but it was at least 10 years from having the institutional weight he needed. What Garp was describing was something that was already moving. Civilian actors who had found the same administrative structure through their own documentation work and were using the classification record to build challenges. He said, do the challenges have access to the Tarquin finding? Indirectly, Garp said, the finding is classified, but its existence is in the administrative record, which is accessible. The challenges are citing the existence of the finding as evidence that an investigation was conducted and produced a result that was not made public. He paused. That is, technically, a different kind of challenge than a direct evidentiary filing. It's a transparency challenge rather than a liability challenge. Kai said, a transparency challenge moves faster. It can. Garp looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had spent more decades navigating institutional machinery than Kai had been alive. It can also be contained faster. The Classification Review Committee has tools for managing transparency challenges that it doesn't have for evidentiary filings. He said, unless the transparency challenge is running in parallel with an evidentiary filing. Garp said, I was not going to tell you to think about that. Kai said, you told me by describing the parallel tracks. Garp looked at him. He had the quality of someone who was not surprised to have been accurately read and was deciding whether to confirm or deflect. He confirmed. He said, your Morin documentation work and the civilian challenges are 2 parallel tracks. If the documentation work produces an evidentiary filing with sufficient institutional weight, at the same time the transparency challenges have the Classification Review Committee occupied, the Review Committee cannot contain both simultaneously. He stood up. That is not a Marine Corps operational recommendation. No, Kai agreed. It's a structural observation about how parallel administrative processes interact. Garp picked up his document folder. He said, your ribs? They're fine. I read the Kessler Straits engagement report. Garp looked at him with the specific attention of someone who had fought his entire career and had a comprehensive vocabulary for other people's combat assessments. You went to full battle armament under multi-vector load. That's an unusual decision for someone at your development stage. Kai said, extended overlay wasn't resolving the multi-vector configuration fast enough. The body read was better suited to the problem. Garp said, yes, that's the right answer. He walked toward the door. Keep working on the documentation. He left. Kai filed. Garp, civilian parallel tracks, 3 transparency challenges on the classification structure. The framework has more parties working on it than I knew. Filed under. I did not build all of this. Other people have been building their version of it for longer than I have been here. The question is whether the different versions find each other before the Classification Review Committee moves to contain them. Chapter 55. The name came through a New World intelligence brief on a Tuesday afternoon. Kai read the brief the way he read all intelligence briefs, with the systematic attention of someone who was building a picture from its component observations rather than reading for summary conclusions. He was on his second pass through the 3rd section when he found it. The name was not prominent. It appeared in a footnote on a shipping consortium analysis, a young Don Quixote family associate who had been facilitating the consortium's insurance arrangements. The note was brief. Don Quixote da Flamingo, 18 years old, family connection to the old Celestial Dragon line, currently operating as a mid-level facilitation contact for New World commercial interests. 18 years old. No operational classification yet. Not a priority watch subject. Kai set the brief down. He knew this name. He had known this name since before he arrived in this world, in the way he knew a handful of other names that were attached to events so large they had written themselves into the source material in permanent ink. The name carried weight that the footnote did not. The weight of what was coming. The weight of what this particular person would build over the next 15 years, and the specific shape of what he would build it on. Don Quixote da Flamingo would be a warlord of the sea in approximately 9 years. He would build an operation that ran weapons, artificial devil fruits, and the specific chemistry of transformation from a base in the New World. He would have operational reach that touched every major political structure in both halves of the world. He would be the most sophisticated practitioner of institutional leverage in the next generation, not through raw power, though the raw power was significant, but through the precise exploitation of the formal immunities that protected his warlord status. And he was currently 18 years old, and in a footnote in an insurance consortium analysis. Kai built a file. He built it the way he built everything, from accessible source documentation, carefully framed, with sourcing that could be shown. The footnote itself was the seed. He pulled the shipping consortium's public registration, found 3 corporate associations that connected to New World commercial entities with documented piracy adjacency, and traced the Don Quixote family name through the world government's published noble registry to its redacted entry, the Celestial Dragon resignation from 38 years ago. The file was not an assessment. Not yet. It was a documentation baseline, the kind of record that would matter 15 years from now when someone needed to understand how the structure had been built and what the early indicators had looked like. He did not flag the file for current operational attention. There was nothing to flag. 18 years old, footnote, insurance facilitation, no threat classification. He filed it under the long-range documentation project. He tagged it with the same administrative designation he used for all the framework-adjacent materials, a designation that looked like standard categorization to anyone who reviewed his filing practice and meant something specific to him. He wrote, at the bottom of the file entry, the next 15 years. He will build something that cannot be dismantled through normal institutional channels. I need to be in position to understand how it was built before it needs to be dismantled. That is the current objective. He closed the file. He went back to the intelligence brief and completed his second pass. The brief contained 47 other items. He processed each of them with the same systematic attention. None of them carried the same weight as the footnote. Most of them were standard pattern monitoring, the kind of operational background noise that constituted the majority of intelligence work in the years between the large events. He filed his brief analysis through the standard channels. He filed, privately, Don Quixote da Flamingo, first documented appearance, 18 years old, footnote. Filed under. I have been dreading this name since I arrived in this world. He is real now. The clock starts here. Chapter 56. The patrol methodology recommendation was adopted 3 months after Kai submitted it. Not immediately. There was a standard 6-week review process for any unit protocol change, a comment period, a commanding officer approval, and a cross-reference check with adjacent unit protocols to make sure there were no contradictory standing orders. He had expected this. He had submitted the recommendation early enough to account for it. The adopted protocol for the outer island chain south. 2-vessel minimum for patrol, 45-minute communication check-in. Standard disengagement threshold expanded to 20% crew contact before engagement without specialist support. Mandatory incident flag for any crew not in the watch file, with more than 5 confirmed armed members. He read the adopted protocol and sat with it. The change was not dramatic. It was the kind of protocol adjustment that patrol units made routinely when documentation supported a risk assessment. There was nothing in the adopted protocol that would identify Kai's recommendation as anything other than standard unit risk management. But the specific change that mattered was the 45-minute communication check-in. The mechanism in his foreknowledge map, the one that had been attached to Rick Hidenso's outcome, was a patrol engagement that escalated without time to call for support. 2-vessel minimum created a backup. The communication check-in created an external awareness of a developing situation. Either change, applied consistently, altered the mechanism. He looked at the protocol. He thought about Riku in the first month of training, working through a supply logistics problem by finding the supply route nobody was guarding because everyone assumed someone else was guarding it. He thought about the younger sister Riku had mentioned twice, who was 12 years old and wanted to be a navigator. He had not told Riku. He had changed the structure instead. He did not know, yet, whether the change was sufficient. Foreknowledge that had been partially burned was not reliable as a countercheck. The mechanism he had known was altered, but mechanisms could alter in ways that created new mechanisms, and the new mechanisms were not in his map because the map was already burned. He filed, Patrol Protocol amended, Outer Island Chain South, 2-vessel minimum, 45-minute check-in, expanded disengagement threshold. The mechanism in my foreknowledge map required a specific escalation pattern that the protocol change makes harder to sustain. Filed under. I have done what I can do through the structure. I do not know if it is enough. I will not know until the window passes. This is what it is to act on foreknowledge. You change the thing, then you wait. He went back to his desk. The window was 4 months away. Chapter 57. The woman came to the unit during the 3rd week of the 3rd year. She had the posture of someone who had navigated a significant number of administrative obstacles to arrive at the specific location she was standing in, which was Tsuru's unit's intake area. She gave her name to the intake officer as Darius Corme, and her stated purpose as a civilian informant follow-up from a South Blue investigation that had been pending for 8 months. The intake officer brought it to Kai because Tsuru was in a command meeting and Morin was in the field, and the South Blue investigation flag was in Kai's operational area. He looked at the intake note. He looked at Darius Corme. He knew who she was. She was not in the formal Marine record, not by name, not by any accessible documentation. She was in his foreknowledge map by category, the kind of person who survived things that should have been unsurvivable because she was paying attention to things other people had stopped paying attention to, and who carried information that was too specific to have come from the right side of the law but too accurate to dismiss. She had information about the same classification framework he was building the case against. She had arrived at it from a different direction, not institutional documentation but direct observation, the kind of observation that happened when you were in the wrong place at the right time and paid attention to what you were seeing. He sat across from her in the intake room. She said, 8 months ago I submitted a civilian informant report through the South Blue Marine Administrative Office. I was told it was under review. She set a folder on the table. The folder is a copy of the original submission. I am here because 8 months is long enough to know the review is not proceeding. He said, what's in the report? A specific island administrative event that occurred 4 years ago, she said. The island was Corin. The event involved a Marine-authorized operational team and a village community of approximately 300 people. I was there. I documented what I saw. She paused. Not in an official capacity. I had a notebook. He was very still. She had been at Corin. Corin was the island at the center of Morin's 6-year inquiry. He had known the inquiry was connected to a real event, but he had not known, in the accessible source sense, whether there was a living eyewitness. There was. She was sitting across from him. He said, your report was received. The South Blue Administrative Office confirmed receipt. Yes. The 8-month review period for a civilian informant report on a classified operational zone event is standard, he said. The review process routes through the classification committee for any report that touches a classified administrative designation. He paused. What you submitted 8 months ago triggered the classification review, which means the report itself may now be classified pending outcome of the review. She looked at him. She had very steady eyes, the eyes of someone who had already calculated several versions of this conversation and was now measuring which version was occurring. She said, can I get my report back? He said, if it has been classified, no. Not through the administrative process. He looked at her. What you can do is file a transparency challenge on the classification review decision through the World Government Administrative Appeals process. That process is separate from the Marine Corps review and has different timeline constraints. He pulled a form from the rack on the wall, not a classified form, a standard public access form for administrative appeals. The form number is a matter of public record. The filing process is documented in the World Government Administrative Charter. She looked at the form. He said, if you still have the copy in that folder, the original record still exists outside the classification system. The classification applies to the submission, not to your original observations. She picked up the form. She said, you are a Marine intelligence officer. Yes. You just told me how to file a challenge against a Marine Corps classification decision. He said, I told you about a publicly documented administrative process that is available to any civilian filer. That information is in the World Government Charter, which is a public document. He paused. I did not tell you anything that is not in the charter. She looked at him for a long moment with the calculating assessment of someone running probabilities. She said, why? He said, because the transparency challenge process moves faster than the classification review. And because accurate documentation that sits in one place for 8 months without movement has a better chance of matching if it is in more than one place. She put the form in the folder with her copy. She left. He filed. Darius Corme, Corin eyewitness. 8 months of administrative obstruction. Filed form access and transparency challenge process. The report is now in the World Government Appeals track and in her copy. Filed under. I did not hand her a weapon. I told her which door was open. That is the distinction I intend to maintain. Chapter 58 Doflamingo's first operational move appeared in the New World Intelligence Report 6 weeks after Kai opened his baseline file. The move was a shipping consortium that had been operating 3 secondary Grand Line supply routes quietly restructured its governance documentation. The restructuring was corporate on its surface, a change in named directors, a revision to the shareholder registry, a new administrative entity registered in a neutral maritime jurisdiction. The intelligence report noted it as a routine commercial change. Kai read it 3 times. The corporate restructuring had produced a new administrative structure in which the named directors were all verifiable, but none of them were the actual operational decision-makers. The new administrative entity was registered in a jurisdiction that had specific treaty provisions governing commercial confidentiality, provisions that made beneficial ownership disclosure optional rather than required. He knew what this was. He had known it before he read the report, in the way he knew the shape of the techniques before he saw their application. Doflamingo was building a corporate opacity layer. The shipping consortium was becoming a vehicle, not primarily for shipping, but for the logistical infrastructure of something larger that would operate through the opacity of legitimate commercial activity. He was 18 years old, and he was already doing this. Kai looked at the baseline file he had built 6 weeks ago and added a new section. He titled it, Corporate Structure Analysis, Phase 1. He mapped the restructuring. He identified the 3 jurisdictional connections that linked the new administrative entity to the Don Quixote family's existing assets through a chain of sufficiently indirect documentation that it was not visible as a connection unless you were looking for it specifically. He noted, the connection was not in any current marine intelligence file. To build it into the accessible source record would require a financial intelligence filing that crossed unit authority boundaries. Suru's unit was intelligence, not financial investigation. The Financial Investigation Authority sat with a different division. He could not build the connection into the accessible source record from his current position. He filed what he could. He flagged the shipping consortium restructuring as a monitoring priority in the New World commercial file. He added a note to the Doflamingo baseline. First operational move identified. Corporate opacity layer established in secondary Grand Line Route Consortium. Consistent with long-range infrastructure building for diversified operations. He sent a secure copy to GARP's administrative channel with a note. This is the one I mentioned. He is already working. He did not expect GARP to act on it. Not yet. The documentation was a baseline, not a case. Cases took time. He filed. Doflamingo, first operational move, shipping consortium restructuring, corporate opacity layer. Filed under. I know what this becomes. I cannot prove what this becomes. The gap between knowing and proving is the entire problem. I have 15 years to close it. He has 15 years to build it. We are starting at the same time. Chapter 59. The item was in the standard New World Intelligence Report, which Kai read every Tuesday and Thursday. It appeared in the section on unusual maritime events, not piracy, not flag political movements, but the category of anomalous occurrences that marine intelligence tracked because anomalous occurrences had a tendency to become significant in retrospect. The item was, a village on the Ashward Archipelago, Whitebeard's newly absorbed territory, had erected a memorial marker. The memorial marker was for 12 people. The names on the marker were not in any marine records. The inscription, reported by a passing merchant vessel that had stopped for water. To those who defended the approach. We remember. Kai read this 3 times. He cross-referenced. The Ashward Archipelago was the location he had flagged 6 months ago as showing a Whitebeard expansion methodology inconsistent with standard practice. The location he had assessed as a possible external foreknowledge intervention. The memorial was for 12 people. The timing of the memorial's installation, according to the merchant's report, was approximately 5 months ago, which was approximately 8 months after the Whitebeard absorption of Ashward. He built a timeline. The Ashward Archipelago had been absorbed by Whitebeard 8 months ago using a non-standard methodology. 3 months after the absorption, a memorial marker was erected for 12 people who had, according to the inscription, defended the approach. The 12 people had defended something before the Whitebeard absorption, and someone, the village, the surviving community, had erected a marker to remember them. This meant the approach had been under threat before Whitebeard's absorption. Whitebeard's absorption had ended the threat. The 12 people had been part of stopping the threat. And the non-standard absorption methodology, the full absorption rather than a protection arrangement, had been chosen specifically because the village had demonstrated what they were willing to do for the approach, which made them worth protecting differently. He looked at this sequence. An external foreknowledge actor had known the approach was under threat. They had either warned the village or enabled the village to defend it, which had produced 12 deaths rather than the total destruction that would otherwise have occurred. Whitebeard had noted the defense and absorbed the village with the methodology that full commitment loyalty warranted. The external actor had not prevented the deaths. They had changed the deaths from total to partial. Kai sat with this. He had been assuming the external foreknowledge actor was operating with the same basic logic he was. Protect who you can, change the structure, use foreknowledge carefully because the cost is permanent. He had been assuming they were making the same kinds of choices he made. The 12 people dead at Ashward were evidence of a different calculation. The external actor had chosen an outcome that preserved the village and cost 12 lives rather than an outcome that might have preserved all lives through a different intervention or no lives through no intervention. He did not know what the other options had been. He did not know what the external actor had known or what had been available to them. He was building an assessment of someone else's choices without access to their map. He filed. Ashward Archipelago. Memorial marker, 12 deaths, pre-absorption defense. External foreknowledge actor timeline confirmed. They knew the approach was threatened. They enabled a partial defense. Their intervention framework allows for sacrifice outcomes. Filed under. I do not know their values. I know their results. Those are not the same thing. I need to understand the difference before I decide what they are to me. Chapter 60. The message arrived on a Friday, routed through a standard civilian courier to the unit's administrative intake, addressed to Lieutenant Commander K. Haruto, Intelligence Unit, and marked with no return designation. The envelope contained a single piece of paper. On the paper, in a clean hand, was written, "The Murink passage was not you. It was not chance. There are two of us working on this. I have been here longer. I am not your enemy." Below this, a coordinate set. Below the coordinates, a date 4 weeks from the date of the message. He read the message twice. He read it a third time. He sat with it. The message confirmed. External foreknowledge actor, deliberate contact, self-identified as non-hostile. Two of us working on this. The actor knew about Kai, had known for long enough to choose a moment for contact. The coordinate set was in the North Blue, a mid-range maritime zone. Not an obvious marine facility location. Not obviously anything. It was open water coordinates, which meant either a vessel rendezvous or a location significant to the actor for reasons not visible in the coordinates themselves. He ran the available analysis. The actor knew his name and rank. They knew about the Murink passage deviation, which meant they had been monitoring the marine intelligence reporting on New World territorial shifts. They had written the message in a way that was verifiable. "I have been here longer" was a specific claim that could be true or false based on the actor's actual entry point into the timeline. And the Ashward Archipelago evidence was consistent with someone who had been operating for at least 4 years, which was longer than Kai's 28 months. They had chosen a 4-week window. Not urgent, not distant. A planning window. He thought about the 12 deaths at Ashward. He thought about the methodology of someone who had been here longer, operating with a framework he did not yet understand, making choices he could not yet evaluate. He thought about the fact that he had spent 28 months building a careful operational practice, documentation, relationships, structural interventions, and had never considered that there might be someone else in this world who also knew what was coming. He had not considered it because the original source material gave no indication of it. The transmigration trope, as he had understood it before he arrived here, was a singular phenomenon. One person, one knowledge base, one trajectory. The message said there were two. He filed. External foreknowledge actor, direct contact, coordinate set, 4-week window. They have been here longer than I have. They know about my operational activity. They are not identifying as hostile. Filed under. I do not know what to do with this. I have built everything on the assumption that I am the only anomalous element. That assumption is wrong. Everything I have been building may need to be revised for a world where the anomaly is plural. I need 4 weeks to think before I decide whether to show up at those coordinates. He put the message in a locked personal file. He marked the file with a designation that would not appear in the unit's administrative records. He went back to his desk. He picked up the standard Tuesday through Thursday intelligence brief and resumed his second pass. Outside, the Tsuru unit's training yard was running afternoon rotations. The sound came through the window in the specific pattern of people who had been working together long enough that their timing was synchronized. He could map the personnel by the sounds without looking. Smoker was in the far corner with the grinding force cadence that meant he was in the reinforcement exercises. Hino was running a precision form against the striking post. The 3 junior analysts who cross-trained with the unit on Thursdays were doing something with the footwork drills that suggested they had been given to Shiji's corrective exercises. He had built this. Not all of it. This unit had been here before him, had been Tsuru's unit for years before he arrived. But the texture of it now, the specific way people moved through it and trusted each other and did the work, some of that was his. Some of it was 28 months of being present and careful and useful in the specific ways that produced a different kind of environment. He had built it without knowing it was the thing he was building. He thought about a second actor in this timeline, someone who had been here longer, who had built their own version of the same thing in their own location, operating on their own foreknowledge map with their own burned sections and their own accumulated documentation and their own relationships with people who did not know what they were dealing with. He thought about the coordinate set. He thought about 4 weeks. He filed. At the bottom of the private file entry, I am not ready to meet them. I am also not ready to refuse. I have 4 weeks to become the version of myself who can do one or the other. Filed under. The hardest foreknowledge I have ever had is the kind I never expected to need. Knowledge of my own limits. In a situation I never mapped. Chapter 61. The 4 weeks were the most methodical 4 weeks of Kai's operational practice since he arrived in this world. He built the assessment in sections. Section 1. What he knew about the external actor from direct evidence. The Ashward intervention, 3 years ago at minimum. The actor had enabled a village defense that cost 12 lives to preserve the community. The Murink passage, the navigational choke point, had been flagged by his own assessment as either a burned foreknowledge gap or external intervention. The corporate methodology analysis of Whitebeard's absorption, non-standard, future value-oriented, was consistent with someone who knew which communities would matter for logistical reasons years from now. Section 2. What he could infer about their methodology. They made choices that allowed for defined casualties when the alternative was total loss. This was a different framework from Kai's own. He had structured his interventions to minimize casualties through documentation and structural change rather than direct tactical enabling. The actor's approach was more direct. They told communities about threats or enabled them to respond, rather than working through institutional channels. Section 3. What he could not know. Their foreknowledge map, which timeline version they came from, how complete their knowledge was, how much they had burned, their current operational capacity, their relationship with the institutions in the world. Were they working with anyone, building an organization, operating alone? Their goals beyond the specific interventions he had evidence for. Section 4. The coordinate. He looked at the coordinate set daily for 4 weeks. It was north blue, open water, approximately 18 hours transit from his current posting. Not a known pirate route. Not a marine patrol zone. Not a shipping lane. It was, by every available cartographic reference, a specific section of ocean that was otherwise unremarkable, which meant either the location was significant for reasons not in the cartographic record, or the actor had chosen it for its very unremarkability, a meeting place that was not in anyone's institutional attention. He told Morin on the 25th day, not the full truth, the accessible version. A civilian informant contact had requested a meeting at a specified coordinate, and he was assessing whether to attend. Morin said, "What's the informant's classification?" "Unregistered," he said. The contact came through civilian courier, no return designation. She said, "Unregistered civilian contacts requesting open water meetings are a standard compromised intelligence methodology." Yes. She looked at him. She had the quality of someone who could read the difference between a lieutenant commander who was uncertain about a risk assessment and a lieutenant commander who had already made a decision and was reporting it rather than requesting guidance. She said, "What do you want to do?" He said, "I want to go." She said, "Then go. Don't go alone." He said, "I need to go alone." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You have 48 hours from departure, and you check in at 18 hours. If the check-in misses, I flag it." He said, "Agreed." He filed the transit request as a personal operational assessment for a civilian informant contact. He departed on the morning of the 28th day. He filed, before departure. Second actor, approaching contact. "I have done what I can do in 4 weeks to prepare. What I cannot do is fully prepare for a conversation with someone whose foreknowledge map may cover things mine does not." Filed under. "I am about to meet the only other person in this world who knows what comes next. I do not know whether that makes them my closest ally or the most complicated problem I have encountered. Both may be true simultaneously." Chapter 62. The location was a specific piece of ocean with no particular character except the character of the person who had chosen it. The actor was already there when Kai's charter transport arrived at the coordinates. A small vessel, well-maintained, the kind of maritime craft that could have belonged to a mid-level trader or a reasonably prosperous independent navigator. No flag. No identifying markings that were visible from the approach. One person on deck. She was approximately 30 years old, which meant she had been here for significantly longer than Kai's 2.5 years. Long enough for the transmigrator age gap to produce a visible physical difference. She had the kind of posture that came from years of physical readiness maintained as a daily practice, not as a marine formation habit, but as a personal one. She watched him come aboard with the assessment quality of someone who had been doing exactly what he did for 3 times as long. She said, "You're younger than I expected." He said, "You've been here longer than I expected." She said, 7 years. She sat down on the vessel's deck locker, which was the only available seating. "I arrived when there were still people who remembered seeing Roger set out." 7 years. He had been building his operational practice for 28 months. She had been building hers since before the Great Pirate Age had properly started. He sat across from her. She said, "My name here is Sarah Vale. I was a naval fiction writer in my previous life, which means my foreknowledge is detailed in some areas and completely absent in others. The media I had access to covered the main narrative and very little of the background." She paused. "Yours is more complete than mine. I can tell from the Lumari intervention. That level of institutional detail was never in my source material." He said, "How do you know about Lumari?" "I monitor marine administrative filings for anything that touches the classification structure," she said. The Lumari hold was a civilian maritime review authority filing, not a marine document, so it was in an accessible register. The filing had your signature methodology, accessible source documentation for something that would have required more than accessible sources to find. He looked at her. She had been monitoring his work from the outside for at least 18 months. She said, "I'm not here to contest your operational approach. What you're doing through institutional channels is work I cannot do. I'm not a Marine." She looked at him with the specific consideration of someone who had made this calculation before. "What I can do is direct intervention in situations the institutional approach is too slow to reach. That's why Ashward cost 12 lives. The institutional approach would have cost 300. He said, "How much time did you have?" 6 days, she said. "I knew the threat window from my foreknowledge map. I had 6 days and no institutional mechanism and a village that had never fought anything like what was coming." Her voice was steady with the quality of someone who had made peace with the arithmetic. 12 people chose to defend the approach. They chose it. I told them what was coming and what was possible to stop, and they chose. He said, "And the Whitebeard absorption. I knew Whitebeard's territory expansion patterns from the narrative. I knew that demonstrating the kind of defense those 12 people put up would trigger a different kind of absorption response." She paused. "It was a 300-person village. I gave them the best outcome available in 6 days." He looked at her for a long time. He said, "I've been building institutional documentation for 2.5 years toward a framework case that will take another 12 to produce institutional results. In that time, I have directly prevented one island threat through the institutional mechanism." She said, "And you changed the institutional structure enough that the threat mechanism is materially different than it was 2.5 years ago." "Yes. I have directly prevented 7 community threats in 7 years, she said. "None of them through institutional channels. None of them have changed the structure." She looked at him. "We are solving different parts of the same problem." He said, "What do you want from this meeting?" She said, "Information sharing, selectively. Not full map exchange. I don't know your burned sections, and you don't know mine, and full exchange creates dependencies neither of us can afford. But there are developments in the new world where your marine intelligence access and my direct operational position are looking at the same thing from angles that could produce better combined analysis than either of us reaches separately." He thought about the Doflamingo file. He thought about the external actor analysis he had been running for 6 months. He thought about what she had said, solving different parts of the same problem. He said, "Tell me about the new world development you're tracking." She said, "There's a weapons transfer operation that has not yet fully formed, but is building towards something larger than what your current intelligence files have classified it as. The foundation layer is already in place. The coordinator is someone who is 18 years old in your intelligence reports and will not appear at threat scale for another 8 to 10 years. By the time institutional attention reaches him, he will have the structural protection to make institutional action very difficult." He said, "I have a baseline file." She said, "I have 7 years of New World positioning. What I don't have is the institutional documentation architecture that makes the baseline file into a case." She looked at him. "That's the exchange I'm proposing." He filed, that evening, on the transit back. Sarah Vale, 7 years here, naval fiction background, direct intervention methodology. Ashward confirmed as 6-day window, no institutional options. Proposing coordinated Doflamingo documentation. Filed under. She is doing what I would do if I were not inside the institution and had arrived before I could build the institutional relationships. The exchange is legitimate. The question is how much I trust someone who's burned sections I cannot see. Chapter 63. They spent 4 hours on the deck of Sarah's vessel. She had a documentation system that he found, on inspection, more practically organized than his own. Not more comprehensive. His institutional access gave him sources she did not have, but more efficient for the specific kind of work she was doing. Direct field assessment, community-level pattern mapping, threat timeline development without the bureaucratic structure of marine intelligence filing. She knew things he did not know. Specifically, she knew the outer structure of the weapons transfer operation that Doflamingo was building, because she had been watching the New World's mid-level criminal ecosystem develop for 7 years and could read the supply chain precursors in a way that marine intelligence files did not yet capture. The operation was not weapons in the conventional sense. It was moving towards something that required a production facility, not a transit facility, something that was made, not transferred. She did not have the final shape of it from her source material, which had covered the end state, but not the construction phase, and the construction phase was happening now. She said, the facility will be in the new world. Mid-tier island, official governance, enough commercial activity to justify the infrastructure. He needs institutional cover at the ground level, legitimate business that explains the facility's existence. Kai said, he already has the corporate opacity layer in the secondary Grand Line shipping consortium. She said, that's transit cover. What he needs next is production cover. A business that explains large-scale manufacturing activity. She thought about this. Something that processes materials at volume. Toy manufacturing. Textile production. Something with enough industrial footprint that unusual outputs don't create unusual questions. He filed this in the Doflamingo baseline mentally. It was not in any current marine intelligence file. It was not accessible source verifiable, but it was the kind of forward projection that could be placed in the documentation record now, before it was visible to institutional analysis, so that when the production cover appeared it would already be in the baseline rather than appearing after the fact. He said, the institutional challenge with Doflamingo is the Warlord structure. In approximately 9 years, he will have formal immunity from marine investigation. Building the case before that immunity is established is the correct timeline. She said, 9 years is a lot of lead time. It's not as much as it sounds, he said. The documentation record needs to be comprehensive enough to survive the immunity challenge. A warlord's immunity is reviewable at the world government level under the same administrative process the transparency challenges use. If the documentation record is built to that standard before the immunity is established, the immunity doesn't close the case. It just moves the venue. She looked at him. She said, you've been thinking about the warlord immunity problem. Since I opened his baseline file 6 weeks ago. She said, I've been in this world for 7 years and I didn't think of framing the documentation as a pre-immunity record. He said, you've been operating outside the institutional structure. The immunity framing only matters if you're building toward an institutional challenge. She was quiet for a moment. She said, that's what the exchange is actually for, isn't it? You have the institutional architecture. I have the field intelligence. Together we can build a pre-immunity documentation record that neither of us produces separately. He said, yes. They agreed on a communication methodology. No direct correspondence through institutional channels. No courier with identifying information. A specific cipher for the material that required encryption and a dead drop location that was out of both their routine operational patterns. They agreed on a scope boundary. Doflamingo documentation only, for now. No broader foreknowledge map exchange. No operational coordination on direct interventions. She would continue to do what she did in the New World. He would continue to work through institutional channels, and the two methodologies would not intersect directly unless a situation required it. He was back on his own transit vessel by early evening. He filed, Sarah Vale, 4-hour exchange, agreed framework, pre-immunity documentation for Doflamingo, cipher communications, dead drop. She brings New World field assessment. I bring institutional documentation architecture. Filed under. I have built my entire operational practice on the premise that I am working within the institution to change the institution. She has been working outside the institution for 7 years and has changed specific things without changing the structure. We are both right about our part. The exchange makes us more useful to the part the other covers. Chapter 64. 2 weeks after the Sarah Vale meeting, the first Doflamingo dead drop arrived. The cipher text decoded to production cover candidate identified, Island Dressrosa, New World approaches, current governance transitional. Toy manufacturing consortium recently registered. Corporate registry shows same opacity layer methodology as Grand Line shipping consortium. Timeline. Production facility operational within 18 months. Kai read this 3 times. Dressrosa. He knew that name. He knew it in the specific way he knew Marineford. As a coordinate that carried future weight. A location where something large was going to happen that would matter to everything around it. He also knew the timeline was wrong. Not Sarah's intelligence. Her intelligence was accurate. The timeline in his foreknowledge map. The production facility that she was describing as operational in 18 months was in his map as operational in approximately 12 years, with the warlord structure already in place. The gap was significant. Either his foreknowledge map had compressed events. The original source material had described the end state without capturing the early construction phase, and what he had mapped as operational in 12 years was actually established as the primary operation in 12 years, with the construction happening now. Or the timeline had shifted. Not because of his interventions. The Dressrosa development was in the New World, outside his operational footprint, but potentially because of Sarah's 7 years of field intervention, which had changed the New World's baseline conditions in ways he had not yet fully mapped. He looked at the dead drop message. He built a rapid assessment. Sarah's intelligence on the Dressrosa toy manufacturing consortium was the kind of early-phase corporate pattern that he could, with his institutional access, potentially trace through available commercial registries and construct a documentation baseline that was accessible source verifiable. He pulled the New World commercial registry. The Dressrosa toy consortium was there. 3 months old. Corporate documentation showed the same beneficial ownership structure as the secondary Grand Line Shipping Consortium. Named directors who were verifiable. Actual decision-making authority obfuscated behind an intermediate administrative entity. He filed a routine commercial monitoring flag on the consortium. Not a threat assessment. He had no accessible source evidence of threat activity. A monitoring flag, which was standard practice for commercial entities with unusual ownership structures in regions of strategic interest. He added a notation to the Doflamingo baseline. Dressrosa production cover. Toy manufacturing. Consistent with corporate opacity methodology. Monitoring flagged. He sent a cipher reply to Sarah. Dressrosa confirmed accessible source. Monitoring flag entered institutional record. Production cover is real. Your timeline assessment is consistent with corporate documentation age. He paused, then added, my foreknowledge map for Dressrosa was timeline compressed. Suggest we treat all New World developments as potentially earlier than my map suggests. He sent the dead drop. He filed. Dressrosa, Toy Manufacturing Consortium, production cover for Doflamingo operation, 18 months to operational. My foreknowledge timeline was wrong by approximately a decade. Filed under. I have been relying on a foreknowledge map that was always incomplete and may be increasingly wrong. The world is not following the path I remember. It is following a path that used to be the one I remember, and it is diverging in ways I cannot track because the divergence is cumulative. I need to operate as if the map is a general guide, not a specific document. Chapter 65. The window arrived in the 3rd month after Kai submitted the patrol methodology recommendation. Not with forewarning. He had burned the relevant foreknowledge the moment he began building the intervention, which meant the window opening was visible to him only through the accessible source signals he had been maintaining. Riku's patrol schedule, the check-in reports from the outer island chain south, the watch file for the area. On the 4th day of the 3rd month, the 45-minute check-in from Riku's patrol unit returned 32 minutes late. Kai was in the documentation room when the check-in flag came through on Morin's unit monitoring system. 32 minutes was not, in standard protocols, an immediate emergency. Communication delays happened for mechanical reasons, weather interference, equipment error. He was already moving when the flag escalated. The second check-in came back 44 minutes late. Morin had the standby patrol out on the water by then. The 2-vessel minimum protocol in action, the second vessel already aware of the delay pattern. Standard response. Exactly what the adopted methodology was designed to produce. He could not go himself. He was not assigned to the outer island chain. He was an intelligence unit lieutenant commander who had no operational jurisdiction in the patrol zone and no authority to commandeer a response vessel. He stood at the monitoring desk and watched the communication flags. The standby patrol reached Rika's unit's last reported position 40 minutes after departure. The incoming report from the standby patrol was terse in the specific way of reports from personnel who had arrived at an engagement aftermath rather than an active engagement. Contact with unknown crew, unknown vessel type, approximately 15 crew confirmed. 3 Marine personnel requiring medical transport. 2 crew detained. Contact terminated upon arrival of standby patrol. 3 requiring medical transport. Not 3 fatalities. Not Rika's unit of 4, all dead. 3 requiring medical transport. 1. The standby report specified, already self-evacuated with minor injuries. He read the standby report 4 times. Rika Denso was not in the fatality list. Riku was not in the medical transport list. Riku was the one who had self-evacuated with minor injuries. He was still alive. Kai stood at the monitoring desk for a moment longer than he needed to. The professional response was to log the flag resolution, note the engagement in the watch file, and return to his documentation work. He logged the flag resolution. He added a note to the patrol methodology file. 2-vessel minimum and 45-minute check-in applied. Standby vessel reached contact point within 40 minutes of missed check-in, disrupting ongoing engagement. Methodology outcome. Personnel casualty rate reduced. He returned to his desk. He sat down. He picked up the Doflamingo baseline documentation and looked at it for 30 seconds without reading it. He put it down. He filed. In the personal section of his documentation record, not the unit file, the section he maintained separately. Ricadenso, window passed, outcome, alive. 3 injured, evacuated. 2 crew detained. Window closed. Filed under. The methodology recommendation worked. I changed the structure, and the structure held. He does not know. He does not need to know. He is alive because 45 minutes is faster than letting someone die without calling for help. I did not need foreknowledge for that. I needed to think clearly about what changes outcomes. He sat with this for a long time. Then he filed a second entry, immediately below. I have burned large portions of my foreknowledge map. I have changed enough of the timeline that the map is increasingly unreliable for specific events. What I have not lost, and cannot lose, is the understanding of how structures work, why the classification framework produces the Tarquin cases, why the patrol methodology gap produces the Riku outcomes, why the institutional approach takes decades while Sarah Vale's direct intervention takes 6 days. Filed under. The foreknowledge was never the tool. The foreknowledge was the starting point. The tool is understanding what changes outcomes and being in position to change them. I am still building that tool. I intend to keep building it. He went back to the Doflamingo documentation. There was work to do. Chapter 66 Neria's formal methodology document was 37 pages. She brought it to him on a Thursday, which was not a scheduled work day for her personal projects. The document had been submitted through the unit's formal documentation system that morning, and the print copy she set on his desk was the version she had made for him specifically. She said, "I want you to read it before it circulates." He read it. The document was titled Analytical Methodology Assessment, Pattern Recognition Under Sourcing Constraint. It did not name him directly until page 4, where it cited his unit designation and operational tenure as the subject of the analysis. It presented 11 assessments in chronological order, each with the outcome documented, the sourcing gap identified, and the accuracy correlation calculated. The accuracy correlation across 11 assessments was 94.3%. He read the sourcing gap analysis with particular attention. Neria had built a specific category for the gap. She called it proximate source inference, the pattern where an assessment was anchored to accessible documentation, but the precision of the inference appeared to exceed what the accessible documentation could explain. She had 3 analytical columns: the stated source, the cited documentation support, and the precision gap. She had not explained the gap. She had measured it, named it, and documented it with the specific care of someone who understood that the most important thing she could do with an unexplained phenomenon was to document it accurately rather than explain it badly. He looked up from the document. She said, "It's going to generate questions." He said, "Yes. The right people will read it and ask what the sourcing gap means. I can tell them what I wrote. The methodology produces accurate outputs through a process that produces a documented precision gap against the cited sources. That is what the document says." She looked at him. The document doesn't speculate about mechanisms. It doesn't need to. The accuracy record is the argument. He said, "It will also generate the wrong questions from people who see the precision gap as a problem rather than a data point." She said, "I know. I've thought about that." She sat down. The document creates a formal record of what your methodology produces before anyone has a reason to challenge it. If the challenges come later, institutional review, another Tarquin-type operation against your standing, the document is already in the record. It establishes the accuracy baseline before the challenge, not after. She paused. The challenges will be harder to sustain against a methodology with a formal 11-report accuracy record and a review board finding in the same institutional file. He looked at her. She had been thinking about this as protection, not documentation for its own sake, documentation as advanced structural defense. He said, "You've been thinking like someone who expects another challenge." She said, "You changed the outcome of a classified program and caused the transfer of a senior officer through accessible source documentation alone." "Yes, I expect another challenge." He said, "So do I." She said, "The document is in the system. It will circulate through standard review in 3 weeks." She stood up. "I wanted you to see it first." He watched her go back to her desk. He filed. Neria Holt, formal methodology document, 37 pages, 11 assessments, 94.3% accuracy correlation, proximate source inference framework. The document creates a formal protection record before the next challenge rather than after. Filed under. She has been building this for 15 months. She completed it. The document is exactly what she said it would be. I have been working with Neria long enough to know that when she says she has thought about something carefully, she means it. This is evidence of that. Chapter 67 The engagement on the outer patrol was not scheduled. Kai was on a routine transit between 2 unit postings. a 3-day journey on a standard marine transport vessel. When the watch posted a contact report, unknown vessel running without lights in a restricted approach zone. Standard contact response protocol. He was the highest-ranked Marine on the transport. The response was his call. He assessed the running without lights pattern, the restricted zone, the approach vector. The vessel was not a pirate configuration. The silhouette was wrong, too commercial. But commercial vessels running without lights in restricted zones had a specific profile, either compromised cargo, avoiding documentation, or something more complex. He said, intercept and identification. No weapons ready unless they run. They didn't run. The vessel came to for identification with the resigned quality of people who had calculated the odds and found them unfavorable. The cargo was sealed containers, 12 of them, bearing the corporate stamp of the secondary Grand Line Shipping Consortium. The one Doflamingo had restructured 6 months ago. He looked at the containers. He said, open them. The cruise captain said, in the specific tone of someone who understood exactly what opening the containers would mean. Those are sealed under commercial confidentiality provisions. Kai said, you're in a restricted approach zone running without lights. Commercial confidentiality provisions are a fair weather argument. He looked at the captain. I'm going to give you a choice. You can open them now, here, with a marine transport crew as witnesses. Or I can request an escort to the nearest facility and open them there, with a formal evidence chain. The captain opened them. 3 of the 12 containers held standard manufactured goods, the kind of cargo that supported the shipping consortium's documented commercial operations. The other 9 held materials that Kai recognized from the documentation work he had been doing on the Dressrosa production cover, specific chemical compounds used in a production process that Sarah had described in the dead drop communication and that he had been building toward an accessible source connection for 4 months. He was very still. He said, confiscate the non-standard cargo. Log the commercial containers as accompanying evidence. He looked at the captain. Your vessel is going to follow us to the nearest facility. The captain did not argue. The chemical compounds were not, individually, classified materials. They were commercially available, legally transported, documented in industrial supply registries as production inputs. The reason they were significant was specific to the documentation pattern Kai had been building and was not, on their own, sufficient for a formal finding. But they were in the containers of a company he had flagged for monitoring. They were on a vessel running without lights in a restricted zone. And the combination of the company flag, the materials, and the transit behavior was exactly the kind of accessible source evidence that, added to the documentation record, moved the monitoring flag from routine commercial surveillance to active pattern development. He logged the cargo confiscation with precise detail. He filed, Doflamingo, Secondary Grand Line Shipping Consortium, Restricted Zone Intercept, 9 containers of production input materials consistent with Dressrosa production cover profile. First accessible source evidence connecting the corporate structure to the production operation. Filed under. The intercept was not planned. It was a transit engagement that happened to intersect the documentation I have been building. Sometimes the structure gives you evidence because you have been watching the right structure. That is what 4 months of monitoring flags are for. Chapter 68. The dead drop response from Sarah arrived 8 days after the intercept. The cipher decoded to good catch on the transit intercept. The production timeline accelerated. The facility at Dressrosa is operational sooner than my estimate. I was wrong by 4 months. The first product run is 6 months out. My source is direct observation from New World position. Kai read this. 6 months to first product run. He did not have, from his foreknowledge map, a clear picture of what the product was at this stage. His original map had described the end state of the operation, not its development phase, and the development phase was happening faster than the map suggested it would. He wrote back, what is the product? The response came 3 days later, not weapons in the conventional sense. Modified biological compounds with capability transformation properties. The eventual full-scale version will be the most significant capability disruption development in this era. The early version will be cruder and will have failures. He read this and sat with it for a long time. He knew what this was. He had known what it was from the moment he opened the Doflamingo file. The product was the thing that would eventually be called artificial devil fruits, or the precursor chemistry that led to them. Not the finished version. The early development stage. He had not expected it to be in development this early. He thought about what failures meant in this context. He thought about what the early development runs of a biological capability transformation compound, produced without refined understanding of the mechanism, would produce in the people who received it. He filed an urgent amendment to the Doflamingo baseline. Production cover at Dressrosa operational within 6 months. Product type is biological capability modification compound. Early development phase. Expect failures in early runs. Source. Direct New World observation corroborated by transit intercept evidence. He marked it. Classification. Active threat development. Long-range documentation record. Not for immediate operational action without additional accessible source support. He sent a copy to GARP's administrative channel with a single note. This is developing faster than the institutional record shows. I wanted you to have the documentation. He filed. Doflamingo, biological capability compound. 6 months to first run, failures expected. Filed under. I know how this ends, in the broad version. In the specific version, in the early development version, in the version where the failures are happening to real people who agreed to participate in something they did not fully understand, I do not know. My foreknowledge map is the finished product. The road to the finished product is what we are living now. I need to be more afraid of the road than I have been. Chapter 69. GARP arrived at the unit for the third time without announcement, which Kai had begun to recognize as a pattern. Not GARP's disrespect for unit protocols, but GARP's particular relationship to the idea that protocol could capture everything worth capturing. He set 3 documents on Kai's desk. He said, the civilian transparency challenges on the classification framework. All 3 filed independently through the World Government Administrative Appeals process. All 3 received the standard acknowledgement and review response. He tapped the top document. This morning, a 4th filing appeared. Different filer, different jurisdiction, same administrative designation. Kai looked at the 4th filing. The filer was a maritime advocacy consortium from the Grand Line's outer island approaches. The filing cited the same administrative designation as the previous 3 and added a new element. It referenced the Lamari case as a documented example of the designation being used to authorize operations that had later been subject to administrative hold by an independent maritime review authority. The Lamari case was public record. The hold was filed with the Civilian Maritime Review Authority, which maintained a public registry of outstanding holds. The filing had connected the public record of the Lamari hold to the private record of the administrative designation. He said, someone connected the dots. Someone read the right documents. GARP said, the Maritime Hold Registry is public. The administrative designation is referenced in the standard marine operational filing that preceded the Lamari operation. The connection is not classified information. It's publicly accessible information that required someone to look at 2 documents simultaneously. He said, the Classification Review Committee is going to see this as a coordinated challenge. Probably, GARP said. Whether it is or not, the effect is the same. For challenges in 3 months, escalating specificity, the most recent with an accessible source evidentiary connection. The committee has standard containment tools. He paused. The standard tools are more effective when the challenge is 1 filer. They are less effective when the challenge is 4 independent filers with different jurisdictional footprints. Kai said, what's the committee's likely response timeline? 6 to 8 months for the first 2. The Lumari-connected filing will probably trigger an accelerated review because the evidentiary connection is a different legal category than a transparency challenge alone. Evidentiary challenges have different procedural requirements. Kai said, if the Lumari-connected filing produces an evidentiary review, the core and documentation that Morin and I have been building becomes relevant as supplemental evidence. GARP said, I know. He said, the core and documentation is not complete enough for a formal submission yet. GARP said, how long? Kai said, 6 months to produce a submission that meets the evidentiary standard. If the accelerated review is on the same timeline, we might have a window. GARP looked at him. He had the quality of someone who had spent decades waiting for alignment between the work being done and the institutional window that could receive it, and was now looking at a possible alignment. He said, build it in 6 months. Kai said, we'll need Darius Cormier's testimony on Corin. The eyewitness documentation. GARP said, I know who she is. He picked up the documents. He said, the framework has more people working on it than it knows. He walked to the door. Make sure the documentation is ready. He left. Kai filed. Civilian Challenge Coordination for independent filers. Lamari evidentiary connection established. 6-month window for Corin documentation. Filed under. The work is arriving at the moment it needs to arrive. This is what 15-year projects look like from inside the early years. You build towards something you cannot see, and then the institutional landscape shifts in a direction that makes the building suddenly relevant, and you have a window. The window requires the documentation to be ready. The documentation will be ready. Chapter 70. The alert came from the New World Intelligence Desk at 0340 on a Wednesday morning. It had the priority classification that meant personnel in the duty office had assessed this as requiring immediate senior review, not morning briefing. Someone had been awake enough at 0340 to understand that this particular alert was not a standard pattern event. Kai was on the duty rotation. He read the alert. The message was from a marine intelligence asset in the New World, a mid-tier informant with a 6-year record of reliable low-volume reporting. The asset's previous reports had been routine: commercial activity, crew movement, territorial border events. The kind of baseline maintenance reporting that filled intelligence files and occasionally produced useful cross-reference material. This report was different. The report described a meeting on a vessel in the New World's outer approaches 2 days ago. The meeting attendees included a New World Warlord candidate whose name the asset did not know but whose description matched a profile Kai recognized. The meeting also included 2 individuals the asset described as not pirates, bearing themselves like senior officials, wearing civilian clothing, but with the posture and deference pattern of institutional authority. The civilians were not Marine officers. The asset's description was specific. They were not military. They were government. World government. The report included a fragment of overheard conversation. The asset had been on the adjacent dock, pretending to do maintenance, close enough to catch fragments through the vessel's open portholes. The fragment was, "Your development timeline is acceptable. The production transition will be supervised. The arrangement is formalized." Formalized meant sanctioned. Supervised meant operational oversight. He read the report 4 times. He built the connection from the bottom of the assessment stack and worked upward. The Doflamingo biological compound development. The production facility at Dressrosa, 6 months to first run. The opacity layer in the corporate structure. The corporate structure that was, by every accessible source analysis he had conducted, building towards something that the world government would normally classify as a priority investigation target. Unless the world government was not investigating it because the world government was authorizing it. The formalized arrangement was not a crime being covered up. It was a sanctioned operation. The production facility and the biological compound development were operating under world government supervision, which meant the institutional challenge against Doflamingo was not a challenge against a criminal. It was a challenge against a world government contractor. Kai stared at the alert. He filed an immediate secure copy to GARP's emergency channel. He added a single note. The Dressrosa operation is not outside the world government structure. It is inside it. This changes the documentation strategy. He filed, privately, world government-sanctioned Doflamingo operation, not criminal, contractor. Filed under. I have been building a documentation case against a criminal operation. The operation is not criminal. It is institutional. This is the structure I have been working against from inside. I am now documenting a program that my own institution's supervisors have authorized. This is not the Tarquin case. This is a larger version of the same thing. Filed under. I should not be surprised. I should be. I am. The scale is larger than I mapped. The 0340 sky through the duty office window was still dark. He looked at it. He thought about what Sarah had said in their 4-hour conversation on her vessel, solving different parts of the same problem. He had just discovered that the problem was larger than either of them had mapped. Chapter 71 GARP arrived at 0730. He had apparently been awake for a while. He had the particular quality of someone who had read Kai's emergency message, processed it, and arrived at a conclusion before the morning briefing. He sat down across from Kai without preamble. He said, "The world government contractor angle." "Yes. Walk me through the evidence." Kai walked him through it. The asset report, the meeting description, the overheard fragment, the corroboration, the corporate opacity layer in the Doflamingo shipping consortium, the production facility at Dressrosa, the biological compound development timeline. The pattern of a world government-supervised operation using a warlord candidate intermediary to maintain institutional distance. GARP listened. He had the quality of someone who had already run this analysis independently and was checking it against Kai's version. He said, "The warlord candidacy is real. I've seen the preliminary file." Kai said, "I suspected." "The formal candidacy is 9 years out," GARP said. "The preliminary file is internal, not for circulation, not confirmed. The candidacy process begins formally when the world government decides the candidate has reached a level of usefulness that justifies the formal arrangement." He looked at Kai. A supervised operational contract is one of the ways the world government tests candidacy suitability. The candidate runs the operation, demonstrates usefulness, demonstrates controllability. The contract is a trial period. Kai said, "And if we build a documentation case against the operation, we are building a case against a world government trial period for a warlord candidacy." "Which puts the case in a different legal category," GARP said. "Not criminal. Not even a transparency challenge on administrative designation. We would be challenging a sanctioned government operation on the grounds that the operation violates. What, exactly? Kai thought about this. He said, the biological compound development. If the early development runs produce failures in people who did not give informed consent, the legal framework for government-sanctioned experiments on non-consenting subjects is more restrictive than the standard operational classification framework. There are specific World Government Charter provisions. Garp looked at him. He said, "You've been reading the World Government Administrative Charter." "For 3 years," Kai said. Garp was quiet for a long moment. He said, "The Charter provisions on non-consenting experimental subjects are strong provisions. They were written after the Void Century restoration proceedings, and they are not part of the standard classification framework. They are in a separate charter section with different oversight authority." Kai said, "The Human Experimentation Prohibition section." "Yes." Garp looked at him. "You already knew about this provision." "I've known about the provision since I started reading the charter," Kai said. "I didn't have the evidentiary connection to the Doflamingo operation until last night." Garp stood up. He said, "The evidence you have is an asset report fragment and an intelligence pattern analysis. It is not sufficient for a human experimentation prohibition filing." "No," Kai agreed. "It is sufficient for beginning to build toward one." Garp said, "How long?" Kai said, "Depends on how quickly the early compound development runs produce accessible source evidence. If there are failures leave traces, medical presentations, community reports, personnel movement around the production facility." He paused. "I need someone positioned to document the traces." Garp said, "I'll put a new world asset on the Dressrosa approach zone." He left. Kai filed. World Government Contractor Angle. Human Experimentation Prohibition Provision. Building toward an evidentiary standard that bypasses the standard classification framework. Filed under. The classification framework is the wall that stopped every previous challenge. The human experimentation provision is a door in the wall that was put there for exactly this kind of situation. The door requires specific evidence. I am now building toward the specific evidence. Chapter 72. The Corn documentation was complete in 4.5 months. It was Morin's work as much as his. More than his. In the specific way that someone who had spent 6 years building a file understood what completion required more than someone who had been contributing to it for 18 months. She drove the final 2 months. She worked 14-hour days with the particular momentum of someone who had been waiting for a deadline and recognized when the deadline was real. The final document was 142 pages. It covered the Corn incident on the specific date, the administrative designation that had authorized the operational team, the 47 disappearances over 14 years that the Corn incident was part of, the classification review that had closed the original inquiry, and the Tarquin investigation finding as corroborating documentation for the existence of the operational program. It also included, in a separate appendix, Darius Cormier's testimony. Darius Cormier had filed the transparency challenge through the World Government Administrative Appeals process 4 months ago. The challenge was pending review. As part of the challenge filing, she had submitted her eyewitness account as a formal affidavit. The affidavit was now in the World Government Administrative Record, not the Marine Administrative Record, the World Government Record, which was in a different oversight structure. Kai had told her, in the intake room, that she should keep her copy. She had. He read the completed 142-page document and sat with it. He thought about the day Morin had said, "I've been working on the Corn inquiry for 5 years." The Tarquin transfer is the first movement in the relevant institutional structure in those 5 years. She had been working on this longer than he had been in this world, in his original life, in the life he arrived with when he transmigrated into a Marine recruit's body 3.5 years ago. She had been doing this work before Kai arrived. She would be doing this work after Kai was gone, in whatever form gone eventually took. He thought about what he owed to people who had been working on things he arrived in the middle of. He thought about the access he had, foreknowledge, hockey development ahead of his experience, the institutional positioning he had built through 28 months of careful methodology, and the people around him who had none of it and were still doing the work. He filed the 142-page document through Morin's unit and sent a copy to Garp. He also sent a copy to the World Government Administrative Appeals Office as supplemental material for Darius Cormier's pending transparency challenge under the evidentiary rules for supplemental submissions in administrative proceedings. He filed Corn documentation, 142 pages, Morin's 6 years plus 18 months collaboration, submitted to World Government Appeals process as supplemental evidence. Filed under. The work Morin was doing before I arrived is now in a form that can be used. I contributed to it. I did not build it. The distinction matters. People do not need foreknowledge to do the right work. They need time and the willingness to keep going. Chapter 73. The engagement that tested what he had built happened on a Tuesday, which was statistically about as likely as any other day. He had been on a field assessment in the mid-range Grand Line approaches when the alert came in. Not a pirate engagement, a missing asset report, which was the intelligence unit's particular category of crisis. A field operative whose check-in had missed and whose last reported position was in an area with a documented hostile crew operating at full engagement posture. The field operative was a junior analyst named Selah Moss, 20 years old, who had been on her first solo field assessment. Kai had the operative's last coordinates, an estimated hostile crew position, and the specific problem that the field assessment zone was outside the range of the nearest Marine Rapid Response Unit by approximately 40 minutes. He was 12 minutes out. He went. The hostile crew was not in the same position they had been at last reported. They had moved toward the assessment zone, which was the direction that a crew of this type moved when they had spotted something worth investigating. He tracked the movement from the approach using extended overlay at full concentration, which gave him the 12-minute projection window. The projection showed Selah Moss was behind a rock formation approximately 300 meters inside the assessment zone. The crew had split into two groups, one moving around the rock formation's left side. She had approximately 4 minutes before the left group reached a position with visual on her location. He moved. He did not have the force to engage a full crew frontally. He had two assets that the crew did not know about: his observation hockey at full extension and the specific knowledge that they had split their attention between two objectives. He made noise. Not random noise, targeted noise, calibrated to sound like a Marine contact report, the kind of communication pattern a crew that had dealt with Marine field assessments before would recognize as the precursor to a response unit arrival. He did it at a specific distance from the right group and let the right group's response carry to the left group's position. The left group pulled back to consolidate. He moved Selah Moss in the 8 minutes the consolidation produced. She was uninjured. She had been holding position with the specific controlled stillness of someone who had been trained properly and had not panicked. He brought her to the extraction point without combat contact. She said, on the extraction vessel, "You made them think a response unit was coming." He said, "They've dealt with Marine response units before. The communication pattern is recognizable." She said, "That's not a trained technique." He said, "No. It was the available option given the time constraint." She looked at him. She said, "Thank you." He said, "Thank me by documenting exactly what happened. The crew's movement pattern, the split formation, the timeline. It'll be useful for the assessment record." She pulled out her field notebook. She had been keeping notes even in the rock formation. He filed, Selah Moss, extraction, hostile crew interaction, 0 combat contact. Noise diversion using Marine communication pattern recognition. Field operative uninjured. Filed under. The best outcome was not the one where I fought a crew. The best outcome was the one where the crew chose not to fight me. I arranged for them to make that choice. That is the complete list of what happened. Chapter 74. Saru called him into her office 3 days after the Selah Moss extraction. He had worked in her unit for 2.5 years. He had been in her office for substantive conversations 11 times. She reserved the office for the specific kind of conversation that required walls, not secrecy, but the particular quality of a bounded space that made it clear both parties understood the weight of what was being said. She said, "The Selah Moss extraction has been flagged for commendation." He said, "The technique was improvised." "The technique worked," she said. "The commendation is for the outcome." She set a document on her desk. "I want to discuss something else." He looked at the document. It was a personnel action form, specifically, the kind of form used for assignment changes. She said, "The New World Intelligence Division has filed a formal request for your permanent transfer to their unit. This is the second such request in 6 months. The first was routed through Sengoku's office and declined." She looked at him. "This one came through my office. I have the authority to process it." He said, "You're telling me rather than processing it." She said, "I'm asking you what you want." He looked at the personnel form. The New World Intelligence Division was a significant posting, more operational authority, broader geographic scope, more direct engagement with the developing situations in the New World. It was also, structurally, a posting that would move him further from the institutional documentation work he and Morin had built and closer to the operational patterns that required direct intervention. He said, "What does the division want from the transfer?" She said, "Your assessment work. Specifically the Whitebeard territorial analysis and the commercial pattern documentation in the New World approaches." She paused. "They've been reading your intelligence outputs for 2 years. The Dressrosa commercial monitoring flag, the transit intercept, the biological compound inference. They want the person who's been building that picture." He said, "If I transfer, The framework documentation work here loses a contributor. Tsuru looked at him. She said, the framework documentation work is Morin's project. You've been a significant contributor. You are not irreplaceable. She said this without softness, which was how Tsuru said most things, and without anything that made it feel unkind. Morin has been building that documentation for 6 years. She will continue building it. He said, the New World Division assignment. What's the operational scope? She said, extended reconnaissance, deep pattern intelligence, advisory capacity to senior command on New World developments. She paused. You would have direct access to New World field assets. You would be operating in the geographic area your current work has been building toward. He sat with this. He thought about the Dressrosa monitoring and the 6-month timeline to first production run. He thought about Sarah Vale operating in the New World for 7 years without institutional access. He thought about what having a Marine intelligence officer in the New World Division would do to the accessible source documentation on the operations Garb was now building toward. He said, I'll take the transfer. Tsuru said, you'll maintain your Morin collaboration. Remotely, he said. The framework documentation doesn't require physical proximity at this stage. She said, good. She signed the personnel action form. You depart in 30 days. Use the time to complete your current open case documentation. He filed. Transfer approved. New World Intelligence Division. 30 days to departure. Filed under. I am moving closer to the operational center of what is developing. This is correct. The documentation architecture here is complete enough to continue without me. The work that requires my specific position has shifted to a location where the institutional record is thinner and the developing situations are faster. I need to be where the work is. Chapter 75. The 30 days before departure were the most productive 30 days of Kai's documentation work. He completed, for open case files, 2 cross-reference analyses connecting the civilian transparency challenges to the Corin's supplemental submission, 1 final intelligence assessment of the secondary Grand Line shipping consortium, and a thorough handoff documentation package for every monitoring flag he had been maintaining. He also spent 8 hours with Neria. Not on documentation, or not primarily on documentation. They had dinner twice, which was not something they had done before, and they went through the formal methodology document together not as a work product, but as a record of what the work had been. She said, on the second evening, you're leaving. He said, yes. She said, the methodology document is going to be more useful to your institutional record in the New World Division than it was here. The division's documentation culture is more receptive to novel methodology than the standard unit structure. He said, I know. She said, I'm going to keep building it. He looked at her. She said, the document covers 11 assessments. The New World posting will produce more. I'm going to maintain the document as a running record, not a closed filing. She looked at the copy she was holding. Her copy, the print version she kept at her desk. You'll send me the assessment outputs and I'll cross-reference them against the methodology pattern. He said, you're proposing a long-range research collaboration. She said, I'm proposing that the work continues. She set the document down. I spent 15 months building a file that became a formal institutional record. I am not going to stop when the subject moves to a different posting. He said, no, I didn't think you would. She said, the New World will be harder than this. He said, yes. She said, you've been preparing for it for 3.5 years. He said, I've been preparing for it longer than that. She looked at him with the particular consideration she gave to accurate statements that were also incomplete. She said, I know. I've been building your file for 15 months. I know the difference between how you talk about what you've learned here and how you talk about what you knew before. She paused. You came into this unit knowing things that nobody can know from 3 years of Marine service. I have documented that gap carefully. She looked at him. I have not speculated about the mechanism, but I have noticed that you talk about some things as if you've been preparing for them your entire life, and some things as if you discovered them yesterday. He was quiet. She said, I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm telling you that the document records the distinction, because accurate documentation records distinctions rather than ignoring them. She picked up her copy. And because I wanted you to know that I see it. He said, thank you. She said, send me the outputs. He departed on the morning of the 30th day. Morin shook his hand. Garp had left a note, not a personal note, an operational note, which was Garp's version of a personal note. 3 lines on the framework documentation timeline. A note that the Corin's supplemental submission had been formally acknowledged by the World Government Appeals Office, and the single line. The next version of this takes longer and goes deeper. You know where I am. He read the note on the transport vessel. He folded it and put it in his operational file. He filed. Departing, 3.5 years in this posting. Morin collaboration continues remotely. Neria maintains the methodology record. GARP on the framework. Corin submission acknowledged. Filed under. I arrived here knowing what came next. I am leaving having changed enough that what comes next is different from what I knew. That is what this posting was for. The New World is the next version of the problem. I am going to be there for it. The New World was south and east, and, for the next several years, home. He watched the coastline recede through the transport vessel's aft window. He thought, the work continues. Chapter 76. The New World Intelligence Division's headquarters was built to survive. Everything about it, the fortification grade, the approach corridors, the specific placement of the facility's communication arrays, communicated that the people who had designed it expected attempts to destroy it, had planned for those attempts, and had built something that would continue operating through them. This was a different design philosophy from the units Kai had worked in for 3.5 years. Those units had been built to produce documentation. This facility had been built to survive producing documentation. He arrived on a Thursday, reported to Division Commander Rear Admiral Solaris, and spent 4 hours in the initial briefing. Solaris was a compact woman in her mid-50s who ran briefings the way GARP ran them. Outcomes first, mechanisms optional. She went through the New World's current operational landscape with the efficiency of someone who had been tracking it for a decade and had learned which details mattered. She said, "You've been reading our outputs from the outside for 2 years. You have a picture of the New World from our intelligence reports. That picture is approximately 60% accurate." He said, "What's the 40%? The intelligence reports capture what's visible," she said. "The New World operates significantly through what's not visible. The visible portion is accurate. The invisible portion is not in the reports because we can't document what we can't see." She looked at him. "Your record from Tsuru's unit shows a methodology that produces accurate assessments on things that are not in the visible documentation. I want to know how that works in an environment where the invisible portion is larger." He said, "What's an example of the invisible portion?" She said, "The Yonko crew behaviors that we know happen and cannot document. Big Mom's territorial enforcement visits. Whitebeard's crew movement outside the reported engagement zones. These events affect everything around them, but they don't produce marine-accessible documentation unless someone is in position to observe directly." He said, "I can work with indirect indicators. Behavioral patterns in communities adjacent to events that aren't documented directly often carry the shape of what happened, even when the event itself isn't in the record." She said, "Show me what that looks like." He spent the next 2 hours on the New World briefing files. He found 7 indirect indicator patterns in the first pass, things that the reports had noted as anomalies without connecting them to each other. He connected them. The connected pattern described a Whitebeard crew movement cycle that was running on a specific schedule, centered on a navigation waypoint that the reports had not flagged as significant. He showed Solaris. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "That navigation waypoint is significant. It's not in any of our current analysis." He said, "It's in the anomaly notes from 6 different field reports over the past 8 months. It's just not in any of the summary analyses because the anomaly notes don't cross-reference." She looked at the connected pattern. She said, "Welcome to the New World Intelligence Division." He filed, "New World Division, Rear Admiral Solaris, first briefing, 40% invisible portion. The New World requires a different application of the same methodology." Filed under, "I arrived here knowing the broad shape of the next 25 years. The New World's invisible portion is larger than the grand lines. My foreknowledge map is already significantly burned. I need to rebuild the analytical practice for a world where the visible documentation is less complete and the invisible is proportionally larger." Chapter 77. The first major field engagement came 3 weeks into the New World posting. Solaris had assigned him to an operational assessment team for a mid-range island in the approaches to Big Mom's territory. The island itself was not significant. The assessment was routine, documenting current governance structure, commercial activity pattern, potential for marine facility support in the area. The engagement was not routine. The team was 4 people: Kai, a senior field analyst named Corins, and 2 marine officers who handled the physical security. They had been on the island for approximately 6 hours when Corins flagged a discrepancy in the commercial shipping records the island's harbor master had provided. The discrepancy was small. Most people would have noted it and filed it as a rounding error in the harbor documentation. Kai looked at the discrepancy and recognized it for what it was: the footprint of someone who had been through the harbor master's records before them. He said, "Someone accessed these records recently. They made a small adjustment to the cargo weight totals, which is why the discrepancy appears at the aggregate level rather than the line item level." Corin said, "Why would anyone adjust harbor records?" "To remove the trace of a specific cargo that came through," Kai said. The cargo isn't in the records anymore. But the aggregate arithmetic doesn't add up because the adjustment was made to the totals without correcting the subtotals. He spent 40 minutes building back the removed cargo from the arithmetic gaps. The cargo weight and timing, cross-referenced with the island's position relative to the Dressrosa approaches, was consistent with a chemical precursor shipment. He said, "We need to leave." Corin said, "We haven't completed the assessment." Kai said, "Someone accessed these records ahead of our arrival. They knew we were coming. If they knew we were coming and made the adjustment, they're monitoring whether the adjustment held." He looked at Corin's. The adjustment didn't hold. In 40 minutes, when they check their monitoring and see that we're still on the island, the question of what we found becomes urgent for them. They left in 38 minutes. The port they had come from logged a vessel request for the island 3 hours after their departure. The request vessel did not arrive. They had already been 3 hours out before it reached the island. Kai filed the arithmetic analysis and the inferred cargo pattern as a new section in the Doflamingo documentation. He added a note. New World field operations require immediate withdrawal protocols when documentation tampering is identified. The intelligence environment in the New World includes active counterdocumentation activity. He filed. New World engagement. Harbor record tampering. Active counterdocumentation. Withdrawal executed. First direct evidence of operational security awareness around the Dressrosa supply chain. Filed under. The New World knows it is being watched. The 40% invisible portion is partly invisible because someone is actively making it invisible. That changes the assessment methodology in ways I am still mapping. Chapter 78. The dead drop from Sarah arrived 4 days into the New World posting, which meant she had been watching for his arrival. The cipher text decoded too. You're here. Different meeting location. New World protocols are different from North Blue. Coordinates attached. 1 week. He filed a personal transit request and went. She was already at the location when he arrived, a mid-range island that functioned as a commercial waypoint between the two halves of the New World's outer approaches. She was sitting in a commercial dining facility with the quality of someone who had been there long enough to stop looking like she was waiting. She said, "You look like someone who's been in the New World for 4 days." He said, "How?" She said, "Like you're recalibrating. Everything you knew about the New World was theoretical. Now it's physical." She poured tea from the pot on the table. She had been there long enough to order tea. "It takes a few weeks." He sat down. He said, "The counter-documentation activity in the Dressrosa supply chain." She said, "I was going to tell you about that. They've been running active counter-documentation for 2 months. Someone on their operational side identified a monitoring pattern, not yours specifically, but the marine intelligence monitoring pattern in general, and built a response protocol." He said, "What does the response protocol look like?" She said, "They access records ahead of marine assessment schedules and make arithmetic adjustments that are subtle enough to pass casual inspection. The adjustments fail precise cross-reference." She paused. "They're not actually trying to fool someone doing careful analysis. They're trying to identify who does careful analysis and when." He said, "It's not counter-documentation. It's a surveillance mechanism." "Yes, the adjustment is a tripwire." She set her cup down. When a Marine officer identifies the adjustment, they know where in the Marine intelligence structure the precise analysis capability is. They catalog it. He said, "I identified it in 40 minutes and withdrew." She said, "I know. Your team's departure was logged. They know you're here." She looked at him. "They don't know what I've been telling you. But they know the New World Division now has someone who reads adjusted records precisely." He thought about what this meant. He said, "The Dressrosa documentation approach needs to change. Analytical identification is now a signal." She said, "Yes. What we need is indirect documentation, evidence that accumulates from sources that are not marine intelligence assessments. Community reports, medical patterns, crew behavior changes around the facility." She paused. "The kind of documentation that doesn't require a Marine officer to look directly at the supply chain." He said, "That's your domain." "I've been building it," she said. "I have 6 months of community-level observation in the Dressrosa approaches. The first compound run happened 3 weeks ago. There are medical presentations beginning in the surrounding communities, not in the facility, in the communities that were included in early distribution tests." He looked at her. She said, "I said failures. I meant failures. Some of the people who received the early compound are experiencing effects that were not described to them as possible outcomes. They're presenting to community healers. The healers are writing to the island's administrative offices." He said, "Are those letters in any accessible registry?" She said, "Not yet. The administrative offices are not Marine affiliated. But I have copies." She set a sealed document folder on the table. The healers wrote about what they were seeing. They used medical description because they are healers. The documents described biological effects consistent with the production profile I described in the last dead drop. He looked at the folder. She said, "You need to build these into the accessible record without triggering the counter-documentation surveillance. The letters are from civilian healers to civilian administrative offices. They are not Marine documents. If you can establish a channel that routes them into the World Government Medical Registry rather than the Marine intelligence files, they become accessible source evidence that does not require a Marine officer to have identified it." He said, "The World Government Medical Registry has a civilian reporting channel for unusual illness patterns." She said, "Yes." He said, "If the healer letters are submitted to that channel by the healers themselves, the documents are in the World Government Registry without a Marine intelligence attribution." She said, "The healers need to know the channel exists and that their letters will be received." He said, "I can get that information to them." He took the document folder. He filed, "New World, Sarah Vale Meeting, Healer Letters, Medical Failures from Early Compound Distribution, World Government Medical Registry Strategy." Filed under, "The evidence for the human experimentation prohibition case is developing faster than the institutional challenge. I need to route it correctly so that it is in the right registry when the window opens." Chapter 79, Getting information to the healers, took 3 weeks and required 3 intermediary steps, each one further removed from any Marine attribution. The first step, Kai sent a secure communication to a World Government Civilian Administrative Liaison he had met during the Tsuru Unit's cross-institutional exchange program 2 years ago. The communication was framed as a courtesy follow-up on the Human Experimentation Prohibition Charter provisions, a request for procedural information about how civilian medical practitioners in unaffiliated island communities could report unusual illness patterns to the World Government Medical Registry. The request was legitimate. The procedural information was public. The communication contained nothing that identified a specific location or a specific case. The second step, the administrative liaison forwarded the procedural information through the standard public health outreach channel to the regional island administrative offices in the Dressrosa approaches. This was standard practice. The liaison did this regularly for communities requesting public health guidance. The third step, the procedural information reached the administrative offices that the healers had written to. One of the administrative clerks, doing their job, forwarded the reporting procedure to the healers whose letters were on file. The healers submitted their letters to the World Government Medical Registry through the civilian channel. The letters were now in the registry. Kai did not see the letters. He did not know their specific contents. He knew they existed and that they were in the correct registry because Sarah had confirmed, through the dead drop, that the submission had completed. He built a documentation note, World Government Medical Registry. Unusual illness pattern reports from Dressrosa approach communities, reported through civilian channel by community healers. Source, registry reference number provided by administrative liaison. The note cited only the registry reference and the public health outreach channel. It contained nothing that connected the reports to Kai's Doflamingo documentation. But the reports were now in the record. He filed, Healer Letters, World Government Medical Registry, documented without Marine intelligence attribution. The human experimentation prohibition case now has civilian medical documentation in the correct registry. Filed under, 3 steps and 3 weeks to move a piece of evidence from a healer's desk to a World Government Registry without any Marine fingerprints. That is what this work looks like. It is slow, and it is careful, and it is the only way it works. He sent a final dead drop to Sarah. Medical Registry confirmation received. The documentation is in the correct channel. The next step is patience. She replied the following week. Patience is what I've had for 7 years. It's a good technique. Chapter 80. The day Kai had been tracking arrived not as a crisis, but as a name in a quarterly report. He had been in the New World Intelligence Division for 6 weeks when the quarterly review of Warlord candidacy files crossed his desk. He was on the advisory review rotation, one of 3 officers who provided analytical assessments of candidacy files for Solaris's summary report to Sengoku. The Don Quixote Doflamingo candidacy file was 9 pages. It covered the years from age 18, the footnote in the shipping consortium analysis, to the current date, age 22. In 4 years, the file had grown from a footnote to a candidacy summary. The summary cited, successful management of a world government supervised operational contract, demonstrated institutional controllability, expanding operational footprint in the New World's outer approaches, and preliminary confirmation of devil fruit ability. The devil fruit ability was listed as paramecia type, unusual category, specific capability, not documented. He knew the capability. He had known it since before he arrived in this world. He wrote his portion of the analytical assessment with the care of someone who was building a two-track document. The official track, a sound, well-reasoned assessment of the candidacy's merits and risks, citing the accessible documentation, noting the institutional controllability record, and the operational contract performance. This was the track Solaris would read. The documentation track, a separate internal notation, filed under the Doflamingo baseline, that the World Government Medical Registry now had community health reports from the Dressrosa approach zone, and that the quarterly Warlord candidacy file did not reference those reports, which meant the candidacy process was moving forward without incorporating evidence of early compound failures. The two tracks were going in opposite directions. He submitted the official assessment. He filed the documentation notation. Then he made a decision that he had been building toward for 6 weeks without naming it as a decision. He sent a copy of the quarterly candidacy summary, not classified. The advisory officer copies were standard review documents, to GARP's administrative channel with a notation. The candidacy summary does not reference the World Government Medical Registry reports from the Dressrosa approach zone. I am flagging this for the framework documentation record. The medical registry reports and the candidacy summary are two documents that should not be treated as independent files. He sent it. He did not know what GARP would do with it. He had learned, over 3.5 years, that GARP did things with information on his own timeline and in his own way, and that the value of sending information to GARP was not in what Kai expected GARP to do with it, but in GARP having it. He filed Warlord Candidacy Summary, Quarterly Review, Doflamingo at 22 years old, Operational Contract Performance Positive, Devil Fruit Ability Confirmed. Medical Registry Reports not referenced. Framework Notation sent to GARP. Filed under. The candidacy is real. The timeline is 9 years to formal status. I have 9 years to build the documentation that makes the formal immunity reviewable. The medical registry reports are the beginning of the human experimentation track. 9 years is not a long time for this kind of case. I need to work faster. I intend to. He set the quarterly review file aside. He looked at the new world map pinned to his wall. He had been here 6 weeks. He had 3 months of available source documentation development before the production facility at Dressrosa reached its first major operational output. He had a partner in the New World who had been here 7 years and knew the operational terrain better than any marine intelligence file could describe. He had a foreknowledge map that was increasingly unreliable. He had a hockey development that was running ahead of his experience. He had, after 3.5 years, the beginning of an understanding of what he was actually doing here. Not the mission he had arrived with. Protect who you can, change what you can, use the foreknowledge carefully. That was still true. But behind it, built from 3.5 years of documentation and relationships and choices, was something more specific. He was building toward the moment when the structure that produced the Tarquin cases and the Dressrosa compound failures would be visible enough to challenge at the level that actually mattered. Not a specific practitioner transferred. Not a single island protected. The structure itself. He had always known that was the real work. He was only now beginning to understand how large it was. He went back to the files. There was work to do. Chapter 81. The island of Merst was 3 days transit from the New World Division's headquarters, which made it a field assessment assignment rather than a routine monitoring task. Kai had requested the Merst assessment himself, citing the island's position in the Dressrosa approach zone and its recent appearance in the commercial traffic anomaly report. Solaris had approved it without extensive comment, which was her standard response to field requests that had good documentation rationale. He went with Corns again. Corns had the specific quality of a field analyst who did not ask questions that made situations more complicated than they needed to be, which was useful. The community healer on Merst was a woman named Eris. She had submitted one of the letters through the World Government Medical Registry channel. She was not expecting a Marine officer to appear on her doorstep, but she had the quality of someone who had been doing difficult work for a long time and had developed the composure that difficult work produces. He said, "I'm here because of the letter you submitted to the World Government Medical Registry. I'm not here as part of an investigation targeting your community. I'm here because the symptoms you documented are part of a pattern I've been tracking." She said, "You want to see them?" He said, "I want to document what you've observed in enough detail that the documentation can be part of a formal evidentiary case, in a format that comes from you, not from me." She looked at him for a long moment. She had the quality of someone running the question of whether she could trust the Marine officer standing in her doorway. She said, "Come in." She had 3 patients whose presentations she had been tracking. She described them in detail, the symptom progression, the timeline, the specific ways the effects differed from any natural illness pattern she had seen in 20 years of practice. She described the village meeting where the compound had been introduced, representatives from the Dressrosa facility, described as pharmaceutical researchers, offering a voluntary trial program with a modest payment. For people from the community had participated. 3 of the 4 were her patients. He listened. He did not take notes in the room. He had learned, in 3.5 years of documentation work, that the presence of note-taking changed what people said. He filed everything in the careful mental record that he maintained for field conversations and would transcribe afterward. The 4th participant, the one who was not her patient, had been fined for 2 months and then had simply left the island. He had sent one letter to his family. The letter had not described any symptoms. The letter had described, in ordinary family communication language, that he was working on something interesting and would be in touch when he could. That was the detail that stayed with Kai. Voluntary trial program participants who had positive outcomes were retained. The ones who had negative outcomes were left behind. The ones who had negative outcomes did not have a marine intelligence officer sitting with their community healer to listen. He transcribed the conversation that evening in full, with every detail Eris had provided, framed as an investigator's witness account of a medical professional's observations. He submitted it to the World Government Medical Registry as supplemental documentation to the healer letters already on file. Then he sent a cipher to Sarah. Merst confirmed. 3 negative outcome patients. 1 positive outcome participant recruited, voluntary trial participants being selected for continued participation. The program is sorting. The failures stay and the successes leave. She replied within 2 days. I know. The Dressrosa facility is running a second community trial. Different island, same approach. I have someone there. He filed. Merst, healer interview. Direct documentation of 3 compound failure cases. Positive outcome participant recruited to facility. The program is using community trials as selection mechanism. Filed under. This is how it scales. Not a single large test. Dozens of small ones, spread across isolated communities, with the failures left in place and the successes absorbed into the operation. The medical registry is the only record of the failures. That is what we are building toward. Chapter 82. He had been in the New World for 3 months when the hockey development he had been building toward resolved. It did not resolve in a quiet moment of practice. It resolved in a storm. He had been on a field transit, a single officer assessment mission that Solaris had assigned because the location required someone who could handle the approach alone. The storm system was in the intelligence briefing as possible adverse weather and had developed into a full New World-grade system that was substantially larger and faster than the weather prediction models had suggested. He was on a small transit vessel with 2 sailors and no shelter options for the next 4 hours. The New World storms were different from anything in the Grand Line's outer approaches. They were not larger, they were more purposive, in a way that was not literally true, but was the correct experiential description. The wind patterns did not simply push in one direction. They created a 3-dimensional pressure field that changed faster than any standard weather system. He was running extended overlay at full concentration, projecting the vessel's position relative to the wave patterns, when the system shifted in a way that exceeded the projection window's response time. The wave was going to come from the wrong side. He had half a second. He moved to the tiller, read the 2 sailors' positions, and redirected the vessel's heading in the specific way that put the wave on the stern quarter rather than the side. The move required a physical force application and a hockey-assisted grip on the tiller that was in the upper range of his current battle armament expression. The vessel took the wave on the stern quarter, lurched hard, recovered. He was still holding the tiller. The sailors were still on the vessel. He held the course adjustment for the next 4 hours because the storm did not care about his projection limits, and the adjustment turned out to require continuous reading of the 3-dimensional pressure field rather than a single calculation. He was in the pressure field for 4 hours. He was reading it continuously. By the time the storm passed, he could feel the distinction between what the wave was going to do and what the wave was doing in a way that was not separate thoughts. It was a single awareness. He sat down on the deck when the system cleared. One of the sailors said, "I've been on New World runs for 8 years. I've never seen someone read a storm like that." He said, "I had a good 4 hours of practice." He filed, that evening, New World storm, battle armament depth extension, continuous field reading under 4-hour adverse pressure. The awareness of the physical field ceased being analytical and became direct. The distinction between projection and reading collapsed. Filed under. This is the threshold between battle armament and the next tier. I did not choose the moment. The moment chose me. That is also how it works. The New World does not give you easy conditions to develop in. It gives you the conditions it has, and you either develop or you don't. He wrote in his notation, "This is what the New World does to hockey practitioners. The environment is adversarial to survival. Everything that makes you more capable of reading and responding to a lethal environment accelerates because the alternative is death. not metaphorical death, actual death. He noted the tier name he assigned to what had changed, continuous field awareness. Not a projection, not a body read, a sustained direct contact with the physical state of the environment. The distinction was not about power output. It was about what he could perceive. Chapter 83. Sarah's intervention in the Dressrosa approach zone created 3 problems. The first problem was that she had saved a community, a fishing settlement on a small island called Veth, population approximately 400, that had been selected for a second compound trial. She had warned the community about the specific effects they would experience, the specific lie the trial representatives would tell them, and the specific consequence of the voluntary payment arrangement. The community had declined the trial. The second problem was that declining had consequences. The Dressrosa operations trial recruitment methodology was not passive. A declined community meant a compromised recruitment asset, which meant the operation had protocols for managing declined communities. The third problem was that the protocols included, in this case, a report to a New World Marine Administrative Office that the fishing settlement on Veth was experiencing suspicious anti-commercial activity that warranted investigation. The report was not accurate. It was a deliberate use of marine administrative channels to create documented attention on the settlement. Kai saw the administrative flag when it appeared in the New World Division's regional case queue. He knew exactly what had happened. He had 2 choices. He could pull the flag. He had sufficient authority as an advisory analyst to reclassify a regional flag as low priority, which would route it through a slow-track review that would take months. This would protect the settlement and Sarah's position. Or he could let the flag proceed, which would route a marine field team to Veth, which would produce an investigation that found nothing criminal, which would produce a clean report that became part of the settlement's official record. He thought about this for 20 minutes. A clean marine investigation report on a settlement was a different kind of protection than administrative obscurity. If the Dressrosa operation tried to flag Veth again, the settlement would now have a prior investigation finding that showed no criminal activity. The prior finding was a documented counterweight. He let the flag proceed. He sent a cipher to Sarah. Marine administrative flag on Veth. Do not interfere with the investigation. Let them look. The clean finding is worth more than the obscurity. She replied, I trust your read on this. But if the investigation team asks the wrong questions, I need to know. He replied, I will be the investigation team. Solaris assigned the Veth assessment to him because the regional flag had his name attached to it from a prior monitoring notation, a technical accuracy that made the assignment logical. He went to Veth, conducted the assessment, produced a thorough and accurate investigation report that found no criminal activity and noted the settlement's refusal of a commercial pharmaceutical trial as their legal right. The report went into the settlement's official record. He sent Sarah the report number. She replied, understood. Thank you. The community doesn't know what you did. He replied, they don't need to. He filed. Veth, Marine Administrative Flag managed. Investigation conducted. Clean finding in official record. Sarah's intervention created the administrative complication. Managing the complication through the investigation process rather than around it produced a better long-term protection for the community. Filed under. Working inside the institution and outside it simultaneously requires that each side understands what the other's tools are actually for. I cannot do what Sarah does. She cannot do what I do. The interaction between the 2 methodologies requires coordination. We are getting better at it. Chapter 84. The letter arrived through official channels, which made it stranger than an unofficial communication would have been. The sender was listed as the World Government Administrative Advisory Council, Pacific Oversight Division. Kai had read enough of the World Government Charter to know the Advisory Council was a real body, one of the oversight bodies that sat between the Marine Organization and the 5 elders, handling the administrative layer of institutional review that the elders did not directly manage. The letter was 3 paragraphs. Paragraph 1. A formal acknowledgement of his supplemental submission to the World Government Medical Registry from the MERST assessment. The submission had been received and classified under the Unusual Illness Pattern Investigation category. Paragraph 2. A request for a follow-up briefing with an advisory council liaison at a specified date and location. The briefing was described as a review of the documentation methodology used in the submission. Paragraph 3. A notation that the briefing was voluntary. He read the letter 4 times. The advisory council had never sent him a communication. He had been building documentation and submitting it through the correct channels for 4 years, and in 4 years he had received confirmations and registry acknowledgments and administrative responses, but never a direct advisory council letter. Someone at the level above the standard administrative processing had noticed the MERST submission. He showed the letter to Solaris. She said, the Pacific Oversight Division. He said, yes. She looked at the letter with the specific expression of a New World Division commander who was recalibrating a piece of existing analysis. She said, "The Advisory Council's oversight divisions are active when they have a specific interest in a case. They don't write letters to field intelligence officers about registry submissions unless the registry submission crossed a threshold." He said, "What threshold?" She said, "Sufficient documentation weight to trigger the human experimentation prohibition review process." She looked at him. "The medical registry reports from the Dressrosa approach zone. How many have you submitted or facilitated?" He said, 11 healer letters through the civilian channel, 2 supplemental submissions through investigator witness accounts." She said, 13 documented cases of unusual illness pattern in a defined geographic zone associated with a known operational entity." She set the letter down. "That's a threshold. 13 cases in 6 months triggers the prohibition review process automatically." He said, "I did not know that specific threshold." "Most people don't," she said. "The prohibition provisions were written to be triggered by documentation accumulation, not by case filings. The assumption was that by the time 13 cases were documented, the pattern was real." She looked at him. "You've been submitting registry documentation for 6 months." He said, "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Go to the briefing. The Advisory Council liaison will tell you more than I can about what the threshold triggers." He filed, "World Government Advisory Council, Pacific Oversight Division. MERS submission triggered human experimentation prohibition review. Threshold, 13 documented cases in defined geographic zone. Filings submitted by registry documentation accumulation methodology. Filed under. The prohibition provisions were designed to accumulate toward automatic review. I did not know the threshold. I was building documentation because documentation was the correct methodology. The threshold was the structure working as intended. That is what institutional design is supposed to do. Provide paths that the documentation itself can follow." Chapter 85. The Advisory Council liaison was a small, precise woman named Counselor Tove, who ran briefings with the methodical care of someone who had spent her career building cases that had to withstand institutional challenge. She said, "Your documentation work triggered the human experimentation prohibition review. The review process has specific requirements that I want to walk you through so that subsequent submissions meet the evidentiary standard the review requires." She walked him through the requirements. He listened and cross-referenced them against the documentation he had already built. Most of the requirements were met. 3 were not. The 3 gaps were medical professional testimony directly connected to the compound origin, chain of custody documentation for the compound materials, and confirmation of voluntary participation status from the trial subjects themselves. He said, "The trial participants are distributed across multiple communities, some of which no longer have the trial individuals present. The participants who had positive outcomes appear to have been recruited to the facility." She said, "Recruited participants are a category with specific documentary requirements under the prohibition provisions. If they were recruited under conditions that did not include full disclosure of the compound's experimental status, their recruitment itself is a potential prohibition violation." She paused. "Do you have any documentation of what was disclosed to participants during recruitment?" He thought about Eris, the healer on MERS. Eris had described the trial presentation. Pharmaceutical researchers, voluntary program, modest payment. He said, "I have a witness account from a medical professional who observed the recruitment presentation and documented what was described to participants." She said, "Was the compound described as experimental?" "It was described as a pharmaceutical trial," he said. "The description did not include the compound's development status, known failure risks, or potential for permanent biological effects." She wrote something. She said, "That is the disclosure gap. A voluntary program that does not disclose known risk profile does not qualify as voluntary participation under the prohibition provisions." She looked at him. "Your witness account, if it specifically documents what was and was not disclosed during recruitment, meets the 3rd documentation requirement." He said, "I can supplement the witness account with that detail." She said, "Do that. The supplemental submission should go directly to the review process, not the general registry. I will provide the specific channel." She gave him the channel designation. She also gave him something he had not expected. A preliminary review finding, not final, not for external circulation, but a formal document indicating that the review process had identified sufficient preliminary documentation to constitute an active case rather than a monitoring file. He looked at the preliminary finding. He said, "How long to a final finding?" She said, 6 to 12 months, assuming the documentation gaps are addressed. The final finding, if it confirms the preliminary, goes to the appropriate oversight authority." She paused. The appropriate oversight authority for a world government-supervised operational contract is a different body than the standard Marine Administrative Review. He said, the Five Elders Advisory Structure. She said, the oversight authority for sanctioned contractor operations is the Elder Council's Administrative Review. Yes. She looked at him with the steady assessment of someone who had worked in the administrative structure long enough to understand its full vertical reach. You are aware of what that means. He said, the documentation case goes to the level that authorized the contractor arrangement. She said, if the final finding confirms the preliminary, the Advisory Council submits the finding to the Elder Council Administrative Review as a prohibition violation report. The Elder Council cannot ignore a formal prohibition finding. The charter provisions are the provisions they cannot override. They can manage the consequences of the finding, but they cannot make the finding disappear. He said, and the management of the consequences. She said, that is above my advisory capacity and below my ability to predict. She set her documents in order. What I can tell you is that the documentation you have built is sufficient to produce a preliminary finding. The rest of the process depends on documentation meeting the evidentiary standard. She stood. Do the supplemental submission. Do it carefully. He returned to the New World Division with the preliminary finding and the channel designation. He did not file the preliminary finding in the standard documentation system. He filed it in the personal operational record. He filed Advisory Council Briefing, Preliminary Human Experimentation Prohibition Finding, Active Case Status, Documentation Gaps, 3, 2 of which I can close with supplemental submissions, one of which requires chain of custody on the compound materials. Filed under, the case exists. It is a case and not a file. The Advisory Council exists and it is not captured by the standard classification framework. The path to the Elder Council oversight runs through the prohibition provisions because those provisions are the ones the elders themselves cannot override. I have found the door. The door requires specific documentation. I am going to get the documentation. Chapter 86. The chain of custody documentation was the hardest of the three gaps. He knew the compound's chemical profile because Sarah had described it in the dead drop communications and he had built his assessment from her field observations. He knew the production facility at Dressrosa was the source. He knew the community trial methodology. But chain of custody documentation, the kind of document that showed a specific material item moving from point A to point B under verifiable conditions, required physical evidence from within the facility's operational chain, which he did not have. He went back to the transit intercept. The 9 containers from the secondary Grand Line Shipping Consortium, confiscated 14 months ago, and currently in the New World Division's evidence archive. They had been logged, cataloged, and stored because their commercial significance was potential monitoring material rather than immediate investigative value. The chemical compounds in the containers were registered under the monitoring flag, not under any active case. He requested evidence archive access. The archive custodian was a meticulous senior petty officer named Havel who ran the archive with the specific care of someone who understood that evidence improperly managed became evidence that couldn't be used. Kai said, I need the chemical compound analysis from the transit intercept, case number 307, NW. TI, submitted to an external laboratory for compound identification. The analysis needs to be conducted under the Human Experimentation Prohibition Review Process chain of custody requirements. Havel said, that's a different chain of custody requirement than standard evidence analysis. Yes, Kai said. The review process has specific requirements for chain of custody documentation that establish the evidentiary link between a confiscated material and an identified production source. He showed Havel the Advisory Council channel designation. The analysis goes through this channel. Havel looked at the channel designation. He said, I've never processed evidence through an Advisory Council channel. Kai said, neither have I. The chain of custody requirements are documented in the Advisory Council's Technical Protocol Annex. He had read the annex 3 times in the week since the TOV briefing. The process starts with a standard lab analysis request, adds a review process identification code, and routes the result through the advisory channel rather than the standard case file. Havel ran the analysis request through the standard system, added the review process code, and logged the routing to the advisory channel. The lab analysis came back in 18 days. The compound profile from the transit intercept matched, at the specific molecular level that required specialist analysis to distinguish, the compound profile that Eris had described in her medical observations on MRST. The match was not in the general class of compounds. It was in the specific structural variant, a production fingerprint that was unique to a particular manufacturing process. He submitted the chain of custody documentation to the Counselor Tov's review channel with the lab analysis attached. She confirmed receipt. She confirmed the third documentation gap was closed. He filed chain of custody, transit intercept compound, MERST healer observations, laboratory analysis confirms production match. Third documentation gap closed. Human experimentation prohibition case fully documented to preliminary standard. Filed under 14 months ago, I confiscated 9 containers from a vessel running without lights. I did not know why those containers would matter. I logged them carefully because careful logging is the methodology. Today the logs are an evidentiary link in a human experimentation case. That is what documentation is for. You do not know, at the time, which piece will matter. You log everything carefully and wait for the moment when something matters. Chapter 87. The preliminary finding became a formal case. Counselor Tove's confirmation arrived on a Tuesday, which was becoming the day when significant things happened. The formal case notification was 3 pages, a formal case number, a summary of the documented violations, and a case timeline that projected approximately 6 months to final finding review. He read the notification. He had been in the New World for 7 months. He had arrived knowing that the Doflamingo documentation was a decade-long project. The preliminary had become a formal case in 7 months. The acceleration was not foreknowledge. He had not known, when he arrived in the New World, that the human experimentation prohibition provisions would trigger the advisory council review process on a 13-case threshold. He had not known that chain of custody documentation from a transit intercept 14 months earlier would become the evidentiary link that closed the third documentation gap. He had built the documentation the same way he built everything, systematically, carefully, without knowing which piece would matter, and the structure had produced a result faster than he had projected. He sent a communication to GARP. The communication was brief. The Human Experimentation Prohibition case has achieved formal case status under the World Government Advisory Council review process. Case number provided. 6 months to final finding review. The final finding, if confirmed, routes to the Elder Council Administrative Review. He sent it through secure channels. He sent a cipher to Sarah. The formal case exists. 6 months. She replied the following week. 7 years I've been here. The first formal prohibition case in 7 years. You've been here 7 months. He replied, you built the field evidence that made the case possible. The case exists because you've been in the New World for 7 years. She replied, fair. What do we do for 6 months? He replied, keep building documentation. The formal case is the beginning of the review, not the end of the work. She replied, obviously. He filed, Human Experimentation Prohibition case. Formal status, 6 months to review. Filed under. I came to this world knowing things that nobody else knew. What I have built with that knowledge is, at this moment, 7 months of documentation work in the New World on top of 3.5 years of documentation work in the Marine Corps. The case did not require foreknowledge. It required documentation, patience, and the correct understanding of which institutional channels to use. Filed under. The foreknowledge is a tool. The methodology is the tool I will still have when the foreknowledge is gone. Chapter 88. Big Mom's territory did not announce itself. The New World's political geography was not like the Grand Lines. There were no clear boundaries, no formal designations, no line on any map that said, this is where one Yonko's influence ends and another's begins. The geography of influence was atmospheric. It showed up in crew behavior patterns, in commercial shipping avoidance zones, in the specific way that mid-level pirates talked about which routes they would not take without paying tribute. He had been building a behavioral map of Big Mom's territory edges for 2 months, when Solaris called him into a briefing with 3 other senior analysts. She said, the territory boundary in the outer approach zone has shifted 12 nautical miles east in the past 6 weeks. We know this from commercial shipping pattern changes. We don't know the mechanism. She showed him the shipping pattern data. He looked at it. He said, there's a community in the affected zone. Island called Turl, approximately 600 people, mid-range agricultural production. In the old boundary zone, Turl was in the contested approaches, not clearly in any Yonko territory, which gave it a kind of protection by ambiguity. Solaris said, it's now clearly inside the new boundary. He said, yes. He studied the shipping pattern. The boundary shift looks like it started from a specific event rather than a gradual expansion. The shipping avoidance pattern changed in week 2, not gradually over the 6-week window, which means something happened in week 1 that caused a rapid recalibration of commercial shipping behavior. Solaris said, what kind of event produces a rapid shipping recalibration? A demonstration, he said. A crew makes a move in the contested zone. Someone demonstrates what the response to that move is, and the commercial shippers update their mental maps of where it is and isn't safe to operate. He paused. The demonstration would have happened in the contested approaches, not at the boundary. Something in the contested zone registered as a territorial claim enforcement. She said, "We don't have an incident report from the contested approaches in that window." "No," he said, "we wouldn't." The demonstration probably targeted a small crew, not a commercial vessel. Small crew incidents in the outer approaches don't generate marine incident reports unless a marine asset is in the area. He looked at the data. "We know about this because of the commercial shipping response. We don't know what caused the response because the cause was in the invisible portion." Solaris said, "What are the options for Tural?" He said, "Tural is now inside the territory boundary according to commercial shipping behavior. The practical effect for the community depends on whether Big Mom's operation actively manages the island or simply includes it in its territorial claim. Active management means tribute and compliance requirements. Inclusion in claim means the island exists under Big Mom's protection framework without necessarily direct contact." He paused. "The two are indistinguishable until Big Mom's organization makes the distinction visible." Solaris said, "Can we establish a monitoring asset on Tural?" He said, "The island is now inside the territory boundary. A marine intelligence asset on Tural is an asset inside Big Mom's claimed territory, which is a different operational risk category than our current monitoring methodology." He thought about this. "The better approach is a civilian monitoring channel, the same methodology I've been using for the Dressrosa approach documentation." Solaris said, "Set it up." He filed, "Big Mom territory expansion, Tural Island now inside boundary, civilian monitoring channel requested." Filed under. "The New World's Yonko geography is shifting. It will keep shifting. My foreknowledge of the territory boundaries was always approximate. The specific edges moved faster than the broad shape, and the broad shape is what I knew. I am learning to work with approximate foreknowledge in a world that is faster than my map of it." Chapter 89. Ricadenso came to the New World. The posting notice arrived in the New World Division's incoming personnel file. A standard officer transfer. Petty Officer Ricadenso from the Outer Island Patrol Unit to the New World Division's logistics support structure. Competent field record, commendation for conduct during an engagement with an unknown crew 11 months ago. Kai read the notice and sat with it for a moment. The engagement commendation was for the incident he had been tracking as Riku's avoidable death window. The window had closed, Riku had survived, and the engagement had produced a commendation that contributed to a transfer to the New World. He had not been expecting the New World posting. He went to meet Riku at the arrival dock. Riku had changed in the 3 years since Kai had seen him daily. He carried himself with the specific weight of someone who had survived something that had taught him what survival required. Not harder, exactly, but more deliberate. He moved like someone who had thought carefully about what choices cost. He saw Kai and said, "You've been here for months. You didn't tell me you were here." He said, "Transfer postings don't require announcements." Riku said, "I heard about your unit's MERS documentation work and the transit intercept. The engagement write-ups didn't have your name, but the methodology was yours." He said, "The methodology isn't exclusively mine." Riku said, "The harbor record arithmetic gap identification, that's not in any standard field manual." He looked at Kai with the expression he had used in the first month of training, the expression of someone who was noticing something accurately and deciding whether to say so. "You've been working on something bigger than intelligence outputs." He said, "I've been building a documentation record." Riku said, "Toward what?" He said, "A formal case that goes to a level of institutional review I haven't been able to access before." He paused. "A human experimentation prohibition review." Riku looked at him. He said, "That's a world government charter-level finding." "Yes." Riku said, "When?" 6 months to final review." Riku was quiet for a moment. He said, "You've been building toward this since you arrived in Tsuru's unit." Kai said, "Before that." Riku looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had known Kai long enough to have noticed everything that was unusual about him and had assembled those observations into a picture that was accurate and incomplete in ways he had decided not to push on. He said, "What can I do?" Kai said, "Learn the New World Logistics Network. Know how things move and where they stop and what the patterns look like when something is off." He paused. "The documentation work requires people in positions where the commercial patterns are visible. Logistics is one of those positions." Riku said, "You're assigning me work before I've checked in." He said, "You asked." Riku said, "Fair." He picked up his transfer bag. "I'm glad you're here." He said, "I know. I'm glad you're alive." Riku looked at him. He said, "From the engagement?" He said, "Yes." Riku said, "It was close. The second vessel arrived in time." He paused. "I heard the patrol methodology recommendation came from your unit." He said, The recommendation came from the documentation record. Rika said, right. He let Rika check in. He went back to his desk. He filed, Rika Denso, New World posting. Alive, 3 years since the window. He is here because he survived. The patrol methodology recommendation changed the structure. The structure held. Filed under. I told him the recommendation came from the documentation record. That was true. I did not tell him it was also for him specifically. That is fine. Some things are not for telling. Some things are for doing and then not mentioning. Because the outcome is what matters, and the outcome is him standing at an arrival dock, making the same expression he made in the first month of training. Chapter 90, the formal case's 6-month timeline produced its first external pressure in month 3. Not from the Elder Council. Too early for that. The review process had not yet produced a final finding. The pressure came from a different direction, the Dressrosa operations legal structure. Kai had submitted the formal case documentation through the Advisory Council channel, which was separate from the Marine administrative system. But the Advisory Council's review process had a notification requirement. When a formal prohibition case was filed against a world government supervised contractor, the contractor's supervising office was notified that a review was in process. The supervising office for the Dressrosa operation was a world government administrative body that Kai had identified in the quarterly candidacy files. The notification was a standard procedural requirement. What the notification triggered was a response. The response came through channels that were visible to Kai only because he had been building the monitoring structure for 9 months. A legal challenge to the Advisory Council case, filed by the supervising office's legal representation, claiming that the case documentation was developed through improper intelligence methodology and should be disqualified from the review process. He read the legal challenge. The challenge had 3 components. The first, the transit intercept evidence had been confiscated without a valid search warrant under the Contested Approach Zone's maritime protocols. The commercial confidentiality provisions had been overridden by a junior officer with insufficient authority for the override. The second, the healer letters had been submitted to the World Government Medical Registry through a process that involved marine intelligence facilitation, making them intelligence source documents rather than independent civilian filings. The third, the witness account from the MERST assessment had been conducted by a marine intelligence officer without civilian legal counsel present, which under the prohibition review process evidentiary requirements was a procedural gap. He read the challenge 3 times. The first component was the strongest. He had made the override decision based on the running without lights violation in a restricted zone, a legally sufficient basis under standard maritime protocols. But the challenge was framing it as insufficient authority, which was a technical argument that required the transit intercept evidence to be reviewed by the Advisory Council's legal staff. The second component was wrong. The healer letters had been submitted by the healers themselves through the civilian channel. The procedural information he had facilitated had come through a public health outreach channel, not an intelligence channel. The connection between his facilitation and the submissions was not in any document. The third component was a procedural gap. He had not had civilian legal counsel present during the MERST assessment. He had not known it was required at the time. Counselor Tove had told him about the evidentiary requirements after the submission, not before. He spent 4 hours building his response to each component. He sent it to Tove's channel. He also sent a communication to GARP. The Dressrosa Operations Supervising Office has filed a legal challenge to the human experimentation prohibition case. Challenge details attached. I believe the challenge is answerable on all 3 components, but the transit intercept authority question requires Marine Corps legal support to address. GARP replied within a day, send me the transit intercept file. I know the Maritime Protocol Authority question. He sent the file. He filed. Legal challenge. 3 components. Answerable. Transit intercept authority requires Marine Corps legal support from GARP. Filed under. The challenge is the operation's first direct response to the prohibition case. They know the case exists. They know what they are challenging. They chose to challenge the procedural framework rather than the substance, which means the substance is not challenge-proof, and they know it. The challenge is a delay tactic. 6 months minus 3 is 3 months. The delay tactic needs to be answered in 3 months, or the review timeline extends. I need to answer it in 3 months. He looked at the case file. He thought about the 12 people who had chosen to defend the Ashward Archipelago approach. He thought about the 3 patients on MERST and the 4th participant who had been recruited and not seen since. He thought about the procedural requirements and the legal challenges and the 6-month timeline, and what 3 months of delay meant to people who were participating in trials that didn't disclose known failure risks. He went back to the files. Chapter 91 GARP answered the Transit Intercept Authority question in 11 days. The response he provided was not a legal argument. It was a Marine Operational Protocol document, 3 years old, that he had apparently filed in a specific administrative record that Kai had not known existed. The document established standing authority for marine intelligence officers operating in restricted approach zones to override commercial confidentiality claims when vessels were in violation of approach zone navigation requirements. The document also included Garp's signature as the filing officer. Kai looked at the document. He sent a secure communication. When did you file this? Garp replied, 3 years ago, after the Roka Dishu engagement. You had a junior officer in a restricted zone making judgment calls about commercial documentation. I wanted the authority question resolved before it became a problem. Kai looked at the date on the document. Garp had filed it before the transit intercept, before Kai had known about the Dressrosa approach zone, before the prohibition case had been conceived. He had filed it because the methodology required it, not because he had seen the specific application coming. He sent, thank you. Garp replied, don't thank me. I knew what kind of work you were doing, and I knew the authority question would come up eventually. That's what the document is for. He submitted the document to Tov's channel as the response to the first challenge component. The second and third components took 2 more weeks. The second he answered by documenting the chain between the public health outreach channel and the healer submissions, showing that the facilitation was through a public process, not an intelligence process, and that the healer submissions were independent civilian filings that his facilitation had enabled but not directed. The Advisory Council's legal staff confirmed this was the correct characterization. The third component, the absence of civilian legal counsel in the MERST assessment, was the weakest answer. He could not retroactively add counsel to a completed assessment. What he could do was establish that the procedural requirement had not been communicated to him prior to the submission, which the MERST assessment timeline demonstrated, and that he had not made the submission as an evidentiary filing but as a registry notification, which had a different procedural standard. The evidentiary reframing of the registry notification as a case submission had occurred through the Advisory Council's review process, not through Kai's original filing intent. Tov's legal staff confirmed. The MERST assessment procedural gap was an Advisory Council process error, not a field officer error. The healer letters supplemented by the MERST submission were sufficient without the witness account, because the healer letters alone met the threshold. All 3 challenge components answered. The review timeline was extended by 6 weeks for the legal challenge resolution process. He filed. Legal challenge answered. All 3 components resolved. Review timeline extended 6 weeks. Filed under. 3 months become 2 months. The extension is their delay tactic succeeding partially. The case is still in process. The documentation is still intact. The 6 weeks costs something. It costs 6 weeks. That is the price of answering a legal challenge. The price was paid. The case continues. Chapter 92, The Waymark Pirates. He had not thought about Seed 2 for months. It came back when Riku brought him a logistics anomaly report from the New World's outer commercial routes. The report was routine on its surface. A vessel that had been making regular transit runs through the northern approach zone had stopped appearing in the traffic logs. Not sunk. There was no incident report. Just absent. He pulled the vessel's registration. The vessel was independently operated, a mid-range cargo ship with a crew of 12, primarily running supply routes for island communities in the outer approaches. The owner-captain was listed as Mares Vel. He cross-referenced Mares Vel against the Marine Records Archive. The name produced a match he had not expected, the Waymark Pirates. Not as a criminal record, but as a notation in a 7-year-old field report from a junior officer, a petty officer Denzo, who had shown Kai a Jolly Roger in month 11 of his first posting. The Waymark Pirates who had died defending a village, whose story Denzo had wanted someone who read files to know. The Waymark Pirates had disbanded. The surviving crew members had scattered across the outer approaches. Mares Vel had apparently transitioned to legitimate cargo work under a different vessel registration. He looked at the logistics anomaly. Mares Vel's vessel was absent from traffic logs for 3 weeks. Not sunk. No incident report. The absence pattern was consistent with either voluntary route change, vessel distress in an area without marine monitoring, or something more deliberate. He sent a query to Riku. Can you trace the last reported cargo manifest for this vessel and see if the route pattern suggests a destination that's outside the standard traffic log coverage? Riku replied within 2 days. The last cargo manifest showed Mares Vel's vessel had accepted a charter for delivery to Turul. Turul was the island that had recently shifted inside Big Mom's territory boundary. He sat with this. Mares Vel, a former Waymark pirate who had survived their last stand, gone legitimate, been running supply routes, had accepted a charter delivery to an island that had just been absorbed into Big Mom's territory. 3 weeks ago. No return traffic log entry. He built the probable scenario. A legitimate cargo vessel arriving at an island that had just changed Yonko territorial status would encounter, for the first time, the tribute and compliance requirements that came with that status. If the vessel captain was unaware of the territory change, or if the charter had been accepted before the territory shift was widely known, the arrival could produce a confrontation. He did not know what happened to vessels that arrived at Big Mom's newly claimed territory without prior knowledge of the tribute structure. He filed a monitoring request for Turul and added Maresvel's vessel to the New World Commercial Traffic Missing Vessels list. He also filed something private, Waymark Pirates, Maresvel, Turul, Petty Officer Denzo's story, 7 years later. The people Denzo wanted remembered chose to fight for a village and died. This one survived and went legitimate. He has gone somewhere I cannot currently find. Filed under. I did not anticipate this thread coming back. I should have. The people Denzo told me about did not stop existing when I stopped watching them. They continued. The story did not end when Denzo finished telling it. Filed under. I am going to find out what happened to Maresvel. Chapter 93. The Turul assessment was not on the standard assessment schedule, which meant Kai had to build the justification for it. He built the justification around the territory boundary shift, standard new boundary documentation, the kind of monitoring that the New World Division ran whenever Yonko territory changed in ways that affected commercial shipping routes. He added the missing vessel flag for Maresvel's cargo ship as a commercial traffic anomaly in the assessment zone. Solaris approved it. He went with Corins and 2 support officers. Turul was a functioning community. The territory boundary shift had been 3 months ago, and in those 3 months, the community had adapted with the specific resigned practicality of people in the outer New World who understood that their island's status was determined by forces larger than their preferences. The tribute structure had been established. A Big Mom crew representative had visited, set the tribute terms, and departed. The terms were not unfair, Kai thought, in the specific way that not unfair was all the grace available to a community in this position. The tribute was food production. Turul's agricultural output was what Big Mom wanted. An agricultural tribute was operationally manageable for a community that already produced food. He found Maresvel's vessel in the harbor. Not Maresvel himself. The vessel was there, moored in the secondary harbor area, with a caretaker crew of 2 who were maintaining it. The caretaker crew's story. Maresvel had arrived with his cargo delivery 3 weeks ago, delivered the cargo, and then something had happened. The caretaker crew was vague about the something. They had the quality of people who knew more than they were saying and were not going to say it to a Marine officer. He did not push. Pushing was not the methodology. He talked to the harbor master instead. The harbor master's story. Maresvel had arrived, delivered his cargo, and asked about the territory change. The harbor master had told him about the tribute structure, the representative visit, the new terms. Maresvel had asked about a specific previous charter connection, someone on the island he had been doing route business with for 4 years. The specific connection was a community elder who had passed away 6 weeks ago, before the territory change. The elder had been one of the people who contracted Maresvel's route services. Maresvel had been delivering to a person who was no longer alive, arriving at an island that was no longer in the same status it had been when the charter was agreed, and had stayed. The harbor master said, he's working the agricultural processing. The Big Mom tribute team needs extra hands during harvest preparation. He offered his labor. Kai said, he stayed voluntarily. The harbor master said, he said he owed the island something. The old man had been fair to him for 4 years. He paused. We don't ask too many questions about people who decide to contribute. He found Maresvel at the agricultural processing station at the edge of the farming community. He was a compact man in his late 30s with the specific physicality of someone who had spent years on vessels and retained the maritime baseline in his landward posture. He looked at Kai's marine insignia and said, am I in trouble? Kai said, you're in the missing vessels registry. Your vessel has been absent from traffic logs for 3 weeks. Maresvel said, I've been here. The vessel's in the harbor. Kai said, I know. I've confirmed that. The missing vessel flag will be resolved in my assessment report. He paused. Are you planning to return to your route? Maresvel said, after the harvest preparation. Another 3 weeks. He looked at the processing station. The people here have been fair to me for 4 years. 4 years is a long time. The man who chartered me is gone and the island is in a different position than it was. The least I can do is help with the harvest before I go back to my route. Kai said, Petty Officer Denzo told me about the Waymark Pirates. 7 years ago. Maresvel was very still. He said, Denzo. He was in my first posting unit. Kai said. He wanted someone who read files to know what the Waymark crew did. He showed me the Jolly Roger. Maresvel looked at the processing station. He was quiet for a long moment. He said, "We weren't heroes. We made a choice and we paid for it. Some of us paid more." He turned back to the processing line. "The man who chartered me was the kind of person who was fair to a former pirate when he didn't have to be. 3 weeks of harvest labor is not a debt payment. It's just what you do." Kai said, "I'll resolve the missing vessel flag." He left. He filed. Mares Vel, Turl, Waymark pirate survivor, voluntary agricultural labor for a community in changed territory status, in tribute to a deceased connection. Filed under. "I came here to find someone from a story Denzo told me. The story was not finished. He is alive, making choices that are consistent with the person who survived that story. Denzo wanted someone who read files to know. I know." Filed under. "There are people in this world who were never going to be in the institutional record, and who matter anyway." Denzo knew that 7 years ago. He was right. Chapter 94. The supplemental documentation from Sarah arrived in week 10 of the 6-month review window. The cipher text was longer than usual. New community trial, Island Pell, population 280, trial recruitment 2 weeks ago. First symptom presentations beginning. I have a community healer contact. She's willing to submit to the medical registry. The Dressrosa operation is expanding the trial network faster than the review timeline. For trials in 3 months. If the review window extends further, I need you to know that the documentation will keep developing whether or not the formal case keeps pace. He read this twice. The information had 2 implications. First, the Dressrosa operation was expanding its community trial network, which meant the compound was past its early development phase and moving towards scaled production trials. The expansion was consistent with a timeline that was accelerating faster than his foreknowledge map had suggested. Everything in the new world was moving faster. Second, Sarah was telling him that she had the field capacity to continue generating documentation beyond what the review timeline required. She was offering to build a documentation record that would outlast any specific review period. He replied, "Facilitate the Pell Healer submission through the same public health outreach channel. 13 additional cases trigger a separate threshold in the review process, an escalation provision that moves the case from advisory council review to direct elder council submission. If the Pell trial produces sufficient medical presentations, the escalation may resolve the extended timeline." She replied 3 days later, "How many cases triggers the escalation?" He replied, 30 total. Across the documented registry. She replied, "We're at 22. 8 more." He sat with this. 8 more registry cases would trigger the Elder Council direct submission pathway. The escalation pathway bypassed the extended review timeline and moved the case directly to the oversight authority. He had not known about the escalation threshold until Counselor Tove had mentioned it in a follow-up communication 2 weeks ago. He had not known about it when he built the original documentation strategy. He had found it while reading the Advisory Council's technical protocol annex for the 3rd time, looking for something else. The institutional structure had paths he was still discovering. He filed. Escalation threshold, 30 cases, Elder Council direct submission, 22 current cases, 8 more required. Pell trial documentation in progress. Filed under. I have been reading the World Government Administrative Charter for 5 years. I am still finding provisions I did not know about. The institution is larger than any single person's map of it. I have been treating the charter as a tool. The charter has depths I have not fully reached. I need to keep reading. He opened the World Government Administrative Charter. He was on page 847. He kept reading. Chapter 95. The continuous field awareness tier development produced something he had not expected. He started receiving information he had no analytical framework for. It happened in the processing center, in the middle of a routine documentation review. He was sitting at his desk, running low-level field awareness as he had been doing since the storm 3 months ago, and the awareness reached through the facility's structure and found something that did not belong to any of the analytical categories he maintained. It was not danger. It was not a threat pattern. It was texture, the quality of the space, the specific atmospheric character of the administrative facility at that moment, and embedded in the texture was a distinction he could not name, a difference between the parts of the environment that were operating as they appeared to be operating and one small part that was not. He looked up. The facility's administrative liaison office had a visitor. The visitor was in the liaison's office, which was behind a closed door on the facility's 2nd floor. He had no visual on the visitor. He had no sound. He had only the hockey awareness of the environmental texture and the specific quality of the 2nd floor office that was different from the rest of the facility. He went upstairs. He knocked on the liaison office door. The liaison, a senior petty officer named Gol, opened the door. Behind him, seated in the visitor's chair, was a man Kai had never seen before. The man was approximately 60 years old, slight build, civilian clothing, carrying himself with the particular quality of someone who had institutional authority and was choosing not to display it. The man said, "Lieutenant Commander Haruto, I was going to send for you." Kai said, "I got here first." The man had the specific expression of someone whose timing had been disrupted by something he had not anticipated. He said, "My name is Advisor Crest. I'm with the Pacific Oversight Division, Counselor Tove's superior." He set a document folder on the desk. "I've been reviewing the human experimentation prohibition case. I wanted to speak with you before the escalation threshold is triggered." Kai said, "The case has not yet reached the escalation threshold." Advisor Crest said, "No, but it's approaching." He looked at Kai with the assessment of someone who was evaluating a person they had been reading documentation about and was now seeing in person for the first time. "I want to understand how a Marine intelligence field officer built a human experimentation case from a transit intercept and a set of healer letters in 7 months." Kai said, "Careful documentation and the correct understanding of which channels to use." Advisor Crest said, "That is what Counselor Tove's file says about you." He tilted his head. "What she didn't say, and what I want to ask directly, is how you knew which channels to use." Kai said, "I've been reading the World Government Administrative Charter for 5 years. The human experimentation prohibition provisions are in Chapter 9. The escalation threshold and the advisory council pathway are in the Technical Protocol Annex." Advisor Crest said, "Most Marine intelligence officers do not read the Advisory Council's Technical Protocol Annex." "No," Kai agreed. Advisor Crest looked at him for a long moment. He said, "The Pacific Oversight Division exists to ensure that the world government's institutional commitments are honored by the institutions that operate within its structure. The human experimentation prohibition is one of those commitments." He paused. "When a Marine intelligence officer builds a case that demonstrates a world government supervised contractor is in violation of the prohibition, the division has an interest in that case being handled correctly." Kai said, "Are you telling me the division supports the case?" Advisor Crest said, "I'm telling you the division has an interest in the case being handled through the correct channels. Whether the case produces the finding the documentation supports depends on the documentation meeting the evidentiary standard." He stood. "I came to tell you that you are being observed at a level above the standard advisory council review, and that the observation is not hostile." He picked up his document folder. He said, "Trigger the escalation threshold." He left. Kai stood in the liaison office. He filed, "Pacific Oversight Division, Advisor Crest. Division is monitoring the case and supports its correct handling." Filed under, "Someone above the advisory council is watching this case and is not trying to stop it. That is a different institutional context than I have been operating in for 5 years. I have been building toward the Elder Council oversight as the highest available authority. There is a level of the institution that is already watching." Filed under, "I need to understand what this means before I assume it means what it appears to mean. The institution has surprised me before in ways that were not what they appeared." Chapter 96. The Pell trial produced 6 documented cases in 10 days. Sarah's community healer contact on Pell was more thorough than Eris on Merst. She had been tracking the trial participants from day one, because Sarah had warned her in enough detail about what to watch for that she had established a monitoring practice before the first symptoms appeared. The documentation was precise and detailed and submitted through the civilian medical channel within 48 hours of each presentation. 28 total. 2 more cases to escalation threshold. Kai sent a communication to Riku. "What is Maresvel's current position? Has he left Turul for his route?" Rick had checked the traffic logs and replied within a day. He departed Turul 2 weeks ago. He's running his northern approach zone route. His traffic log entry schedule is consistent with a stop at Pell on his route cycle. Kai replied, "Connect me to his vessel's communication frequency, if he's within range." Riku patched through. The connection was scratchy. New World outer approach communications were always unstable, but audible. Maresvel said, "Marine channel. That's unusual." Kai said, "Lieutenant Commander Haruto. You met me on Turul. I remember." His voice had the tone of someone who was recalibrating to an unexpected situation. Kai said, "Your route covers the northern approach communities. How many of them have you visited in the past 3 months?" Maresvel said, 18 stops. Regular route, plus 2 new charter requests. A pause. "Why?" Kai said, "In the past 3 months, have any of the communities on your route mentioned unusual illness presentations or individuals who participated in something described as a pharmaceutical program?" A longer pause. Maresvel said, 2 of them. Pell, which I visited 2 weeks ago, and a smaller island called Reth, about 3 days east of the main route. They had the same story, people from outside offering payment for a voluntary health program. Some of the people who participated weren't doing well." Kai said, Did the Reth community report these presentations anywhere? Maresvel said, I don't think so. It's a small island. They don't have regular administrative contact with any of the standard reporting channels. A pause. Why is a marine intelligence officer asking me about pharmaceutical programs on outer approach islands? Kai said, because what you're describing is part of an investigation I've been building for a year. The people on Reth who aren't doing well. I need their community healer to know about the World Government Medical Registry reporting channel. Maresvel said, I have a return stop at Reth in 4 days. Kai said, I need you to bring them the channel information. Maresvel said, I'm a cargo captain. Kai said, Petty Officer Denzo told me about the Waymark pirates. He told me what they chose, and what it cost, and why they made the choice. He paused. I am not asking you to fight anything. I am asking you to deliver information to people who need it, which is what you've been doing for 4 years. A long silence. Maresvel said, send me the channel information. Chapter 97. The Reth healers submitted 2 cases. 30 total. The escalation threshold triggered automatically within the Advisory Council's review system. Not a human decision. A documented threshold met by documented evidence, producing a documented procedural result. The system generated an escalation notification. Counselor Tove sent him the notification with a single line attached. You reached it. He read the notification. The escalation moved the case from Advisory Council review to direct Elder Council administrative submission. This meant Counselor Tove's review was complete. Advisor Crest's Oversight Division would prepare the submission. The Elder Council's Administrative Review Division would receive the formal prohibition case with full documentation. He sent a communication to Garp. The escalation threshold was triggered. The case goes to the Elder Council. Garp's reply came the same day. I know. Crest told me. How are you? He sent. I'm working. Garp replied. That's what I thought. Be careful with the next part. The Elder Council Administrative Review is not the same as the Advisory Council. Different standards. Different politics. Different history. He sent. I understand. Garp replied. You understand it analytically. I mean, be careful in the way that someone who has been inside a dangerous building for too long means when they tell a junior officer to be careful. He sat with this. He filed. Elder Council submission triggered. Escalation threshold reached at 30 cases. Maresvel's route knowledge provided the final 2 cases from Reth. Filed under. Maresvel delivered information to people who needed it because that is what he has been doing for 4 years, and because Denzo wanted someone who read files to know what the Waymark crew chose. The seed Denzo planted in month 11 paid off in year 5. Some seeds take a long time. Filed under. The case is at the Elder Council level. I have never operated at the Elder Council level. Garp's warning is not an analytical point. It is an experiential point. I should treat it as such. Chapter 98. The preparation for the Elder Council submission took 3 weeks. Advisor Crest ran the preparation process with the specific attention of someone who had submitted Elder Council documentation before and understood what standard would be required. He met with Kai 4 times during the 3 weeks, going through the case documentation in detail, identifying every potential challenge point, and building the responses before the challenge could be filed. At the end of the second meeting, Advisor Crest said, the case documentation is the strongest set of prohibition case materials I have reviewed in 12 years of oversight work. Kai said, does that matter? Crest said, it matters that it is accurate and complete. The Elder Council's administrative review has denied well-documented cases before on technical grounds that had nothing to do with the accuracy of the documentation. He paused. The administrative review is a process that the Elder Council can and does manage. A strong case makes management more difficult. It does not make it impossible. Kai said, what are the ways the case can be managed? Crest said, the review can find technical insufficiency in the chain of custody documentation, the lab analysis chain. The review can find procedural error in the escalation threshold calculation. The review can find the contractor arrangement falls within a specific exemption framework that was not covered in the case documentation. He looked at Kai. The exemption framework is the most likely approach. The world government maintains a category of supervised operational research that has different disclosure requirements than standard contractor operations. If the Dressrosa operation is classified under the research exemption, the prohibition provision's disclosure requirements do not apply in the same way. Kai said, how do I know if the exemption classification was applied? Crest said, you look for the classification document in the contractor arrangement records. The exemption must be documented at the time of the contract, not applied retroactively. He paused. If the classification was not documented at the time of the contract, a retroactive application is grounds for case continuation. Kai said, The contract was formalized 3 years ago. I have the approximate date from a field intelligence report. If I can establish that the research exemption classification was not in the contractor arrangement records at that date, Kress said, you would need a copy of the contractor arrangement records from that date. Kai said, does the advisory council have access to those records? Kress was quiet for a moment. He said, as part of the prohibition review process, the advisory council has document request authority for the supervising office's contractor records. He looked at Kai. I had not thought to request them before submission. Kai said, request them now, before we submit. If the exemption classification was not in the records at time of contract, we establish that before the review can assert it retroactively. Kress requested the records. The records arrived in 11 days. The contractor arrangement documents were 12 pages. He and Kress went through them together. The research exemption classification was not in the original contract documents. It was in an addendum filed 14 months after the contract was formalized. Kress said, retroactive application. Kai said, yes. Kress made a notation. He filed, contractor arrangement records. Research exemption classification retroactively applied 14 months after contract formalization. The exemption does not cover the period during which the documented violations occurred. The case documentation predates the retroactive classification. Filed under, they prepared the exemption defense. They prepared it after the contract was already running because they expected someone to eventually look. They did not expect the case to be built before the exemption was fully in place. The documentation timeline advantage is real. Chapter 99 The Elder Council Administrative Review received the submission on a Thursday. Kai was not notified of the receipt. He learned about it from advisor Kress' follow-up communication, which indicated that the submission had been filed and that the review process typically produced an initial response within 30 days. He spent the 30 days doing what he always did, working. The Dressrosa operation continued to expand during the 30 days. Sarah reported 2 more community trials in the northern approaches, both outside the current case documentation scope, both producing the same pattern of symptom presentations in a subset of trial participants. He did not add them to the current case. The submission was complete, and adding documentation after submission would complicate the review process. He documented them separately, under the notation, continuation documentation for potential supplemental submission or new case filing. He wrote to Neria, I have a documentation update for the methodology record. The approach to the Elder Council submission required building the case in a specific order, establishing threshold cases before the legal challenge could be anticipated, confirming the retroactive exemption classification before the review could assert it, submitting the contractor arrangement records as part of the case rather than in response to a challenge. Each step was built from the one before it. The methodology record should note that the correct order of documentation construction is as important as the documentation itself. Neria replied within a week. I've been following the case through the available public records. The methodology record has a new section now. I titled it, Sequential Documentation Architecture. You'll want to review it when this is over. He sent, I will. Thank you for still doing this. She sent, thank you for still sending outputs. The 30 days ended. The Elder Council Administrative Review's initial response arrived on a Tuesday. The response was 7 pages. It acknowledged receipt of the case documentation, confirmed the case met the formal filing requirements, and initiated the formal review process with a 90-day timeline to final determination. It also included a notice. The supervising office of the relevant contractor operation had filed a formal response to the case, asserting the research exemption defense. The response cited the addendum classification document. Kress had anticipated this. He had prepared the retroactive classification analysis as part of the case documentation. The case documentation addressed the addendum's filing date explicitly. He sent the retroactive classification analysis to Kress' channel. Kress filed it as a case supplement. 90 days. He filed, Elder Council Review, 90 days. Initial response received. Research exemption defense filed by supervising office. Retroactive classification analysis submitted as supplement. Filed under 90 days. I have been building toward this moment for 5 years. The case is in the review process. I need to do 2 things for 90 days. Continue the documentation work that will support a supplemental case or a new filing, and not burn the foreknowledge I have left on impatience. 90 days is 90 days. Chapter 100 The Elder Council Administrative Review produced a preliminary finding on day 83. Kai read it in Kress' office. Kress had received it first and had called him in before sending the standard notification. The preliminary finding ran 18 pages. He read all 18. The finding. The human experimentation prohibition violation was established by the case documentation. The research exemption defense was denied on the grounds of the retroactive classification timeline. The addendum filed 14 months after contract formalization did not cover the operational period during which the documented violations occurred. The chain of custody documentation for the transit intercept was upheld as valid under the Maritime Protocol Authority document from GARP's administrative file. The Healer letters were confirmed as independent civilian filings not subject to intelligence source evidentiary limitations. The prohibition violation was confirmed. The remedy section of the finding was 3 pages. He read the remedy section 4 times. The remedy was not what he had expected, which had been contractor arrangement terminated, operation shut down, Warlord candidacy suspended permanently. The remedy was contractor arrangement suspended for review. The operational contract would be placed under a supervised remediation process. The operation would continue under world government oversight, with specifically restricted parameters for the community trial methodology. The remediation period was 18 months, during which the Elder Council's Oversight Division would monitor compliance. He looked at the word suspended. Suspended was not terminated. Remediation was not punishment. The Warlord candidacy. He looked for the Warlord candidacy reference. It was in a footnote. The preliminary finding noted that the Warlord candidacy process for the relevant contractor was placed in administrative hold pending remediation completion. Administrative hold. Not canceled. Hold. He set the finding down. Crest said, "You're not satisfied with the remedy." Kai said, "The operation continues." Crest said, "Under restricted parameters. The community trial methodology is specifically prohibited during the remediation period." He paused. "That's 30 community trials that will not happen in the next 18 months. Kai said, "And after 18 months. Crest said, "The remediation finding is a precedent. If the operation complies with the restricted parameters during the review period and the candidacy proceeds after remediation, the formal prohibition finding is in the Elder Council's administrative record. The finding does not disappear." He looked at Kai. "You wanted to end the operation. What you have done is created a formal prohibition finding at the Elder Council level that places the operation in a category that requires ongoing oversight. The operation cannot operate again without documentation of compliance with the finding." Kai said, "Someone will manage that documentation." Crest said, "Someone will try." He paused. "The world government's institutional memory is long. The finding is real. It will be referenced in every subsequent review of this operation. Every candidacy proceeding for the relevant individual will note the prohibition finding in the administrative record." He paused. Warlord candidacy applications with active prohibition findings in their administrative record have a specific formal review requirement that standard candidacy applications do not have. The finding changes the process even if it does not end the process. Kai sat with this. He thought about what the Tarquin transfer had been 5 years ago and what he had filed then. "I changed the local instance. I have not changed the structure. That is the longer work." He had not changed the structure. Not entirely. He had created a formal finding that modified how the structure operated for this specific application. That was different from changing the structure. It was also not nothing. He filed, "Elder Council preliminary finding. Prohibition violation confirmed. Remedy. Contractor arrangement suspended for remediation. Warlord candidacy on administrative hold." Filed under, "I did not end the operation. I created a formal prohibition finding at the highest institutional level accessible to me, which places every subsequent step of this operation under formal documented oversight. The operation continues under constraint. The constraint is documented. The documentation is real." Filed under, 5 years ago GARP said, "Welcome to the Marine Corps," when the Tarquin investigation produced a transfer rather than a criminal finding. I now understand what he meant, in a way I did not then. The institutional outcomes available at any given moment are not the same as the correct outcome. They are the accessible outcome. You take the accessible outcome and you continue building toward the correct one. The remediation period is 18 months. After 18 months, the finding is still there. I will still be here. The work continues. He sent GARP's channel. Preliminary finding. Prohibition violation confirmed. Remediation, not termination. Administrative hold on candidacy. GARP replied in the specific way GARP replied to things that were partial victories. 2 words. Good work. He sent Sarah. Elder Council preliminary finding. The community trials are suspended for 18 months. The operation continues under restricted parameters. The candidacy is on hold. She replied 3 days later. 8 years I've been here. First Elder Council prohibition finding in 8 years. You've been here 14 months. He replied, "You built the field evidence." She replied, "We built it. What's next?" He looked at the preliminary finding. He looked at the Doflamingo baseline file that now had the Elder Council finding attached to it as a formal exhibit. He looked at the case continuation documentation he had been building for the 2 community trials that had occurred after the submission. He replied, "We document the remediation period. Every community trial that happens despite the restricted parameters during the 18 months is a violation of the finding. Remediation violations escalate the case to a different review process entirely." She replied, "How do you know all of this?" He replied, "I read the charter." She replied, "Which page?" He replied, 1034 through 1038. She replied, "I'll read it tonight." He put the preliminary finding in the formal case file and began building the remediation monitoring framework. There was work to do. Chapter 101. 6 months into the remediation period, the operation adapted. He had been expecting this. An operation with a formal prohibition finding placed on restricted parameters, but not terminated, had every incentive to continue operating at whatever level was technically compliant with the finding's letter rather than its spirit. The restricted parameters covered community trial methodology specifically, the public health trial approach, the healer contact method, the community-level recruitment presentation. They stopped doing it that way. The new methodology was individual, not community trials, but personal recruitment, through existing social networks within the Dressrosa facilities, extended commercial relationships. The same chemical compounds, the same voluntary participation framing, but through channels that were private correspondence rather than community presentations. He knew about it because Riku noticed a pattern in the logistics movement data. Riku had been doing what Kai had asked, learning the New World Logistics Network's behavioral patterns, and 3 months into the remediation period, he had flagged a variation. The Dressrosa Toy Manufacturing Consortium's outbound shipment pattern included a category of small packages, courier routed to individual addresses rather than commercial delivery destinations, that had appeared in the last 6 weeks and was not consistent with toy manufacturing logistics. Kai looked at the flagged shipments. The package dimensions and weight category were consistent with compound sample distribution. Individual units, personal address routing, through the consortium's commercial courier contracts. He built the documentation. He had 3 options. First, file the documentation as a remediation violation finding with Crest Channel. The individual distribution methodology was, arguably, covered by the restricted parameters because the restriction was on community trial methodology and individual distribution was not community trial. Second, do nothing for now and continue building the documentation until the methodology crossed a threshold that was unambiguously covered by the finding's restricted parameters. Third, file a new prohibition case using the individual distribution methodology as the evidentiary foundation, building toward a separate case that did not depend on the existing remediation framework. He chose the third option. The existing remediation finding was doing what it was designed to do, restricting the community trial approach. The individual distribution was a pivot that the finding had not anticipated. A new case on the new methodology, built with the same documentation architecture as the original, would run alongside the remediation period and potentially produce a second finding. 2 findings were harder to manage than one. He began the new documentation. He filed, remediation period, operation adapted to individual distribution methodology, new prohibition case documentation initiated. Filed under. They found the gap in the findings' restricted parameters, and they are operating through the gap. That is what I expected. What I also expected is that the gap produces documentation. Individual distribution through commercial courier contracts leaves paper trails. Paper trails are my methodology. The new case begins today. Chapter 102. The promotion order arrived in month 7 of the New World posting. Commander. Not the standard promotion timeline. The standard timeline for an officer at his tenure and posting level would have produced another 18 months before this consideration. The Elder Council finding had, as Crest had predicted, produced institutional profile at a level that accelerated certain administrative processes. Solaris called him in when the order arrived. She said, "You're the youngest commander in the New World Intelligence Division's history by 4 years." He said, "I was a lieutenant commander for 2 years." She said, "The promotion is not based on tenure. It's based on output record and the prohibition case." She looked at the promotion order. Sengoku signed it personally, which means the promotion went through the Fleet Admiral's office rather than the standard chain. He said, "That creates a different kind of attention." She said, "Yes. You are now a known quantity at the Fleet Admiral level, the Advisory Council level, and presumably the Elder Council level, given the submission." She paused. "That is a complicated operational position for an intelligence officer." He said, "I've been in a complicated operational position since month 20 of my first posting." She said, "You've been in it quietly. The promotion makes it less quiet. She looked at him. I want you to think carefully about the next case. The first human experimentation case succeeded partly because it was built before anyone with institutional authority to obstruct it knew it was being built. The second case, if you're building one, is being built by someone who is now known. He said, I'm aware. She said, the documentation methodology needs to be even more careful. More indirect sourcing. More civilian channel routing. Less marine intelligence attribution. She paused. You are good at this. I want you to be better. He said, I understand. She handed him the promotion order. He looked at his name with the commander designation. He had been a petty officer for 4 months, then an ensign, then a lieutenant junior grade, then a lieutenant commander for 2 years. Now commander, at 26 years old, in the New World Intelligence Division, with a pending Elder Council remediation period and a second prohibition case in early documentation. He filed. Promotion to commander, Sengoku's direct signature. Institutional profile elevated. Solaris's warning. Documentation methodology must be more careful because I am now known. Filed under. The first case succeeded because it was invisible until it was complete. The second case must be more invisible because I am less invisible. The methodology adapts. That is what methodologies do. Chapter 103 Morin's communication arrived on the same day as the promotion order, which was the kind of coincidence that Kai had stopped attributing to anything other than timing. She wrote, I want to tell you directly before you read it in the administrative circular. The Corin framework case produced a formal inquiry commission. He read the communication twice. He had known the Corin documentation was in the World Government Administrative Record. He had known the civilian transparency challenges were in the administrative appeals process. He had known that Darius Cormier's eyewitness affidavit was in the World Government Record as part of her transparency challenge filing. He had not projected a formal inquiry commission. A formal inquiry commission was different from a case or a finding. It was an investigative body with specific authority to compel document production and testimony from marine administrative functions. The commission had authority that the Advisory Council's document request process did not have. He wrote back, How long has the commission been forming? She replied, 3 months. I was contacted as part of the commission's preliminary outreach 8 weeks ago. They asked about the Corin documentation. I provided what I could under the chain of custody requirements. They received it. Last week they notified me the commission was formally constituted. He sent, Who authorized the commission? She replied, The administrative circular lists it as a World Government Legislative Authority Initiative. Not Advisory Council, not Elder Council Administrative Review. The legislative authority body is a different structure entirely. He looked at this. The legislative authority structure was a body he had read about in the World Government Charter, in a section he had not expected to be relevant for decades. The legislative authority had the power to convene inquiry commissions with document compulsion authority, an authority that sat above the standard classification framework for purposes of formal inquiry. He had not targeted the legislative authority in his documentation strategy. He had targeted the Advisory Council and the Elder Council Administrative Review. Someone else had. He wrote, Who filed the inquiry commission request? She replied, The filing parties are listed as 4 organizations. 2 are the Maritime Advocacy Consortiums from the original transparency challenges. 1 is the East Blue filing party from the original challenge. The 4th, he saw the name, is a world government scholar and legal advocate named Silas, one who has been researching classification framework abuses for 15 years. He did not know Silas 1. Silas 1 had apparently been building a case on the classification framework from the academic and legal side for 15 years, parallel to everything Kai had been doing, on a different track, through a different institutional mechanism. He wrote to Morin, This is the thing I didn't know was being built. Everything else we've been doing was going toward the Advisory Council and Elder Council channels. This is a different channel entirely, with different authority. Morin replied, I know. The Tarquin documentation and the Corin file were the evidentiary foundation that made the legislative inquiry viable. Someone was waiting for that foundation to be built. He filed, Corin Framework Case, Formal Inquiry Commission, Legislative Authority, Document Compulsion Authority over Marine Administrative Functions. Filed under. I have been building toward a 12-year outcome. 15 years in, someone else who has been building a parallel case found the foundation I helped create and used it to access a mechanism I did not know how to access. The documentation was correct. The channel I did not know about was also correct. Filed under. The institution has more paths than any single person's map of it. The work I did made paths available that other people knew how to take. That is what building documentation means. It does not only serve the cases you are building. It serves the cases you do not know about yet. Chapter 104. The encounter happened 2 months after the promotion, during a field assessment of the outer approach zone near the territory boundary of one of the New World's major pirate confederacies. He had been with Corins and 3 support officers, standard assessment team, when the contact appeared. The contact vessel was enormous. Not a Navy vessel. A pirate ship, flying a flag he recognized from his foreknowledge map, with the specific clarity of something he had known for a long time and was now seeing in physical form for the first time. Not Whitebeard's crew. A different confederacy, a crew operating in the outer reaches of the largest territorial networks. One whose captain was 3 decades into building one of the most feared operational records in the New World. The contact was not hostile in the standard sense. The crew was not in attack posture. But the vessel's presence in the assessment zone and the crew's behavior pattern communicated. We know you are here. We have chosen to be here while you are here, and what that means is your problem to work out. He told Corins. Match course. Reduce speed. Don't run. Running was the signal that they were vulnerable. Running in a marine vessel in the New World's outer approaches from a crew of this type was an invitation. He ran continuous field awareness at full extension. The physical environment of the New World produced a constant informational field that he had been reading for 14 months. The quality of the water, the pressure patterns in the air, the structural characteristics of vessels in the vicinity. He extended the reading to the contact vessel. The contact vessel's crew was not in battle configuration. The physical signatures were relaxed, mass distributed for stability, not forward preparation. But there was a single signature at the vessel's bow that was different. The captain was there. And the captain's physical signature was not relaxed, not threatening, observing. He made a decision that he could not fully explain analytically. He went to the railing. He stood at the marine vessel's railing and looked across at the pirate vessel and did not look away. The observing signature at the bow moved. It resolved into a figure, a large man in his middle years, with the specific presence that accumulated from decades of operating at the level that this captain operated at. The captain looked at Kai. He looked back. The captain said something to someone beside him. The words didn't carry, but the crew behavior changed, not to threat posture, but to something that was the New World equivalent of a nod. The contact vessel altered course. It moved around the assessment zone's perimeter and continued on its original heading. Corins said, "What just happened?" Kai said, "They were assessing us. They decided we were not worth engaging." Corins said, "How did you know that looking at them would work?" He said, "I didn't know it would work. I knew that not looking at them would definitely not work." He filed, Outer approach encounter, Major Pirate Confederacy Captain, physical assessment at contact vessel railing, outcome, non-engagement. Filed under. I could not have resolved this through documentation. The continuous field awareness read told me the captain was observing, not preparing. Standing at the railing was the correct answer to what the situation actually was, not what standard protocol assumes it would be. Filed under. The New World is teaching me the difference between the analytical assessment of a situation and the direct reading of it. Both are needed. The New World requires both at the same time. Chapter 105. Advisor Crest was reassigned 6 weeks after the formal inquiry commission was announced. Not a punitive reassignment. The transfer order cited advisory capacity reassignment to the Eastern Oversight Division, in language that was bureaucratically neutral. But Crest had been in the Pacific Oversight Division for 12 years. Eastern Division was a less operationally significant assignment, handling lower volume administrative work in a territory with fewer active cases. He went to see Crest before the transfer took effect. Crest's office was in the process of being packed. He had the quality of someone who had known this was coming and had made peace with the timing. He said, "You knew it was a possibility." Crest said, "I knew it was a consequence." When the human experimentation case produced an Elder Council finding, and when the Corn Inquiry Commission was announced through the legislative authority, I became connected to 2 institutional challenges against supervised operations. The division's continued oversight of both tracks is more convenient without my direct involvement. He stacked a file box with the specific efficiency of someone who had packed offices before. This is standard practice. Move the person who built the relationship. The new advisor starts fresh. The institutional context has to be rebuilt. He said, "Does the case continue?" Crest said, "The case continues. The remediation finding is in the record. The second documentation project is in process. The Inquiry Commission has its own authority independent of the Advisory Council." He looked at Kai. "I'm telling you this so you understand that the reassignment is not the end of the work. It is the end of my specific role in it." He paused. "You will need to build the relationship with whoever replaces me." He said, "Who replaces you?" Crest said, "I don't know yet. The appointment has not been announced." He closed the file box. "I want to tell you something before I go. 12 years in the Oversight Division. I have reviewed dozens of institutional challenge attempts against world government supervised operations. I have seen comprehensive cases fail on procedural grounds because the documentation was built correctly, but the timing was wrong. I have seen weaker cases produce partial findings because the timing aligned with institutional conditions that were favorable. He looked at Kai. Your case is the most methodologically complete case I have reviewed in 12 years. The second case is building the same way. If the institutional conditions remain as favorable as they currently are, you will produce findings that matter for decades. Kai said, the conditions may not remain favorable. Kress said, no, they may not. He picked up the file box. The Pacific Oversight Division exists because the institution recognized that it needed a mechanism for reviewing itself. When the mechanism is too effective, the institution sometimes recalibrates the mechanism. You are being taken note of at levels above the advisory council. He paused. What I cannot tell you is whether the levels above are taking note in order to obstruct or in order to understand. I do not know which. He left with the file box. Kai stood in the empty office. He filed. Crest reassigned. Eastern Division. Institutional recalibration response to case activity. New advisor appointment pending. Filed under. I have been building documentation within an institution that has the capacity to respond to what I am building. The response, when it comes, takes the form of personnel changes, administrative reassignments, procedural recalibrations. Not a direct confrontation. Not a termination. A redirection of the people who are in position to help. Filed under. I need to adapt the methodology again. The channels I have been using are known. The new advisor may or may not be as aligned as Crest. The Inquiry Commission has independent authority. The legislative track does not require the advisory council. I need to understand which tracks are still open and which are now managed. He went back to his desk. He opened the World Government Administrative Charter. He was on page 1034. He turned to page 1047 and kept reading. Chapter 106. The new advisory council liaison was not an enemy. He had been prepared for one, or had been prepared for a more managed version of the advisory council relationship, someone who understood their role as containment rather than oversight. What he found, when he met the new liaison, was someone more complex. Counselor Daya was approximately 40, with a methodical communication style and the specific patience of someone who had been reading institutional documentation for 2 decades and had learned to read what it was trying not to say as fluently as what it was trying to say. She said, at their first meeting, I've read everything in the case file, including the supplemental documentation and the second case's preliminary submissions. She looked at him. I also read everything in Crest's personal notes about his assessment of the case and the documentation methodology. He said, he left notes. She said, 12 years of notes. Very thorough. She set her copy of the case file on the desk. I was appointed to this position because I was assessed as less likely to actively support the case direction. That assessment was made by people who did not read Crest's notes and have not spent time in the Pacific Oversight Division. He looked at her. She said, I am telling you this so you understand my position clearly. I am not aligned with the case's institutional opponents. I am also not Crest. I don't have 12 years of relationship context with this specific work, and I am going to make decisions based on my independent read of the documentation. She paused. I have had the documentation for 3 weeks. My independent read is that the case is methodologically sound and that the direction of the work is consistent with the prohibition provision's intended application. He said, and the second case. She said, the second case's individual distribution documentation is more complex because the restricted parameters question requires a detailed analysis of the findings language. She opened her notes. I have been doing that analysis for 3 weeks. The question is whether individual distribution through commercial channels is covered by the findings restriction on community trial methodology. She looked up. I believe it is. The findings restriction was designed to prevent the practice of non-disclosure recruitment, not to allow a methodological variation that produces the same effect through different social channels. He said, that is the correct reading. She said, it is my reading. The Elder Council Administrative Review may read it differently. She paused. What I can do is prepare a legal analysis supporting the correct reading and submit it to the review as advisory council guidance. The guidance is not binding, but it creates a documented analytical position that the review will need to address if it finds otherwise. He said, do you need documentation from me to support the analysis? She said, yes. The individual distribution documentation, the courier routing, the commercial channel records, the evidence of compound sample distribution, needs to be formally submitted as case documentation rather than as preliminary evidence. I'll walk you through the evidentiary requirements. She did. He filed. New liaison. Counselor Dia. Independent read confirms case direction. Individual distribution methodology covered by findings restriction. Advisory guidance preparation in process. Filed under. The reassignment was intended to produce a less aligned liaison. The result was a different kind of aligned liaison, one who reached the same conclusion independently. The documentation was the variable that held across the personnel change. That is what documentation is for. It works regardless of who is reading it, as long as it is accurate and complete. Chapter 107. The Silas When Inquiry Commission's first public hearing produced documentation that Kai had not seen and had not known was being built. The hearing records were published through the legislative authority's public disclosure requirement. He read them within 48 hours of publication. Silas, one had been researching the world government's classification framework for 15 years, starting from a legal scholarship position and expanding into a documentation record that covered the same administrative designation structure that the Tarquin investigation had found and that the Corin case had documented. But Wynn's record was broader. It covered not just the operational deployments in the marine administrative system, but the classification framework's applications across 4 different world government divisions. The same framework had been used in 4 separate institutional contexts to authorize the same general type of operation: controlled application of force or experimentation against non-consenting populations in territories designated as classified operational zones. The Corin case had documented 1 division's use of the framework. Wynn's research had documented 4. The Inquiry Commission's first hearing had focused on the Marine Corps Division. The Corin documentation from Morin's 6 years and Kai's 18 months of contribution had been central to the hearing's evidentiary record. He looked at the hearing record and saw, cited in footnote 47 of the Commission's preliminary analysis document, a case reference number that he recognized. It was the Lamari hold. Filed 5 years ago, from month 18 of his first posting, the hold he had placed on an island of 4,312 people using accessible source documentation and the Civilian Maritime Review Authority. The Commission's footnote cited it as the first instance of accessible source documentation being used to challenge an operation under the relevant administrative designation. He looked at the footnote. He had filed that hold because it was the case where the accessible source evidence could support a filing. He had told GARP exactly that, 3 months later, in the empty training facility. He had been thinking of it as a specific case in a larger project. It had become the evidentiary foundation for a footnote in a World Government Legislative Inquiry Commission's preliminary analysis. He filed, Silas When Inquiry Commission, Lamari hold cited as first accessible source challenge to classification framework. Filed under. I filed the Lamari hold in year 1.5 because it was the case I could file. It is now the beginning of the evidentiary record for a legislative commission that covers 4 world government divisions. Filed under. The work you do when you don't know where it leads is the work that gets cited in footnotes by people you've never met. This is what building documentation means. It does not end with the case you file it for. He sent a communication to Morin. The Inquiry Commission's first hearing is published. The Corin documentation is central to the evidentiary record. Read footnote 47 of the preliminary analysis. She replied within a day, I saw it. The Lamari hold. He sent, your work is in there too. 6 years of Corin documentation. She replied, I know. I've been in this for a while. It's good to see it being used. Chapter 108. The hockey development he had not anticipated came from a conversation. He was in Solaris's office, running a standard field assessment debrief, and she was asking him about the outer approach encounter with the Pirate Confederacy captain from 2 months ago. He was describing the continuous field awareness read that had told him the captain was observing rather than preparing, and explaining why he had gone to the railing. He was midway through the explanation when he realized that something in the description was not quite accurate. He had said, the physical signature at the bow was relaxed in the observational way rather than the preparation way. And that was true. But it was not the whole thing. The whole thing was that he had read not just the physical state, but something that wasn't purely physical, a quality that wasn't mass or velocity or pressure, but was recognizably intentional. The captain had been curious, not hostile. He stopped speaking. Solaris said, what? He said, I apologize. The description is slightly inaccurate. He paused. The continuous field awareness reads physical states. What I read at the outer approach encounter was partly physical and partly intentional. I described it as physical because I didn't have the correct category for the intentional component. Solaris looked at him. She said, intentional. He said, the captain was curious. Not hostile, not cautious, curious. I read that. It influenced my decision to go to the railing. He paused. I've been reading physical states continuously for 14 months. At the outer approach encounter, the The reading included something that was not purely physical. She said, "You're describing Conqueror's Haki." He said, "No. Conqueror's Haki is an emanation. It projects outward. What I'm describing is a reception. I received something." The captain was curious, and I read the curiosity. She said, "What you're describing is empathic observation. It's a documented observation Haki development that occurs in practitioners who have been running continuous field extension for extended periods. The field awareness picks up intentional states at sufficiently close range." She paused. "It's rare. It's real. It's also extremely disorienting before you understand what you're reading." He thought about the 14 months of continuous field awareness, and the way the quality of information it produced had been shifting gradually from purely physical to something more complex. He had been attributing the shift to his improving ability to interpret physical data. He had been misattributing the change. He said, "How do I distinguish between physical state reading and intentional state reading?" She said, "You practice the distinction until they're separate channels. Right now they're blended because you've been running field extension without the categorical framework." She looked at him. "I had empathic observation in my 3rd year in the New World. I ran it blended with physical reading for 8 months before someone told me what it was." She paused. "This is that conversation." She went through the practice methodology with him for 2 hours. He filed, "Empathic observation, Haki tier development confirmed by Solaris. Continuous field awareness has developed an intentional state reading channel. 14 months of continuous extension produced the development." Filed under, "I was reading emotional states as physical data because I didn't have the correct category. The information was real. The category was wrong. Understanding what you're reading is as important as the reading itself." Filed under, "I learned things in this world that I could not have learned anywhere else. That is also part of what being here means." Chapter 109, the second prohibition case documentation crossed the threshold for advisory council review in week 17 of its development. Counselor Daya's legal analysis had been prepared, submitted, and accepted as advisory council guidance. The Elder Council Administrative Review had received the guidance and was processing the question of whether the individual distribution methodology was covered by the remediation findings restricted parameters. In the meantime, the documentation for the individual distribution had accumulated to the point where it constituted an independent case rather than a remediation violation analysis. He had 4 documented individuals who had received compound samples through the individual distribution channel, whose symptom presentations had been documented by medical professionals outside the Dressrosa facility's influence. He had the courier routing records from the commercial transit logs, available through standard commercial registry requests, not intelligence channels. He had the laboratory analysis connecting the courier package dimensions and weight category to the compound profile from the original transit intercept. He submitted the case. It was different from the first case in structure, not community medical registry reports building to a threshold, but a direct evidentiary filing with complete chain of custody documentation from the initial submission. The methodology had adapted because he was known now, and the approach that had worked for the first case would be scrutinized more carefully for the second. Daya said, when he showed her the filing, "You learned from what worked and what would have been challenged." He said, "The first case took 7 months and a legal challenge to produce a preliminary finding. The second case has complete chain of custody from submission." She said, "The review process will be faster." He said, "That's the goal." He paused. "The remediation period has 8 months remaining. If the second case produces a finding before the remediation period ends, the 2 findings together create a different kind of evidentiary record than either does separately." She said, "A pattern of violation rather than an isolated finding." Yes, a pattern requires a different remedy than a single violation. A single violation can be remediated. A pattern requires a structural change to the operations authorization framework. She looked at him. She said, "You're not building toward the termination of the operation. You're building toward the termination of the contractor arrangement." He said, "The contractor arrangement is the structure. Individual cases produce remediation. A documented pattern of violation produces a challenge to the structure's validity." She said, "That takes time." "It takes documentation," he said. "Time is what documentation requires." He filed, second prohibition case submitted, complete chain of custody from initial filing, advisory council guidance accepted, remediation period 8 months remaining. Filed under, "I have learned how the first case failed to produce termination and why. The second case is designed to produce a pattern finding. The pattern is what changes structures rather than managing instances." Filed under, "I have been saying this for 6 years. I am now applying it to the largest case I have built. The same logic scales." Chapter 110, the remediation period ended. 18 months from the preliminary finding, The Elder Council Administrative Review issued a remediation completion finding. The Dressrosa operation had, according to the finding, complied with the restricted parameters for community trial methodology. The administrative hold on the Warlord candidacy was lifted. He read the completion finding. He had expected this. The remediation period was always going to end with a compliance finding. The operation had been careful enough during the 18 months to avoid triggering the individual distribution methodology as a formal remediation violation. They had not stopped the individual distribution, but they had done it with enough administrative distance from the formal finding that the Elder Council's review could not connect the two without additional documentation. The additional documentation was in the second case. The second case was in Advisory Council review, not Elder Council review. The Advisory Council review was proceeding but had not yet produced a finding. The remediation completion finding had been issued before the second case review was complete. The Warlord candidacy hold was lifted. The candidacy process would now proceed. He sat with this. He thought about what this meant in the 9-year timeline he had been tracking since month 3 of his first posting. The Warlord candidacy had been projected for approximately 9 years from when Doflamingo first appeared in his intelligence files. The administrative hold had delayed the candidacy's progression. The hold being lifted moved the timeline forward. The candidacy would proceed on an accelerated track to compensate for the 18-month delay. He filed the completion finding under the Doflamingo baseline and updated the candidacy timeline projection. He then wrote a communication to Sarah. The remediation period ended. Candidacy hold lifted. The second case is in review, but not yet at a finding. The candidacy will accelerate to compensate for the delay. How much do you know about the accelerated track process? She replied 3 days later. Enough. The accelerated track requires a formal performance review of the contractor arrangement's outputs. That review is conducted by the Elder Council's Operational Assessment Division. The Assessment Division looks at the operation's actual outputs against its stated operational objectives. If the outputs include documented violations that are in the Advisory Council's review process, the Assessment Division has access to those records. He sent. The second case documentation is in the Advisory Council's record. She replied. Then the Assessment Division will see it when they conduct the performance review. They will not be able to miss it. The review's own documentation will include the pending case. He sent. That's the link between the second case and the candidacy process. She replied. It has been the link since you filed the second case. The performance review for the accelerated candidacy track will cross-reference all active Advisory Council cases against the contractor arrangement. The second case will be in that cross-reference. He said, how long ago did you figure this out? She replied, I read pages 1034 through 1038 6 months ago. The accelerated track performance review cross-referencing requirement is on page 1037. He filed. Remediation period ended. Candidacy hold lifted. Accelerated candidacy track will trigger performance review. Performance review cross-references active Advisory Council cases. Second case is in Advisory Council record. Second case will appear in the performance review. Filed under. The connection between the cases and the candidacy process was always there. I did not see it until Sarah showed me. She has been here 8 years. She knows things I still don't know. That is why the partnership works. Filed under. The work is building toward a moment where the second case finding and the performance review happen simultaneously. If they align, the candidacy process produces its own finding. The structure changes. He went back to the files. The work was approaching its major convergence. He had been building toward this for 6 years. Chapter 111, the second prohibition case preliminary finding arrived 4 months after the remediation completion finding. He read the finding. The Advisory Council's reading confirmed what Daya had assessed. The individual distribution methodology was covered by the remediation findings restricted parameters. The individual distribution had produced documented violations of the findings restrictions. The second case was a documented pattern of violation rather than an isolated finding. The Advisory Council's guidance recommendation to the Elder Council Administrative Review was, the documented pattern of violation constitutes grounds for structural review of the contractor arrangement's authorization basis. Structural review, not remediation, not a second restricted parameters period. Structural review of the authorization basis. He read this twice. Structural review of the authorization basis was the review he had been building toward for 6 years. Not the review of specific operations, but the review of the framework that authorized the operations. The World Government Legislative Inquiry Commission was working toward the same thing from the legislative side. 2 parallel tracks, both now at the structural review level. He sent the finding to GARP, second case finding, pattern violation, structural review recommendation. GARP replied the same day. The One Commission's second hearing is scheduled for next month. They'll have the finding by then. He sent, "Are the two tracks coordinated?" Garp replied, "Not formally, but they are parallel in a way that makes the independence useful. Two uncoordinated investigations reaching the same structural finding is more compelling than one coordinated one." He sent, "That's why the One Commission was built separately." Garp replied, "I said not formally. I did not say accidentally." He looked at this. He sent, "Who has been coordinating?" Garp replied, "A lot of people who have been working on different pieces of the same problem for a long time have started talking to each other. Not through a formal mechanism. Through the kind of informal connections that develop when people doing related work encounter each other through the documentation record." He paused. "Your Lumari hold was the beginning of that record. Every piece of work you've done since has been part of what made the connections visible." He filed, "Second case finding, structural review recommendation, parallel tracks converging." Filed under, "I have been building documentation. Other people have been building documentation. The connections between the different documentation records were always there. They connected to the same institutional structures, the same administrative designation, the same pattern of authorized violation. What has been happening for years is those separate records being seen as a single larger record by enough people simultaneously that the institutional response to them has shifted from containment to structural challenge." Filed under, "I did not build this alone. I never built anything alone. The institution has more people working on its correct function than it sometimes seems to believe." Chapter 112. The performance review for the accelerated candidacy track began 3 weeks after the second case finding. The Elder Council's Operational Assessment Division sent a notification to the New World Intelligence Division as the relevant monitoring authority for the contractor arrangement's geographic operating zone. The notification requested input on documented activities within the zone that were relevant to the contractor arrangement's operational performance review. Kai wrote the input document. He was methodical. He did not advocate. He documented. The Operational Assessment Division's performance review would include whatever documentation the monitoring authority provided, and the monitoring authority's role was to provide accurate documentation of what the monitoring record showed. The monitoring record showed, first, documented prohibition violation, remediation period, second, documented pattern of violation during the remediation period, structural review recommendation. He attached the case numbers and the Advisory Council guidance document as exhibit references. He submitted the input to the Assessment Division. 4 days later, DIAS sent him a notification. The Assessment Division's performance review had been suspended pending resolution of the Active Advisory Council structural review recommendation. The candidacy process was frozen at the performance review stage until the structural review reached a finding. He read the notification. The candidacy was frozen, not terminated. Frozen, pending the structural review. He calculated. The structural review timeline was dependent on the Elder Council Administrative Review schedule, which was the same body that had run the first case. That body's timeline, based on the first case precedent, was approximately 3 to 4 months to a preliminary finding. The Warlord candidacy was 3 to 4 months from a finding that would either continue the candidacy process or produce a structural change to the authorization framework. He sent a communication to Sarah. Performance review suspended, candidacy frozen, structural review timeline 3 to 4 months. She replied, 8 years of work is converging on a 3-month window. He replied, "You've been doing this for 8 years. How do you feel about 3 months?" She replied, "Tired. Not in the bad way. The way you feel when you've been carrying something for a long time and the end is close enough that the weight is starting to feel different." He sent, "I understand." She replied, "You've been here 2 years. You don't understand it the same way I do, but you understand it." He filed, candidacy frozen, structural review pending, 3-month window. Filed under, 2 years in the new world. 6 years total. I have been building toward a structural outcome since before I understood what structural meant. Filed under, Sarah has been here 8 years. Garp has been working on this for longer than my career. Morin has been working on Corin for 11 years now. Silas, one has been working on the legislative track for 15 years. I am the newest person in this coalition of people who have been doing the same work from different positions. That is worth knowing. I did not arrive first. I arrived with specific tools at a specific moment. Those are different things. Chapter 113. Sarah asked to meet in person. Not the open water coordinate this time. A specific island in the New World's mid-range territory, a commercial waypoint she had been using for 2 years, with a specific meeting location that she described as a trading post with reasonable background noise and no marine presence. He filed a personal transit request and went. She was waiting at the trading post with the quality of someone who had chosen the location because she could see all the exits and did not need to see them. He had noticed this about her from their first meeting. She chose positions the way someone chose positions when they had been operating alone for a long time. He sat down across from her. She said, "I need to tell you something before the structural review window closes." He said, "Tell me." She said, "I've been in this world for 8 years. In those 8 years, I have been working toward one specific outcome, the end of the Dressrosa operation." She looked at him with the steady attention she brought to everything. "When I arrived, I assessed the operation as the single most dangerous development in the pre-Summit War period. The compound, at full scale, would change the capability distribution in the New World in ways that created new risks that the existing power structure was not built to manage." He said, "I know." She said, "I have been doing direct interventions for 8 years. The community defense at Ashward, the warning to Veth, the healer network in the northern approaches." She paused. "I have not been doing this for the documentation. I have been doing it because every community trial that doesn't happen is a community that doesn't experience the harm. The documentation is a second-order effect of the work." He said, "The documentation is what produces the structural change." She said, "I know. That's why I've been working with you." She looked at the trading posts window. "What I need to tell you is that I've made a decision about what happens if the structural review doesn't produce the outcome we need." He was very still. She said, "If the Elder Council Administrative Review finds a way to manage the structural review without producing a real structural change, if the candidacy proceeds through a different mechanism, if the authorization framework survives the structural challenge, I am going to act directly." She looked at him. "Not documentation, not reporting channels. Direct action against the production facility." He said, "Sarah." She said, "I know what you're going to say. Direct action exposes my position, creates marine investigation attention, potentially compromises the documentation work. All of that is true." She paused. "But the compound at full production scale kills people, not through institutional negligence, through direct biological harm to specific individuals. I have been watching it happen in the northern approaches for 2 years. I have documented it. The documentation has not yet stopped it." She looked at him. "If the 3-month window doesn't produce a structural change, I am going to stop it myself." He looked at her. He said, "What do you need from me?" She looked at him. He said, "If you've decided, you've decided. I'm not going to talk you out of a decision you've thought about for 8 years. What do you need from me if the 3-month window fails?" She said, "I need the documentation to be complete enough to survive what happens after direct action. If I move on the facility, the institutional response will be significant. The documentation record needs to be strong enough to make the institutional response complicated rather than simple." He said, "The documentation will be complete." She said, "I know. I've been watching you build it for 2 years." She paused. "That's why I told you." He filed, Sarah Vale, conditional direct action decision if structural review fails. Documentation needs to survive post-action institutional response. Filed under. She has been here 8 years doing direct interventions because she decided, 8 years ago, that preventing specific harm was the non-negotiable objective. The documentation has been her secondary methodology. For me, the documentation has been the primary methodology. The difference in our priorities has been productive. If the 3-month window fails, we will each do what our priorities require. Filed under. I hope the window does not fail. I also respect what you will do if it does. That is a complicated feeling to sit with. Chapter 114, The Structural Review Preliminary, Finding arrived on day 81. He read it in Dia's office. The finding was 24 pages. The Elder Council Administrative Review had done something he had not fully expected. They had not simply assessed the contractor arrangement's authorization basis. They had assessed the authorization framework itself, the 47-year classification structure that the Tarquin investigation had documented, that the Corn Inquiry Commission had been investigating, and that the prohibition cases had connected to a specific operational program. The finding noted, the authorization framework under review had produced documented prohibition violations in at least 2 separate operational programs connected to the same administrative designation. The Legislative Inquiry Commission's work was cited as supplementary documentation. The finding noted the Commission's preliminary analysis and the evidentiary foundation it provided. The finding's conclusion, the authorization framework's current structure did not meet the prohibition provisions compliance requirements for supervised contractor operations. The framework required revision to explicitly incorporate prohibition compliance monitoring, or it could not continue to serve as authorization for contractor arrangements. Revision, not termination. Revision. But revision required the framework to be rewritten. While the framework was under revision, the authorization for the Dressrosa operation was suspended. He read this again. The authorization was suspended, not the operation itself. the legal authorization that made the operation a world government-supervised contractor rather than an independent criminal operation. Without the authorization, the Warlord candidacy process could not proceed because the candidacy process required a valid contractor arrangement. The candidacy was in suspension pending framework revision. He calculated. Framework revision was an institutional process that took months to years. Complex frameworks with multi-division applications were not revised quickly. The framework that had been in place for 47 years would take time to revise even if everyone involved was working toward revision in good faith. Some of them would not be. The candidacy suspension was therefore not temporary in the way that the administrative hold had been. It was suspended on an indefinite timeline tied to an institutional process that multiple parties would try to delay. He sent a communication to Sarah. Structural review finding. Authorization framework suspended pending revision. Candidacy on indefinite suspension. She replied within 4 hours. Say that again. He sent the finding text. She replied after a longer pause. The 3-month window worked. He sent. The 3-month window worked. She replied, I need a day. He sent. Take the time. He filed. Structural review finding. Authorization framework suspended. Candidacy indefinitely suspended pending framework revision. Filed under. The Warlord candidacy I have been tracking for 6 years is now on indefinite suspension. The framework that has produced violations for 47 years is under revision. This is not termination. It is the beginning of a different kind of institutional condition. Filed under. I said 6 years ago that I changed the local instance and not the structure, and that the structure was the longer work. The structure is in revision. Filed under. I don't fully know what to do with this. Chapter 115, he opened the list. He had kept it in the locked personal file since month 3 of his first posting. The file he had made when the first wave of future knowledge organized itself into specific people rather than general events. 19 names. People the narrative had named and then abandoned, placed in the path of events without documentation, without incident reports, without any institutional record that their deaths would have existed. He had not looked at the list in 2 years. He opened it now because the structural review finding had produced something he had not anticipated. The specific administrative designation that had been the foundation of the authorization framework was, under the revision requirement, now subject to a case-by-case audit of all operations authorized under it over the past 4 decades. The audit would include the operations that the 19 names had been connected to. He read through the list. Name 4. A fisherman from an island in the South Blue whose community had been in the operational zone of a classified program. He had been documented in Morin's Corin files as a surviving community member from a program incident. Not a name in the Marine record, but a name in a community survivor list that Morin had compiled from secondary documentation. He was alive. He had been giving testimony to the Legislative Inquiry Commission about what he had witnessed. Name 9. A navigator's mate from a merchant vessel whose route had crossed a classified operational zone in the East Blue. She appeared in Morin's documentation as a person who had filed a complaint through the civilian administrative process 7 years ago that had been routed through the classification review and closed. The complaint was one of the civilian filings that Silas Wynn's commission had used as evidentiary foundation. She had been interviewed for the commission. She was alive. Name 11. A community elder from an island in the Grand Line's outer approaches whose island had been in the path of an operation under the relevant administrative designation. The island was Corin. The elder was not Darius Cormay. The elder was the community member whose testimony Cormay's eyewitness account had been submitted alongside. Alive, and named in the commission's record. He went through all 19. 12 of the 19 were alive. In his original foreknowledge map, before interventions, before documentation, before the structural work, 6 of the 12 would have been dead within the operational timelines he had known. He could not always trace the specific mechanism of how his interventions had protected them. The Lumari hold had been direct. The Tarquin transfer had changed the operational authority structure. The classification challenge and the prohibition cases had changed the institutional conditions. But 12 were alive. 12 people who had been placed in the category of unnamed ones, islands that get quietly destroyed, crews whose deaths create no incident reports. 12 of them were alive, and some of them were giving testimony to a Legislative Inquiry Commission, and their names were in the public record. He thought about what he had said to Garp 6 years ago in the empty training facility. He had said, I'm using it to protect the people history doesn't protect. The unnamed ones. The islands that get quietly destroyed. The crews whose deaths create no incident reports. He had said it as an aspiration. He had not known, at the time, whether it was achievable. 12 names on a list of 19. He filed. 19 name list. Reviewed. 12 of 19 alive. 6 who would have died without the institutional changes are alive. Filed under. I wrote this list in month 3. I have been carrying it for 6 years. The list was the first concrete statement of what I was trying to do. Filed under. 12 out of 19 is not 19 out of 19. 7 people whose names I know are not alive. I do not know if my interventions could have changed their outcomes, or whether those outcomes were outside the reach of what I was building. Filed under. 12 is real. The 7 are real. Both of those things are true simultaneously. The work was worth doing. It was not complete. That is the nature of the work. The work continues. He closed the file. He sat with it. The trading post on the outer approach island where Sarah had told him her contingency decision was 3 days transit from where he was sitting. The Legislative Inquiry Commission's second hearing was scheduled in 11 days. Morin's communication channel was open. The world was moving. He picked up the Doflamingo baseline file and looked at the authorization suspension. He thought about what came next. He had known, for 6 years, in the way he knew things, what the next phase looked like. He had known the Warlord candidacy would eventually proceed through some channel. He had known the compound would eventually reach full production scale regardless of what he built. He had known the Summit War was coming, 20 years away, and everything he was doing was building toward a world that was in better condition when that war arrived. He had not known, when he arrived, that building the world in better condition would require 6 years of documentation work, 2 prohibition cases, a legislative inquiry commission, 3 hockey tiers, a partnership with someone who had been here 8 years before him, and the survival of 12 people from a list he had written in a moment of terrified clarity in the 3rd month of his first posting. He had known what the world was going to do. He had not known what he was going to do. He was learning. He went back to the files. Chapter 116, the Legislative Inquiry Commission's second hearing changed the shape of the institutional landscape in ways that the Advisory Council findings had not. The first hearing had been evidentiary, building the record, establishing the pattern of the administrative designation's use across multiple programs. The second hearing was structural, calling witnesses from the institutional bodies that had operated under the designation and asking them to explain the authorization chain. Kai was called to testify. He had known this was coming. The Commission's investigative authority extended to Marine intelligence officers who had produced documentation relevant to the Commission's subject matter. His case documentation was central to the evidentiary record. His testimony was a logical requirement. He prepared for 3 weeks. The preparation was not about what to say. It was about what not to say. He had built his case documentation on accessible source evidence precisely because accessible source evidence was what could be presented without explanation of the mechanism that had generated the insight. In a legislative commission hearing, the mechanism could become a question. He sat before the commission's 7-member panel and answered their questions for 4 hours. They asked about the Lamari hold, how he had identified the threat, how he had built the documentation, what had led him to use the Civilian Maritime Review Authority rather than the standard marine filing process. He answered accurately. The Lamari threat had been identified through available intelligence reports and community contact documentation. The documentation standard for the Civilian Maritime Review Authority was different from the marine filing standard and was more appropriate for the evidence type he had assembled. He had used the channel that fit the evidence. They asked about the transit intercept, the healer networks, the chain of custody for the compound identification. He answered accurately. All accurate. All accessible source explainable. The 7th panel member, a senior legal advocate who had the specific attention of someone who had been doing legislative hearings for a long time and had learned to listen for what was not said, asked, Commander Haruto, you have produced documentation across 6 years that consistently shows a level of precision that your cited sources alone do not fully account for. Can you tell the Commission how you identify which sources to consult and which connections to pursue? He said, I read files carefully. I cross-reference information across sources that don't normally get cross-referenced. I maintain monitoring flags on subjects that other analysts would close once the immediate case is resolved. The precision is the result of sustained attention to the material over a long time, not a single analytical insight. The 7th member looked at him. He said, that's what I thought. He did not ask a follow-up question. He had the quality of someone who had received an accurate answer that was complete in ways that could not be pushed on without making things complicated for both parties. The hearing concluded. He filed, Commission testimony, 4 hours, accurate, accessible source anchored. 7th panelist noticed the precision gap. Filed under. The 7th panelist is the kind of person who notices. He did not push because the accurate answer was available. Filed under. The testimony is in the Commission record. The Commission record will be public. My name is in the public record in connection with the structural challenge to the classification framework. I am no longer operating quietly. This was always going to happen eventually. The work required it. Chapter 117 Garp came to the New World. This was not an announced visit. This was Garp, which meant it was also not a surprise. He was in Solaris's office when the communications desk flagged Vice Admiral Garp's arrival at the New World Division's main facility. Solaris looked at the flag and then looked at Kai. She said, "When did you last see him?" He said, 2.5 years ago. She said, "Then go." Garp was in the main briefing room, which nobody had asked him to use, but which he had apparently located and occupied in the 11 minutes between arrival and the communications flag. He had a document folder on the table. He was sitting with the quality of someone who had traveled a long distance and intended to say what he came to say. He said, "The framework revision process." Kai sat down. "Yes. It's being contested by 4 separate institutional parties within the world government administrative structure. Each party has a legal team. The revision process is going to take years." Garp looked at him. "The authorization suspension is real. The revision requirement is real. But the timeline for the revision is being managed by parties with interest in making it as long as possible." He said, "I expected that. I know you expected it. I'm telling you because the expectation needs to inform what we do next." Garp opened the document folder. The UN Commission's findings are approaching a final report. The final report will make specific legislative recommendations about the classification framework. Legislative recommendations from an inquiry commission have a different timeline mechanism than administrative review. They require a response from the relevant institutional bodies within a defined period. He said, "What period?" 12 months, Garp said. The legislative authority requires a formal institutional response within 12 months of the final report's publication. If the response is insufficient, if it does not address the specific recommendations, the legislative authority has the power to escalate the matter to a different oversight body. He paused. The escalation path is the 5 elders' direct review, not the Elder Council administrative review. The 5 elders themselves. He looked at Garp. He said, "The escalation path goes to the top." Garp said, "It's never been used. The legislative authority has never escalated to the 5 elders' direct review in the 40 years since the escalation provision was written." He paused. "There's a reason for that. The provision was written as a deterrent. No institutional body in the world government has wanted to test what happens when the 5 elders are compelled to respond to a legislative escalation." He looked at Kai. "We are going to make them test it." Kai said, "The UN Commission's final report." "When?" Garp said, 18 months. "The Commission is on schedule." Kai said, "If the institutional response to the final report is insufficient, which it will be, because the parties contesting the framework revision have every reason to produce an insufficient response, the escalation trigger is 18 months from now, plus 12 months from the final report publication." Garp said, 30 months. He looked at the timeline. 30 months was 2.5 years. He was currently in year 7 of his time in this world. 2.5 years would put him at year 9. In his foreknowledge map, the large-scale version, the one that covered the next 25 years, year 9 was in the early middle of a period that was building toward the Summit War. Not there yet. Not even close. But everything that was going to be set in motion in the next 8 years was already being set in motion. He filed. Garp visit. Escalation path to 5 elders direct review. 30-month window. When commission final report plus institutional response period plus escalation trigger. Filed under. We are building toward a moment where the 5 elders are compelled to respond to a legislative escalation. That has never happened. The provision was written as a deterrent. We're going to make them respond to it. Filed under. I do not fully know what happens when that provision is used. My foreknowledge map does not cover institutional processes that have never occurred. I will need to build that understanding the same way I build everything else from the documentation. Chapter 118 The framework revision process became, in practice, a documentation war. The 4 institutional parties contesting the revision submitted documentation to the World Government Administrative Review Body. The documentation consisted of legal arguments, historical precedents, and administrative analyses, all designed to demonstrate that the classification framework was operating within the prohibition provisions requirements and that the revision was unnecessary. Kai submitted documentation on the other side. Not alone. He was now part of a network that had been building toward this for years. Daya's Advisory Council Guidance. Silas wants commission records. The Koran documentation from Morin and the 11-year inquiry record. Garp's administrative filing on Maritime Protocol Authority. Darius Cormay's eyewitness affidavit. The healer letters from 7 communities. The laboratory compound analysis. The candid documentation that Neria had been maintaining as a methodology record for 8 years. Each of those documents, in its own category, was part of the framework revision record. He coordinated the submission process, not directing the other parties, but making sure that the submissions were compatible with each other in the specific way that allowed a reviewer to read them as a coherent record rather than disconnected filings. Sarah handled the field evidence. The framework revision documentation war ran for 4 months. He had been in the new world for 2.5 years. He had been in this world for 7.5 years. He was 30 years old. At the end of the 4 months, the administrative review body produced a preliminary determination on the framework revision requirement. The revision was required. The timeline for revision was 18 months, and the parties contesting the revision had 30 days to file appeals. They filed appeals. The appeals process was 9 months. Kai filed documentation responses to the appeals for 9 months, working through the specific legal arguments each party had raised and building the accessible source counterdocumentation for each one. He had not been doing only this. He had been running the New World Division's ongoing intelligence work, conducting field assessments, developing the empathic observation hockey tier under Solaris's guidance, maintaining the cipher communication with Sarah, sending outputs to Neria's methodology record, and tracking the One Commission's progress toward its final report. He had been doing all of this simultaneously for over a year. He filed. At the end of the appeals process, when the administrative review body denied all appeals and confirmed the revision requirement, framework revision confirmed, appeals denied. 18 months to revision deadline. Appeals process required 9 months. Filed under 13 months of documentation work to defend a requirement that was right from the beginning. This is what institutional challenge looks like from inside. Correct at every stage, contested at every stage, sustained at every stage. The sustainability was built over 7 years. It would not have survived 13 months of appeals without that foundation. He sent more in, appeals denied. Framework revision confirmed. She replied, 11 years. He sent, how does it feel? She replied, like the beginning of the next thing, which is also correct. The revision produces a new framework. The new framework will be better than the current one. It will not be perfect. Someone will eventually document the ways it is not perfect. He sent, you'll still be here. She replied, yes. So will you, I think. He sent, yes. Chapter 119, the final hearing with Counselor Daya, happened on a Tuesday. He had been working with her for 3 years, longer than he had worked with Crest, longer than any other relationship in his institutional network except Garp and Morin and Neria. She had been in the Pacific Oversight Division for 3 years and had moved from cautious independence to clear alignment over the course of the documentation work. She said, I've been in the Oversight Division for 12 years total, counting my previous posting. She looked at the case files that had accumulated on her desk during their collaboration. I've never had a case set move from a single prohibition filing to a legislative commission finding and a framework revision requirement in 3 years. He said, the documentation was already built when you arrived. She said, partially. The rest was built during the 3 years. She organized the files. The methodology record, Neria Holt's document. It's become one of the more referenced methodology guides in the Advisory Council's analytical training program. He looked at her. She said, Counselor Tove cited it in a training review. The Council uses it as an example of long-range analytical documentation practice. Your name is attached to it, but the document itself describes the methodology abstractly enough that it reads as a general guide rather than a specific person's operational record. He said, Neria designed it that way. She said, I know. She told me when I contacted her to discuss the citation. She paused. You have a network of people who have been doing this work with you without formal coordination. They are remarkably effective. He said, they were doing their work. I was doing mine. The work pointed in the same direction. She said, that is also what Neria said. She set the last case file in the archive. The One Commission's final report is published in 6 months. When it is, the 12-month institutional response requirement begins. I want you to know, before that clock starts, that the Advisory Council has been preparing documentation on its role in the framework revision process that will be submitted as part of the institutional response record. He said, a favorable record. She said, an accurate record, which, in this case, is favorable. She looked at him. The Advisory Council has been documenting its own function correctly since Crest's notes were written. The record is what it is. He filed. DIA, 3-year collaboration, methodology record in Advisory Council training program. Commission final report 6 months away. Advisory Council response record prepared. Filed under. The work has been done. The record is what it is. The 12-month clock will start in 6 months. We will respond to whatever the institutional response produces. Filed under. I have been in this world for 7.5 years. The Summit War is 18 years away. I have been doing this long enough that the work and I are no longer separable. This is the work I am in this world to do. That is not an aspiration anymore. It is a description. Chapter 120. The Wynne Commission's final report was published in month 6, as scheduled. He read it the day it was released. The report was 847 pages. He read all 847 pages over 3 days. The report documented the classification framework's 47-year history, its application across 4 world government divisions, the pattern of documented violations in each division, the institutional review processes that had been used to contain challenges, and the structural requirements for a revised framework that would meet the prohibition provisions compliance standards. The report made 7 specific legislative recommendations. Recommendation 1. Mandatory prohibition compliance monitoring for all contractor arrangements authorized under the revised framework. Recommendation 2. Independent civilian oversight of the monitoring process, separate from both Marine Administrative Authority and World Government Administrative Authority. Recommendation 3. Public registry of all contractor arrangements authorized under the classification framework, with outcome documentation requirements. Recommendation 4 through 7 covered procedural requirements for framework revision, appeal processes, and sunset provisions for the current framework during the revision period. He read the recommendations. He had not seen these recommendations before publication. He had not known, in his foreknowledge map, that the specific structure of Recommendation 2 would include independent civilian oversight, a requirement that had not existed in any institutional process he had been part of. Recommendation 2, if implemented, would create an oversight mechanism that was not part of the Marine administrative structure or the World Government administrative structure. It was a third category. He thought about Sarah. Her methodology, direct intervention, community protection, field evidence, was the methodology of someone operating outside the institutional structure. An independent civilian oversight mechanism would be a formal institutional home for the kind of work she had been doing informally for 8 years. He sent a cipher to Sarah. Read Recommendation 2 of the final report. She replied the next day, I read it. You're thinking what I'm thinking. He sent, you've been doing this work informally for 8 years. If Recommendation 2 is implemented, there's a formal institutional framework for it. She replied, I'm aware. I'm sitting with it. He sent, there's a 12-month window for the institutional response. If the response is insufficient, the escalation goes to the 5 elders' direct review. She replied, 30 months from the final report publication. He sent, yes. She replied, I've been working toward one outcome for 8 years. The outcome I was working toward was ending the Dressrosa operation. This report is pointing toward something larger. The framework itself. He sent, the framework is what produces the Dressrosa operations. If the framework changes, the next Dressrosa is harder to build. She replied, I know. I've known that was the real target for 2 years. I just spent 6 years focused on the immediate harm before I got there. He sent, the immediate harm mattered. You kept people alive while I built the case. She replied, we kept people alive. He filed. Wynne Commission final report. 847 pages, 7 recommendations. Recommendation 2. Independent civilian oversight. 12-month institutional response window begins. 30 months to possible 5 elders escalation. Filed under. The report is published. The clock is running. What comes next is the largest institutional challenge this world has seen through documentation. It will not be quick. It will not be clean. It will not end with everything I want. But the record is what it is. The work is what it is. Filed under. I am 8 years into a world that had 25 years of future when I arrived. The future is still there. The work continues toward it. The record I leave behind is the tool I build for the people who will be here when I cannot predict what comes next. Chapter 121. The institutional response to the Wynne Commission's final report was collaborative, not in the good sense. In the specific bad sense where multiple parties with different interests had aligned around a shared goal, producing a response that was technically compliant with the 12-month response requirement while addressing none of the 7 recommendations in any substantive way. He read the preliminary response document when it was circulated to the Advisory Council for comment. The document was 72 pages. It acknowledged the Commission's findings, acknowledged the existence of the recommendations, acknowledged the legitimacy of the legislative authority's process, and then, over approximately 60 pages, explained why each recommendation required further study, additional administrative review, extended consultation with relevant institutional stakeholders, and in several cases the establishment of new study bodies to assess the feasibility of implementation. The study bodies. He had been expecting the study bodies. Study bodies were the institutional mechanism for creating the appearance of process while delaying substantive action. They had defined timelines that were routinely extended. Their findings, when produced, could be challenged through additional review. They added years to any process they were applied to. The framework revision that had been confirmed would be studied by a body for 2 years before it produced a revision proposal. Recommendation 2, the independent civilian oversight, had been referred to a study body with a 3-year timeline. He brought the preliminary response to Daya. She read it and said, "Insufficient." He said, "Yes." She said, "All 7 recommendations insufficiently addressed." He said, "By design." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "When the final response is submitted at month 12, the escalation trigger will activate automatically if the Legislative Authority's Escalation Review Panel finds the response insufficient. Have you confirmed that the panel's assessment standard is what I think it is?" He said, "The Escalation Review Panel assesses whether the institutional response addresses each recommendation substantively, not whether it acknowledges the recommendation's existence, but whether it implements or commits to a specific timeline for implementing the recommendation's requirements." He paused. "Study bodies with indefinite extension authority are not a substantive commitment." She said, "I thought so." She set the document down. "Prepare the Advisory Council's comment on the preliminary response." The comment becomes part of the Legislative Authority's record and is available to the Escalation Review Panel. He said, "The comment will find the response insufficient on all 7 recommendations." She said, "Yes, that is what an accurate comment will find." She looked at him. The Advisory Council's comment has institutional credibility. It is not a case filing. It is the Oversight Division's professional assessment of whether the institutional response is adequate. She paused. "Make it accurate and complete." He began drafting. He spent 4 days on the comment. He worked from the Commission's recommendation language, the provision's specified assessment standard, and 9 years of documentation that had produced the case record the Commission's report was built on. The comment was 31 pages. It addressed each of the 7 recommendations in sequence, identified the specific substantive requirements each recommendation contained, and evaluated whether the institutional response's study body mechanism met those requirements. It did not. For each of the 7 recommendations, the assessment was the same. The institutional response commits to studying whether to implement the recommendation's requirements, not to implementing them. Under the escalation provision's assessment standard, a commitment to study is not a substantive commitment. The comment used the word insufficient 7 times, once for each recommendation. He gave the draft to Daya. She read it overnight and returned it with 2 marginal notes suggesting more specific citation to the provision's language in 2 places. He incorporated both suggestions. The final version was 33 pages. He filed. Institutional response. Preliminary. Insufficient by design. Study bodies on all 7 recommendations. Escalation trigger will activate at month 12. Advisory Council comment preparation in progress. Filed under. This is the final phase of the institutional process. The escalation will happen. The 5 elders will be compelled to respond. I have been building toward this for 8 years. The process has one more step. The step has a 30-month window. Chapter 122, the final institutional response, was submitted at month 11. It was 91 pages. It had been revised from the preliminary version to address some of the Advisory Council's comment. Specifically, it included a revised timeline for the framework revision study body, 2 years instead of indefinite. And Recommendation 2's study body timeline had been reduced to 2 years from 3. He read the revision. 2 years instead of indefinite was a response to the comment's criticism. But 2 years for a study body to assess the feasibility of a recommendation was still not a substantive commitment. The study body's findings were not binding. The study body's findings could be challenged through additional review. He wrote the Advisory Council's final comment on the revised response. The comment's conclusion, the institutional response, while improved from the preliminary version, does not address any of the 7 recommendations in a substantive manner that meets the Escalation Review Panel's assessment standard. The Advisory Council assesses the response as insufficient for purposes of the Legislative Authority's escalation provision. He submitted the comment. Daya reviewed it. She said, "This comment will carry significant weight with the Escalation Review Panel." The Advisory Council is the world government's own oversight mechanism concluding that the institutional response is insufficient. She paused. "I want you to understand what that means. The Advisory Council is recommending, in effect, that the escalation to the 5 elders' direct review should proceed." He said, "Yes." She said, "The Advisory Council has never made that recommendation." He said, "The escalation provision has never been triggered." She looked at him. He said, the provision was written to be used in situations where the institutional response process fails to address a documented systemic problem. The institutional response has failed to address a documented systemic problem. The provision exists because this situation was anticipated. He paused. Using the provision correctly is not unusual. Never having used it is what requires explanation. She was quiet for a long moment. She said, "You've been reading the charter." He said, "For 8.5 years." She submitted the comment. 2 months later, the Legislative Authority's Escalation Review Panel issued its determination. The institutional response was insufficient. The escalation provision was activated. The 5 elders' direct review was formally initiated. He read the determination. He filed. Escalation provision activated. 5 elders' direct review initiated. First activation of the provision in 40 years. Filed under. The provision was written to be used. We used it. Filed under. I do not know what happens now. I have been building documentation for 8.5 years toward an institutional outcome that has never occurred. The foreknowledge map I arrived with covered events. It did not cover institutional processes that had never been used before. I am operating beyond the edge of what I knew when I arrived. That is the correct place to be. He sent communications to Garp, Morin, Neria, Sarah, and Silas 1. The escalation is activated. The responses came over the next 24 hours. Each one different. Garp's was 2 words. Morin's was a sentence. Neria's was 3 lines that quoted something from the methodology records conclusion section that she had written 6 months ago in anticipation of this moment. Win's was a paragraph about what this meant for the commission's work. Sarah's was, "We did it." He sent her, "We did it." He looked at the 2 words after he sent them. 8.5 years. The documentation chain that had begun with a transit intercept and a list of names was now in the Legislative Authority's record, in the Commission's final report, in the Advisory Council's comment, in the Escalation Review Panel's determination. Every link in that chain had been built to survive exactly the kind of institutional challenge the response process had applied to it. Every link had held. The escalation provision had not been used in 40 years. The charter had contained it for 40 years and used because the institutional response process had always produced sufficient responses to the Commission's findings, or because the Commission's findings had never reached the threshold that required it, or because the people in the Advisory Council's role had never submitted a comment finding insufficient on all 7 recommendations. He had submitted the comment. Dia had submitted it. The process had worked. He went back to the files. Chapter 123. Sarah came to the New World Division's headquarters. She had never been to the facility. She had always met him at neutral locations, open water coordinates, commercial waypoints, the trading post on the outer approach island. Coming to the Marine headquarters was a significant choice. He met her at the facility's entrance. She looked at the building. She said, "I've been operating in the same geographic region as this facility for 9 years, and I've never been inside it." He said, "I know." She said, "What does it feel like from inside?" He said, "Like working." She looked at him. He said, "Come in." He brought her to the New World Division's documentation room, not the intelligence archive, the documentation room, where the field assessment records and the case files were maintained. The room that contained the accumulated record of 2.5 years of his work in the New World Division. She walked through it slowly. She stopped at the Doflamingo baseline file, which was now a 4-drawer archive extending across 2 years of development. She looked at it. She said, "I've been sending you field intelligence for 2 years. I didn't know what it looked like from this side." He said, "It looks like documentation." She said, "Everything looks like documentation to you." He said, "Yes." She looked at the file drawer labeled with the prohibition case number. She said, "I spent years trying to prevent direct harm. You spent years building toward structural change." The 2 things came together. She paused. "I didn't believe, when we met 2.5 years ago, that the structural approach would produce anything in a timeline that mattered. I was planning my contingency because I thought the direct action would be necessary." He said, "You told me." She said, "Yes. And you said the documentation would be complete enough to survive whatever came after." She looked at him. "You weren't talking about documentation for its own sake. You were talking about the documentation as the foundation for whatever needed to happen next." He said, "The documentation is always the foundation for whatever needs to happen next. That's what it's for." She said, "I know that now." She looked at the room for a moment longer. She said, "What happens when the 5 elders' direct review produces its result?" He said, "The result will depend on what the 5 of them decide. I have been working through institutional channels toward this moment. The institutional channels have limitations at the highest level of the institution." He paused. "The result will not be everything we want. It may be enough to hold the structure in a different configuration for long enough to matter. She said, for long enough to matter. He said, for the years between now and the Summit War. For the conditions the world is in when everything changes. He paused. The work I am doing now is not for now. It is for 17 years from now, when people who were not yet born will need the world to be in a specific condition. He looked at the documentation room. This is what I have to offer that moment. The record I leave behind. She looked at him. She said, I've been here 9 years. I arrived knowing the story would end in a war. Everything I've done has been preparing the ground for how the world survives that war. She paused. I didn't know, when I arrived, that the preparation would be possible. I thought I would be fighting one community defense at a time until the war came. She paused. You changed that. He said, we changed that. She said, yes. He filed, Sarah Vale, New World Division Documentation Room, 9 years here, first time inside the facility. Filed under. She has been doing this work in the same geographic area as this facility for 9 years and never came inside. She came inside today because the work produced something worth seeing. Filed under. There are 2 of us in this world who know what comes next. We have been doing the same thing from different positions. The convergence has been the work. The work continues. Chapter 124. The 5 Elders' Direct Review did not produce a public document. He had not expected it to. The 5 Elders' Direct Review was a closed process. It produced internal determinations that were communicated to the relevant institutional bodies through specific channels rather than published in the legislative record. The public record would show that the escalation had been activated and that a determination had been issued. The content of the determination would be communicated to the Commission, the Advisory Council, and the relevant institutional parties. He received the Advisory Council's notification of the determination in the 9th month after the escalation was activated. The determination was 6 paragraphs. He read it. The 5 elders had reviewed the Commission's recommendations and the institutional response record. The determination acknowledged the escalation had been properly activated under the legislative authority's provisions. It did not dispute the Commission's findings or the insufficiency of the institutional response. The determination directed. The classification framework revision was to proceed on the schedule established by the Elder Council Administrative Review, with specific implementation requirements for Recommendation 1, Mandatory Prohibition Compliance Monitoring, and Recommendation 3, Public Registry of Contractor Arrangements. Recommendations 4 through 7 were acknowledged as procedural requirements and directed to the relevant administrative bodies for implementation. Recommendation 2, Independent Civilian Oversight, was directed to a joint study body with a membership that included legislative authority representatives, advisory council representatives, and civilian legal advocates, including Silas Wynn's organization. The study body for Recommendation 2 had a 1-year timeline, not 2 years, 1 year, and the study body's findings were binding on the institutional response, not merely advisory. He read this paragraph twice. Binding findings. 1 year. The 5 elders had not given the independent civilian oversight immediately. They had not terminated it. They had put it on a 1-year binding timeline with Silas Wynn's organization in the room. He thought about what binding meant. Binding meant the study body's recommendation would become policy. The question of who would be in the room making the recommendation had just been answered in a way that was not controlled by the institutional parties that had been contesting the framework revision. He sent a communication to one. You're in the room. 1 year. The findings are binding. One replied within the day, I know. I have been preparing for this for 15 years. 1 year is nothing. He sent to Garp. Determination received. Garp replied, I read it. The 5 elders gave ground on Recommendation 2. That's the most significant thing in the document. He sent, I know. Garp replied, you knew before you read it. He sent, I hope before I read it. After reading it, I know. He filed, 5 elders direct review determination, Recommendations 1, 3, 4 to 7 directed for implementation, Recommendation 2 to binding joint study body with Wynn's organization, 1-year timeline. Filed under. They gave ground on the most important recommendation. The independent civilian oversight will exist. The study body will produce a binding recommendation. Silas Wynn will be in the room. The framework revision will produce a framework that includes mandatory compliance monitoring and public registry. The world the Summit War arrives into will be different from the world it would have arrived into if none of this work had been done. That is what 8.5 years of documentation produces. He looked at the filing for a long time. 1 year was not very long in the context of what he had been building. In 8.5 years of documentation work, he had watched 6-month windows close without producing findings, 18-month review processes extend to 3 years, and multi-year commission processes take a full decade to reach a report. 1 year was an aggressive timeline for a study body producing binding findings on the most contested recommendation in the Commission's report. Silas Wynn had been preparing for this for 15 years. The civilian legal advocate organization Wynn had built was the methodological foundation for the entire civilian oversight argument. Wynn's 15 years of research was why Recommendation 2 had survived every institutional challenge the framework revision process had applied to it. He had 15 years of preparation and 1 year to work with. 1 year was nothing for someone who had done the groundwork. The binding findings mechanism was the provision that changed the study body's function. Other study bodies produced advisory findings, recommendations the institutional parties could accept, modify, or contest. The joint body's findings were binding. The question was no longer whether independent civilian oversight would be established. The question was what form it would take. Silas Wynn was in the room when that question was answered. He went back to the files. Chapter 125. The Joint Study Body for Recommendation 2 began its work in the 3rd month after the 5 elders' determination. Silas Wynn was the lead civilian advocate in the study body. He had 3 colleagues from his legal organization. The Advisory Council had 2 representatives, including Daya. The Legislative Authority had 2 representatives. The Marine Administrative Authority had 2 representatives who had been selected through a process that Garp had apparently had significant influence over. Kai was not in the study body. He was in the New World Intelligence Division's headquarters, running the documentation work that supported the study body's process, providing the evidentiary record on which the study body's discussions were based, answering specific research requests from Daya's channel, and maintaining the monitoring framework for the Dressrosa operation's continued behavior under the suspended authorization. The Dressrosa operation was complying with the authorization suspension. The production facility was operating as a toy manufacturing business. The compound development had ceased, not permanently, but for the duration of the review. Sarah's field monitoring confirmed this. He was watching the compound development cease and building documentation in case it started again. He was also, for the first time in years, having a different kind of thought. He had been in this world for 9 years. He had spent 9 years building documentation, developing hockey, building relationships, working through institutional channels toward structural change, and watching the structural change begin to materialize. He was 29 years old. He would be 30 in 6 months. He had arrived in this world at 19, or at whatever age Haruto Kai had been when his body became the vehicle for a modern transmigrator who had spent his previous life reading about a fictional world and then woke up inside it. The person who had woken up in the Marine recruit bunk in month 1 had known the plot. He had known the names and the factions and the events. He had known what Doflamingo would become and where Marineford was, and how Shanks's crew chose to die. The person sitting at the New World Intelligence Division's documentation desk 9 years later had something different. He had the plot, increasingly modified by 9 years of intervention. He had the relationships he had built. He had the institutional record of what the documentation work had produced. He thought, a life. Not the life he had expected when he arrived. Not the tactical navigation of a transmigrator trying to use foreknowledge to prevent the worst outcomes. An actual life, inside the actual world, with people he had worked with for years and institutions he had changed, and a record of work that would still be in the files after he was gone. He filed. 9 years. Filed under. I arrived knowing what was going to happen. I have spent 9 years changing what was going to happen. The changes are documented. The documentation is the record of the changes. The record will exist after I am no longer here to maintain it. Filed under. That is what I set out to do. Not to know the future. Not to survive the future. To leave a record that changes what the future can become. Filed under. The work continues. So does the life. They are the same thing now. He sat with the filing for a moment before looking up. 9 years was most of a decade. He had been in this world since he was 19, or since the moment, on whatever ordinary day it had been, that a modern consciousness had arrived inside a Marine recruit's body with a foreknowledge inventory and a specific terror about the gap between knowing and doing. The recruit had been afraid he would run out of time. He had not run out of time. He had run through it, in the specific way that people move through time when the work gave the days their shape. The oversight body would be operational in a year. The revised framework was in implementation. The 43 contractor arrangements were under review. The joint study body had binding findings authority, and Silas went in the room. The documentation methodology was in the oversight body's process reference documentation. What he had set out to do and what he had actually done were not identical. They were close enough. The world was in better condition than it would have been. That was the metric that had always mattered. He looked at the documentation room. He went back to the files. Chapter 126. Neria came to the New World. Not for a visit. She had filed for a transfer posting to the New World Intelligence Division's analytical support structure. The transfer had been approved through the standard channels. He had not requested it. She had. She arrived on a Wednesday with 2 bags and the methodology record in printed form, bound in the way that documents were bound when someone intended them to be read rather than archived. He met her at the arrival dock. She said, "You look like someone who has been in the New World for 3 years." He said, "That's accurate." She said, "Different from the Marine who ran assessments in Tsuru's unit." He said, "That's also accurate." She said, "I've been maintaining the methodology record for 8.5 years. At some point, maintaining it remotely and maintaining it from the same location are different activities." She picked up her bags. "I chose proximity." He said, "The study body work is in Dia's channel. The case monitoring is in the division's archive. The field intelligence from Sarah comes through the cipher network." She said, "I know. I've been reading every output for 8.5 years. She looked at him. "I didn't come to take over the documentation. I came because the last phase of this work will require someone who has read the full record from the beginning to know which things are connected to which other things." He said, "You're the only person who has read the full record." She said, "Yes, that is the relevant skill." She set her bags down. "Also, I wanted to see what the new world looks like." He said, "I'll show you." They walked through the facility. He pointed out the documentation room, the archive structure, the field assessment coordination desk. She looked at each element with the specific attention of someone who had been reading outputs from a system for 8 years and was now seeing the physical infrastructure that produced them. At the Doflamingo baseline archive, she stopped. She said, "For drawers." He said, 2.5 years in the New World." She pulled the first drawer open and looked at the filing tabs. She said, "The compound analysis is cross-referenced correctly to the original transit intercept chain of custody?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Good." She pushed the drawer closed. "I'll have questions once I've read through the current state." She looked at him. "The methodology record has a new section for what you've been building in the New World. I've been writing it remotely. I want to revise it now that I can see the physical filing structure." He said, "Take the time you need." She went to the documentation room. He filed. Neria Holt, New World Division posting. 8.5 years of methodology record in her hands. Filed under. The full record has been in one person's continuous care since month 15. That continuity is the most important thing about the methodology record. Someone who knows where everything connects. She is here now. The final phase will have the full record present in the same location as the work. That is the correct configuration. He looked at the documentation room after she had gone in. 8.5 years. He had sent her outputs from this room for 3 of them. She had been maintaining the methodology record for 8.5 years, receiving his documentation, writing observations into the record's running commentary, building the analytical continuity that made the full record navigable by someone who had not been present for every case. She had done this from Dia's research division channel, from the study body's remote archive access, from whatever location she had been working in when the outputs came in. Coming to the New World Division meant she was reading the outputs from the same room they came from. The Doflamingo archive, 4 drawers deep. The New World Patrol route assessments. The field intelligence reports from Sarah's cipher network. She would see the physical filing structure and understand things about the methodology records organization that remote reading had not surfaced. He thought about the final phase. The oversight body's implementation reviews. The methodology guide he was going to write. The documentation work that remained between now and the summit war horizon. He had been doing this work alone, or with distant collaborators, for long enough that doing it with the person who had read the full record was a structural change in the work itself. He went into the documentation room. Chapter 127, the Joint Study Body for Recommendation 2 produced its binding recommendation in month 10 of the 1-year timeline. The recommendation was specific and did not leave room for the study ambiguity that had delayed the other recommendations. Independent Civilian Oversight Framework for World Government Supervised Contractor Operations. The framework established an oversight body composed of independently appointed civilian legal advocates, maritime community representatives from the areas most commonly affected by supervised contractor operations, and world government legislative authority representatives. The body would have mandatory documentation access rights for all supervised contractor arrangements, independent prohibition monitoring authority, and the right to file legislative challenges directly to the authority level that had authorized the 5 elders' direct review without passing through the standard administrative channels. The documentation access rights were the critical provision. Independent access without marine administrative filtering, without classification review committee involvement, without the standard bottlenecks that had slowed every previous challenge. He read the recommendation. He looked at the specific language of the documentation access rights. He had been building documentation through accessible source channels for 9 years because the direct access to the relevant records was not available to him. The independent oversight framework would have direct access. The work he had been doing for 9 years had been building toward a world in which this oversight framework existed and had this access. When the framework was operational, the work he had been doing would not be necessary in the same form. Different people with direct access, doing the same work more efficiently. That was the correct outcome. He sent a communication to Daya. The recommendation is the right framework. She replied, it's what the provision was designed to produce. Silas, one's presence in the study body, made the difference. His 15 years of research gave the civilian advocates the analytical foundation to argue for specific access rights rather than general oversight authority. He sent, how long to implementation after the binding recommendation? She replied, 6 months for the administrative structure to be established. The oversight body will begin accepting appointments in 6 months. It will be operational within a year. He sent, the framework revision will be complete by then. She replied, yes. The revised framework and the new oversight body will be operational simultaneously. That was Recommendation 2's design logic. The oversight body monitors the new framework from the beginning rather than being built to monitor an existing framework. He filed, Recommendation 2, Binding Recommendation, Independent Oversight Framework, Documentation Access Rights, Prohibition Monitoring Authority, Direct Legislative Challenge Pathway. Operational in 1 year. Filed under. The access rights I have been working around for 9 years will exist for the oversight body by the time the year is out. The work changes form. The goal was always this. An institutional structure that could do what I was doing without needing someone who happened to know the future. Filed under. The future I knew is less and less the future I am living. The documentation was always for the future I am living, not the future I knew. The documentation access rights were the provision that changed the oversight body's function from monitoring to investigation. A body with monitoring authority watched and reported. A body with documentation access rights could access the operational records directly and assess what they contained. The distinction was the difference between the accessible source methodology he had spent 9 years developing and the direct access methodology the oversight body would be able to use from its first year of operation. He thought about what 9 years of accessible source documentation had produced and what direct access would find in the same terrain. He had filed 30 cases to reach the escalation threshold. The 30 cases had required the transit intercept, the healer letters channel, the medical registry submissions, the Corin testimony, the field intelligence from Sarah's 9 years in the New World. 30 cases built from what was accessible without institutional access to the records. The oversight body would have the records. The oversight body would find what the records contained. He had spent 9 years building toward the moment when a body with direct access existed. The moment had arrived. 1 year until it was operational. He went back to the files. Chapter 128, the framework revision, was completed. 11 months after the 5 elders' determination, the World Government Administrative Review Body published the revised classification framework. The revision incorporated recommendations 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The independent oversight body was in the final stages of its appointment process. He read the revised framework. It was different from the previous version in specific ways. Mandatory prohibition compliance monitoring was embedded in the authorization process. No contractor arrangement could be established without a documented compliance assessment. The public registry was operational, listing all current and historical contractor arrangements with outcome documentation. He searched the public registry for the Dressrosa arrangement. It was there. The entry included authorization date, authorization suspension date, prohibition findings, 2, with case numbers, remediation period, current status. Authorization suspended pending framework revision implementation review. The implementation review was the process by which existing arrangements under the old framework were assessed for compliance with the new framework's requirements. The Dressrosa arrangements suspended authorization would go through the implementation review. The implementation review would be conducted by the new oversight body. The oversight body that had mandatory prohibition compliance monitoring authority and direct documentation access. He thought about what the Dressrosa arrangements implementation review would produce with that access. He sent a communication to Sarah. The framework revision is published. The oversight body will conduct the implementation review for the Dressrosa arrangement. She replied, I know. I've been reading the revised framework since it was published. She paused. The implementation review will find what we documented. With direct access, they'll find more than we documented. He sent, yes. She replied, the 9 years of field work I've been doing to document what direct access would have found in a month. He sent, Yes. And the 9 years of field work produced the documentation record that made the oversight body possible. She replied, I know. I'm not saying it wasn't worth doing. I'm saying it's strange to watch the thing we built finally become efficient. He said, that's what building institutional capacity looks like from inside the building period. She replied, that's very philosophical for 8 in the morning. He filed, revised framework published, public registry operational, Dressrosa arrangement, and implementation review, oversight body has direct access. Filed under. The work I built has been replaced by a structure that does the work better. That is the correct outcome. That is what building towards structural change means. You build the documentation that makes the structure possible, and then the structure makes the documentation unnecessary in the same form. The work continues in a different form. That is also correct. He spent an hour with the public registry after filing. The registry listed every current and historical supervised contractor arrangement with authorization dates, status, and outcome documentation. It was the document that 9 years of documentation work had been building toward the existence of. He searched it methodically, by status, by prohibition finding, by geographic area. The Dressrosa arrangement was there. Authorization date. Authorization suspension date. 2 prohibition findings with case numbers. Current status. Authorization suspended pending framework revision implementation review. The entry was accurate. It was a public institutional record. Anyone who accessed the registry could read it. He searched for the current arrangements. 2 entries, the original and the successor contract, both listed with their status. The current documentation was in the public record. He searched for the Lamari arrangements. The candidacy hold from 3 years ago was in the record as a preliminary finding. He counted 11 arrangements in the registry with prohibition findings or active reviews. He had filed documentation on 3 of them directly. The other 8 were cases from the revised framework's mandatory compliance monitoring, findings produced by the oversight body's first year of operation before it was fully staffed. The framework was generating findings before the oversight body had its full implementation review team in place. He sent a communication to Neria. The public registry has 11 entries with prohibition findings. She replied from the desk beside him, I counted 12. You missed the Sari's arrangement. It was filed under the predecessor contract number. He looked at her. She said, 12. He looked back at the registry. He filed, in a supplemental note, 12. And the oversight body begins its formal review process in 6 months. Chapter 129, the oversight body's implementation review of the Dressrosa arrangement took 4 months. He was not involved in the review. The oversight body's mandate explicitly excluded marine intelligence personnel from the review process to avoid the appearance of institutional influence. He received the public summary of the review's findings when they were published. The findings were 29 pages. The summary he read in the New World Intelligence Division's documentation room, with Neria at the adjacent desk and Riku at the logistics monitoring station across the room, was the most complete documentation of the Dressrosa operation's full activities that he had ever seen. The oversight body's direct documentation access had produced a record that covered the complete operational history of the arrangement, every community trial, every individual distribution, every compound development phase, every production run. The medical case registry they had built from healer letters and field documentation covered 37 cases. The oversight body's complete review covered 214 people. He sat with this number. He had built the case from 30 cases to the escalation threshold. The oversight body had found 214. The prohibition violation in the oversight body's findings was not 2 case findings. It was systematic and documented across the full operational history. The remedy recommendation was not remediation. It was termination. The contractor arrangement was to be terminated. The authorization for the Dressrosa operation was to be permanently revoked. The Warlord candidacy process for the relevant individual was to be closed without possibility of reinstatement under the current framework. Closed without possibility of reinstatement. He read this phrase 4 times. He thought about the 9-year candidacy timeline he had been tracking since month 3 of his 7th year in this world. He thought about what closed without possibility of reinstatement meant for the path he had been tracking. He thought about what the world looked like with a different configuration for the next 12 years. He did not know what that world looked like. His foreknowledge map had been built on a timeline that included the Warlord. Without the Warlord, the map was unreliable for everything that had been downstream of that status. He had been operating without a reliable foreknowledge map for years. This was not a new condition. It was the condition he had built toward, deliberately, knowing that every intervention burned part of the map, and that the map was the starting point, not the tool. He looked at the oversight body's recommendation. He looked at 214. He filed, Oversight Body Implementation Review. Dressrosa Arrangement. 214 documented cases. Prohibition violation systematic across full operational history. Remedy. Termination. Warlord candidacy closed without possibility of reinstatement. Filed under. The Oversight Body found 214 cases. I built the case from 30. The direct access found what 7 field workers and 9 years of documentation work could not find with accessible source methods. The institutional structure is more powerful than the methodology that built it. That is how it should work. Filed under. 214 people. Filed under. I do not know what the world looks like without the candidacy that was closed. My foreknowledge map was built on a world where it preceded. This world is different from that world. I have been making it different for 9 years. This is what different looks like. He closed the file. The healer letter strategy had produced 37 documented cases. Maresvel's contact work in the outer approach communities had produced the final cases to reach the 30-case escalation threshold. The transit intercept from his 7th year had provided the chain of custody that made the compound analysis possible. Every accessible source method he had applied over 9 years, in combination, had reached 30 documented cases. The Oversight Body's 4-month review had found 214. For every case he had documented through the accessible source methodology, the Oversight Body's direct access had found more than 6 additional cases that the methodology had not been able to reach. The people those cases represented had existed in the records the whole time. The records had not been accessible. Now they were. He thought about the medical registry channel, the healer letter submissions, the specific effort, years ago, of routing submissions through a civilian public health channel to avoid the administrative filter that would have blocked them. He had spent 3 weeks on that channel construction. He had used it to document 37 cases. The Oversight Body's direct access had found 177 additional cases beyond what the channel had reached. He sat with the number. 214 people. Chapter 130, the termination of the contractor arrangement, produced a response. Not an institutional response. The Oversight Body's recommendation was binding, and the Elder Council Administrative Review confirmed the termination on schedule. The termination was the institutional response. The response came from outside the institution. Garp arrived at the New World Division on a Thursday with the quality of someone who had been expecting to arrive and had been choosing the moment. He sat across from Kai in the documentation room and said, "The candidacy is closed. The individual in question has operated as a supervised contractor for 9 years. That status is now terminated." He paused. The individual in question is 27 years old, in the New World, without the institutional cover that the contractor status provided. Kai said, "I know." Garp said, "He is not going to become less dangerous because the institutional cover is gone. He may become more dangerous." Kai said, "Yes." Garp said, "The operations he was running under the contractor arrangement are now unauthorized. The compound development is unauthorized. The production facility is unauthorized. The personnel structure he had built is still in place." He looked at Kai. What was a supervised operation is now an unsupervised one. Kai said, "The Oversight Body has monitoring authority. The prohibition case record is in the institutional record. The public registry lists the arrangement as terminated with cause." He paused. The documentation changes what options he has, not his capabilities, not his intentions. Garp said, "What does your foreknowledge say?" Kai said, "My foreknowledge says what my foreknowledge has said for years. The world this person builds over the next 12 years will be a problem that the institution is not prepared to manage. The documentation we've built changes the conditions under which he builds it. It does not prevent the building." Garp was quiet. Kai said, "I have never believed the documentation work would prevent everything. I have believed it would change the conditions. The conditions are changed." He paused. The Oversight Body exists. The revised framework exists. The public registry exists. When he builds what he builds, the institutional response will be different than it would have been without those structures. He looked at Garp. That is what 9 years of documentation work produces. Not a stopped outcome. A different institutional context for the outcome. Garp looked at him. He said, "You are not satisfied." Kai said, "I am never satisfied. Satisfaction is not the relevant metric." He looked at the documentation room. The relevant metric is whether the world is in better condition for the work. It is. That is sufficient to continue. Garp said, "What's next?" Kai said, "The Oversight Body's implementation reviews will cover every active arrangement under the old framework. There are 43 arrangements under review. The documentation methodology I built over 9 years is in the Oversight Body's process reference documentation. Daya ensured that before she transitioned the case file." He paused. I am going to help the oversight body build documentation methodology for the arrangements my case record doesn't cover. Garp looked at him. He said, "That's going to take a long time." Kai said, "Yes, that's why I'm still here." He filed. Termination response. Garp conversation. Documentation changes conditions, not capabilities. Filed under. The work that began because I arrived knowing the future continues because the future I am living is not the future I knew. The documentation I build now is for a world that did not exist in my original map. Filed under. I am building for a world I cannot see. That is, after 9 years, what working in this world has always been. Chapter 131, The Oversight Body's 43 implementation reviews ran over the following 2 years. Kai contributed to 18 of them as a documentation methodology consultant. Not as an investigator, not as a case filer, but as the person who had built the original methodology and could explain how to apply it to arrangements that had different operational profiles than the Dressrosa case. The 18 arrangements he worked on produced 11 termination recommendations for remediation findings and 3 compliance certifications for arrangements that had been operating within the prohibition provisions requirements. 3 compliance certifications. 3 arrangements that had been properly authorized and properly operated. He had expected, going into the implementation reviews, that most of the 43 arrangements would be found in violation. The 3 certifications were a recalibration. Not every authorized operation was a violation. The framework had been used correctly in some cases, incorrectly in others. The distinction was important. If the framework had been wrong everywhere, the revision would have been simpler. The revision that was needed was the one that preserved the legitimate uses and eliminated the illegitimate ones. That was a more complex revision to implement than a full termination. He worked through the methodology documentation with the oversight body's analytical team. He explained how to identify the accessible source signals that distinguished an arrangement operating within the prohibition provisions requirements from one that was not. He explained the documentation chain construction that produced evidentiary records that could withstand institutional challenge. He explained the distinction between documenting the arrangement's stated purpose and documenting its actual effects. The analytical team absorbed it. After 6 months working with the team, he wrote a formal methodology guide, not the methodology record that Neria had been building, which was a case-specific document, but a general methodology guide for prohibition compliance assessment in supervised contractor arrangements. The guide was 42 pages. He gave it to the oversight body's lead methodologist and copied Neria. She sent him, "You just wrote the guide that would have made your work take 3 years instead of 9. He sent, "Yes." She sent, "Is that frustrating?" He thought about this. He sent, "The 3 years would have been possible because of the 9 years. The guide is written from what the 9 years taught. The methodology is the distillation of the actual work, not a shortcut around it." She sent, "That's a reasonable answer." He sent, "It's also true." He filed, Oversight Body Methodology Guide, 42 pages, compiled from 9 years of documentation practice. Filed under. The guide is what the work produces. The work was necessary to write the guide. The guide makes the future work more efficient. This is also what institutional capacity building looks like. You do the work, you distill the methodology, you give the methodology to the people who will do the work after you. Filed under. I did not arrive knowing I would write this guide. I arrived knowing what I was trying to protect. The guide is what 9 years of protecting it produced. Chapter 132. Sarah left the new world. Not permanently. She told him when she came to say goodbye that she was going to the Grand Line's outer approaches, where 3 communities she had been monitoring for years were in a changed situation that needed direct attention. She said, "The oversight body has the new world covered. The implementation reviews are running. You have the methodology documented." She looked at the trading post where they had met for the last 2 years. "The Grand Line's outer approaches don't have anyone watching." He said, "The oversight body has monitoring authority in the outer approaches." She said, "Monitoring authority and someone who is physically present are different things." She looked at him. "I've been in the new world for 9 years. I know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing there yet." She paused. "That's a reason to go, not a reason to stay." He said, "When will you come back?" She said, "When the work there produces a documentation record that the oversight body can use. Probably 2 to 3 years." She looked at him. "I'll send Cypher from wherever I am." He said, "I'll be here." She said, "I know." She picked up her bag. "You were here when I arrived at the coordinates 3 years ago. You'll be here when I come back. You've been building documentation in the same geographic area for 3 years, and it shows no signs of stopping." He said, "The 43 arrangements won't all be resolved for years." She said, "No." She started walking toward the harbor. "Build the documentation for the ones that aren't resolved yet." He said, "That's what I'm doing." She said, I know. She did not look back. She had the quality of someone who had learned, over 9 years of field work, that looking back was not useful. He watched her go. He filed. Sarah Vale, departing New World for Grand Line Outer Approaches. 3 communities under monitoring. Filed under. 9 years here. She built the field evidence that made the institutional case possible. She is now taking the field methodology to a location that doesn't have oversight coverage. Filed under. The work is bigger than either of us individually. It has been bigger than either of us individually for the entire time we've been in this world. That is the correct size for this kind of work. It should be bigger than individuals. Individuals change. The documentation persists. Chapter 133. The promotion to Commodore came without announcement, which was not standard procedure. He received a notification from the administrative office that his rank designation had been updated in the Marine personnel system. The notification cited the standard administrative protocol for promotions approved through the Fleet Admiral's office. No ceremony. No formal announcement. A personnel system update. He looked at the notification. He had been a commander for 2 years. The Commodore promotion was earlier than the standard tenure would produce. He went to Solaris. She said, I was told before the notification was sent. I asked Sengoku's office for context. He said, what did they say? She said, the promotion is partially a response to the Oversight Body's implementation review work and partially a response to the 5 Elders Direct Review activation. Officers who produce institutional changes at the Elder Council and 5 Elders level receive administrative recognition. She paused. It's also a message. He said, what kind of message? She said, the kind that says, we are aware of what you've done. We have made a decision about how to categorize it. And the category is institutional asset rather than institutional problem. She looked at him. That categorization could change. The current fleet admiral is Sengoku, who has been on your monitoring list since your first posting. Sengoku's assessment of your work has been consistent for 11 years. She paused. Sengoku is not permanent. He said, I know. She said, the institutional categorization may shift when the command structure changes. She said it without drama. I am telling you so you build the documentation for the period after the categorization shifts, not just for the current period. He said, I've been building documentation for the period after for 11 years. She said, good. The Commodore designation means you'll be involved in planning level work, not just operational and analytical work. That's a different position in the institutional structure. She looked at him. Use it carefully. He filed. Commodore, Sengoku's office, institutional categorization as asset. Solaris's warning, document for the period after the categorization shifts. Filed under. I have been an institutional asset, an institutional problem, and everything in between over 11 years. The categorization at any given moment tells me which kinds of actions are possible through institutional channels and which require the other channels. The Commodore designation opens planning level access. That is useful. Filed under. The documentation for the period after is the documentation I have always been building. Solaris's reminder is correct. I should build it more specifically now that I know the window is there. Chapter 134. The methodology guide had been in the Oversight Body's analytical toolkit for 8 months when the lead methodologist, a woman named Correspondent Lyra who had been with the body since its first appointment, sent him a specific question. The question was, the guide covers the identification methodology for arrangements in active violation. It does not cover the identification methodology for arrangements that are approaching the threshold for violation, the pre-violation indicators. Can you write a supplemental guide for those indicators? He looked at the question. Pre-violation indicators were the signals that appeared before a violation was documented, the operational patterns that preceded a violation but were not themselves violations. They were what he had been reading for 11 years using a combination of hockey, foreknowledge, and pattern recognition. He could not document the hockey. He could not document the foreknowledge. What he could document was the pattern recognition component, the specific operational behaviors that correlated with pre-violation conditions across the cases he had worked on. He had the documentation record for 11 cases. He had the notes he had made on the institutional dynamics that preceded each violation's documentation. He had the behavioral patterns Sarah had described from the New World field work. He wrote the supplemental guide over 3 months. It was 36 pages. He showed it to Neria before submitting it. She read it over 2 days. She came back to him and said, "This is the methodology that you couldn't explain when I asked you in year 2. He said, "In year 2 I was using it and couldn't explain it. In year 11 I've been using it and teaching it for long enough that the explanation is possible." She said, "The explanation is still incomplete." He said, "Yes. The accessible source component is complete. There are components that are not accessible source explainable." She said, "I know. She looked at the guide. The methodology record notes the gap clearly. The supplemental guide doesn't need to close the gap, it just needs to be useful for what it's explaining. He said, "Is it useful?" She said, "Yes. It's the most practical pre-violation assessment guide I've read. It will produce better early warning documentation than anything currently in the Oversight Body's toolkit." He submitted it to Lyra. She implemented it within 6 months. He filed. Pre-violation indicator methodology guide, 36 pages, submitted to Oversight Body. Filed under 11 years. The methodology I arrived with, the foreknowledge-based assessment, has been translated, as much as it can be, into an accessible source document that other practitioners can use. The inaccessible remainder is still present. It is documented as a gap. The gap is real. The guide is also real. Filed under. This is what I leave behind. Not the cases, though the cases matter. The methodology. The guide. The documentation of how to see what needs to be documented. Chapter 135. Tashigi found him. Not accidentally. She had looked for him. She had been a junior officer when he had corrected her footwork gap in the training yard 11 years ago. She was now a commander in the Marine Corps' Enforcement Division, with a documented engagement record that included the specific opponents he had told her she would encounter. She came to the New World Division on a formal liaison visit and asked to see him. He met her in the briefing room. She said, "I fixed the footwork gap." He said, "I can see that." She had the bearing of someone who had been working through a physical discipline for 11 years and had reached the level where the discipline and the person were no longer separate. She moved with the specific ease of someone who had addressed every gap he had identified and found the ones he had not. She said, "You told me about opponents in the North Blue and Grand Line who would use a right low feint from below shoulder height. I encountered 3 in the first 2 years. The correction held." He said, "Good." She said, "I looked for you to tell you that." She paused. "And because I've been reading the prohibition case documentation, the Oversight Body's public record." She looked at him. "You built that from a transit intercept and healer letters." He said, "And 9 years of work." She said, "I know." She was quiet for a moment. The Enforcement Division gets called in when the Oversight Body's findings need operational follow-through. We've been working on implementation reviews for 6 months. She looked at him. "The documentation methodology you developed, it's the foundation for how we assess what we're finding." She paused. "I came to tell you that the Enforcement Division is using it correctly." He said, "That matters." She said, "I know." She stood. "You told me to fix it." "I did. You built the documentation. We're using it." She paused. "Thank you." He said, "Thank the people who did the field work. Sarah Vale in the New World for 9 years. Mares Vel on the outer approach routes. Eris on Merst. Darius Cormet on Corin." He paused. "The documentation is the record of their evidence." She said, "I will." She left. He filed. Tashigi, Commander, 11 years since the training yard, footwork corrected, Enforcement Division using the documentation methodology. Filed under. "I told her to thank me by fixing it." She fixed it. "I told her to thank the field workers." She will. That is also what this work produces. People who understand where the documentation comes from and who built it. Filed under. The chain from Denzo's Jolly Roger to Mares Vel to the escalation threshold. The chain from Tashigi's training yard correction to the Enforcement Division's methodology application. The chain from Morin's Corin inquiry to the One Commission's final report. These chains are the story of what 11 years of work looks like when you trace it from beginning to end. Filed under. The chains are real. The story is real. The work continues. Chapter 136. Morin came to the New World in the 12th year. He had not expected the visit. She had been in her posting for all 12 years. The posting where she had built the Corin inquiry for 6 years before he arrived and for 6 years after he transferred. She had completed the framework documentation, contributed to the One Commission's evidentiary record, and continued the cross-reference work that connected the cases he filed with the broader institutional pattern. He met her at the arrival dock. She was 63 years old. She looked like someone who had been doing the same work for a long time and had reached the point where the work was the person rather than something the person did. She said, "The Corin inquiry produced a formal finding." He said, "I know." She said, "All 47 names." She looked at the New World's harbor. The Oversight Body's implementation review accessed the full operational records. The 47 people were confirmed as individuals whose deaths occurred in operations under the old authorization framework during classified program activities. She paused. "Their names are in the Oversight Body's public finding. Their communities have been notified." He said, 11 years from the day you first described the Corin inquiry to me." She said, 12 years from the day I started the inquiry." She looked at him. "I wanted to tell you in person." He said, "Come inside." He brought her to the documentation room. She walked through it the way Sarah had walked through it, with the attention of someone who had been reading outputs from a physical system and was now seeing the system. She stopped at the Corin documentation file, which was cross-referenced across 3 separate archive sections. She said, "You've been maintaining the Corin cross-reference." He said, "The cross-reference connects to the framework documentation and the prohibition cases. The 3 records are stronger together than separately." He paused. The cross-reference was the thing that made the oversight body's access useful. They could navigate the 3 records as a single body of evidence rather than 3 separate filings. She looked at the cross-reference tabs. She said, "You built the connecting structure." He said, "You built the documentation." She said, "We built the documentation." He said, "Yes." She was quiet. She said, 12 years. He said, "Yes." She looked at the documentation room for a long time. She said, "The 47 names are in the public record. The framework is revised. The oversight body exists. The work I began 12 years ago produced what it needed to produce." She turned to look at him. "What's next?" He said, "The oversight body's pre-violation indicator methodology will identify patterns in the remaining contractor arrangements before they reach violation status. Some of them will be identified early enough to correct through the remediation process rather than termination. The work continues in a different form." She said, "You're still going to be here." He said, "Yes." She said, "Good." She went to the chair beside the Corin cross-reference and sat down. "Show me the pre-violation indicator methodology. I want to understand what you built after I left." He pulled up the supplemental guide. They worked for 4 hours. He filed. Morin, New World visit, 12 years. Corin inquiry finding. All 47 names in public record. Filed under. The work she began 12 years ago produced the institutional finding that named the 47 people. Their names are now public. The communities know. The record is real and it is accessible and it is permanent in the way that institutional records are permanent. Filed under. That is what 12 years of correct documentation looks like. Filed under. She asked what's next. The answer is, the same work, in a different form. That is always the answer. Chapter 137. Riku had been in the New World for 5 years. He had become, over those 5 years, the New World Division's most reliable logistics analyst, not because he had developed new methodologies, but because he had applied the cargo route knowledge he had accumulated over 8 years of Outer Island patrol work to the intelligence analysis problem with a consistency that produced the kind of institutional knowledge that couldn't be trained, only accumulated. He had also, quietly, become the person who oriented new arrivals to the division. He did this without being asked and without making it official. When a new analyst arrived at the New World Division's headquarters, Riku appeared at the arrival dock, offered to show them the facility, explained which documentation archives connected to which monitoring systems, and let them know that if they were running a field assessment in the outer approach zone and didn't know what they were looking at, they could send him the traffic log anomaly, and he would take a look. Kai watched this develop over 2 years before saying anything about it. He said, "You've been orienting new arrivals." Riku said, "Someone should." He said, "It's not a listed responsibility." Riku said, "Neither was the patrol methodology recommendation." He looked at Riku. Riku said, "You recommended the patrol protocol change because it was the correct thing to do for the Outer Island chain. Nobody had assigned it to you." He paused. "The new arrivals need to understand how the division works so they can actually do the work. Nobody assigned that to me. It's still the correct thing to do." He said, "I'm going to make it a listed responsibility." Riku said, "You don't have to." He said, "You've been doing it for 2 years. Document it. Give it a formal structure. The division will be better for having it official rather than informal." Riku thought about this. He said, "What do I call it?" He said, "New Arrival Orientation Program. Write the methodology guide. Use the same approach you use for the orientation conversations." Riku said, "That's a lot of documentation." He said, "Yes. That's what makes things institutional rather than personal." Riku said, "That sounds like something you've said before." He said, "I've said it 11 times in 12 years. I may say it again." Riku wrote the methodology guide. He filed, Riku Denso, New World Division, Orientation Program, 5 years in the New World. Filed under. He arrived in the New World alive because the patrol methodology recommendation held. He has spent 5 years building something that makes the New World Division better for every person who arrives after him. Filed under. That is what people do who survive the thing they almost didn't survive. Some of them go back to how they were. Some of them build something from the surviving. Riku built something. Filed under. I have never told him what I knew. I am not going to tell him now. The outcome is what it is. The outcome is him writing a methodology guide for new arrivals. Chapter 138. The foreknowledge map at 12 years. was this: the major events were still there. He could trace the broad shape of the next 14 years. The O'Hara incident was already in the past, 7 years ago, and the world had changed from it in ways that were partially consistent with what he had known and partially different because of the institutional work. The Buster call had happened. Robin had survived. He had not intervened in that specific event because his foreknowledge for O'Hara had been one of the things he had preserved carefully, as a case where his documentation methodology could not produce a useful intervention and his direct action would have cost too much. He had watched it happen from a marine intelligence brief and built a documentation file afterward. The documentation file was in the oversight body's archive now, cited in the framework for how the revised authorization structure prevented future Buster call authorizations without specific conditions that the current oversight body had to confirm were met. The future map beyond the next 2 years was increasingly unreliable. The accumulation of 12 years of interventions had altered enough of the specific mechanisms that the events he had known were still likely to occur in something like their original form, but not in the specific way he had mapped them. The Summit War was still coming. He had not burned that foreknowledge. He had preserved it deliberately, as the horizon point that everything he was building needed to be ready for. He was 12 years in. He had 14 years until the horizon. He was 31 years old. He thought about the recruit who had woken up in a bunk in month 1, running a foreknowledge inventory, feeling the specific terror of being in a world he knew from fiction and being responsible for the gap between knowing and doing. The recruit had turned into this. The person in the documentation room at the New World Intelligence Division's headquarters, Commodore, with a methodology guide in the oversight body's toolkit and a 12-year case record and a network of people who had been doing the work from different positions for varying amounts of time. He thought. The recruit was afraid he would run out of time. He was not afraid of that anymore. He filed, foreknowledge map, 12 years, major events preserved, Summit War Horizon 14 years. Filed under, I have been in this world for 12 years. The person who arrived was afraid. The person who has been here for 12 years is not afraid. The fear was about not having enough time. 12 years of work has produced enough institutional structure that the work will continue regardless of what happens to me. The methodology guide exists. The oversight body exists. The revised framework exists. The 47 names are in the public record. Filed under. The fear was not the wrong feeling to have at the beginning. It was the correct feeling for someone who understood the stakes and had just arrived. 12 years later, the stakes are still real and the work is still necessary, and the fear has been replaced by the knowledge of what the work actually is and how to do it. That is the correct progression. Chapter 139. Garp found him at Marineford. Not deliberately. Kai had been at Marineford for a planning-level conference, the first he had attended since the Commodore promotion. Garp had been at Marineford for his own reasons, which were Garp's reasons and were never fully explained. They sat at the harbor wall. The same harbor wall where Kai had stood, 12 years ago, a 20-year-old lieutenant commander calculating the eastern approach gap's 4-minute window and 40-minute cycle. He had closed the gap. Not personally. He had filed the documentation on the gap in a way that led to a structural modification in the patrol rotation through the planning process. The modification had happened 2 years after he filed it. He had not mentioned the modification to anyone. It was in the planning record. Garp sat beside him and looked at the harbor. He said, 14 years. Kai said, yes. Garp said, you've been calculating toward the war since you arrived. Kai said, among other things. Garp was quiet. He said, everything you've been building, the framework revision, the oversight body, the methodology documentation, is the work that makes the institution functional enough to survive what comes after the war. Kai said, yes. Garp said, not what makes the war not happen. Kai said, the war is going to happen. People I care about are going to die in it. The institution is going to be changed by it in ways that cannot be managed by any documentation I build now. He looked at the harbor. What I can build is the institutional structure that is in better condition when the war arrives, and that is in better condition when the world remakes itself after the war ends. Garp said, the world after the war. Kai said, is why I'm still here. He paused. The war is a transition. The world that comes after is what the transition is for. I am building toward the world that comes after. Garp looked at him. He said, you think about a long time out. Kai said, yes. Garp said, that is not how most people think. Kai said, no. Garp was quiet. He said, you know things about the war. Kai said, yes. Garp said, you're not going to tell me. Kai said, the things I know about the war are the things I have preserved most carefully. Telling you would change decisions you will make in the years before the war. The decisions you make with what you currently know will produce outcomes that I cannot predict if you make them with additional foreknowledge. He paused. I have told you things when the telling could produce documentation that changed institutional conditions. The war is not a documentation problem. Garp said, what is it? Kai said, a thing that has to happen for the world to change at the scale the world needs to change. He paused. I will be here for it. I will do what I can do when it arrives. Garp looked at the harbor. He said, I've worked with you for 12 years. Kai said, yes. Garp said, I know what I know about you. He paused. You know what you know about me. Kai said, yes. Garp said, that's enough. He stood up and left. He filed. Garp, Marineford, Harbor Wall, the war. Filed under. He did not ask me to tell him. He acknowledged the line and did not push past it. That is Garp. He knows when the answer is what the question has to live with. Filed under. I have been sitting at this harbor wall for 12 years in the sense that I have been building toward what happens here. In 14 years, I will be back at this wall for a different reason. Filed under. The work between now and then is the work that makes it matter what happens here. Chapter 140. In the 14th year, a boy named Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Kai knew the date. He had known the date since he arrived in this world. He had been marking it in the private section of his documentation file for 14 years, not a countdown. Exactly. A timestamp. The point from which everything he had been building was oriented. The sailing was not a thing he witnessed. He was in the New World Intelligence Division's documentation room when it happened, working through an oversight body cross-reference with Neria. He did not know the exact moment. He knew the approximate date. He had not prepared for the moment in any operational sense. He had prepared for it in the only sense that mattered. Everything he had been building for 14 years was prepared for the world that set sail along with that boy. He set down his documentation pen. He said, Neria. She looked up. He said, I want to tell you something that I have not told you in 14 years of working together. She said, tell me. He said, I am not from here. I came from somewhere else, before I arrived in a Marine recruit's body in the first year. I knew the world's story before I lived in it. He looked at her. The foreknowledge is what I had when I arrived. The documentation is what I built with what I had. He paused. The methodology record is the record of someone translating foreknowledge into institutional practice. That's what it is and why it looks the way it looks. She was quiet for a moment. She said, I know. He looked at her. She said, I've been building your methodology record for 14 years. I documented the precision gap in year 2. I have been reading the gaps and the connections and the specific things you know before anyone else knows them for 14 years. She looked at him with the steady attention she had brought to everything for 14 years. I did not ask. I documented. The record notes the gap clearly. She paused. I am glad you told me. He said, I should have told you sooner. She said, you told me when it was the right time. She picked up her documentation pen. The world the boy just sailed into, is it better than the world you arrived in? He said, in specific ways. Yes. She said, because of the work. He said, because of the work. She nodded. She went back to the cross-reference. He picked up his pen. He looked at the documentation room, the archive drawers, the case files, the methodology guides, the oversight body's reference documents, the cross-references that connected 14 years of work into a single accessible record. He thought about Denzo showing him a Jolly Roger and wanting someone who read files to know. He thought about Morin's 47 names in the public record. He thought about Riku at the arrival dock, orienting new arrivals. He thought about Sarah somewhere in the Grand Line's outer approaches, watching a community and building a documentation record that the oversight body would eventually access. He thought about a boy on a small boat with a goal that was 14 years of world-changing away from being achieved. He thought, the work continues. He filed, in the personal section of his documentation record, the entry he had been saving for this date. Day 1, Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Filed under. I have been here for 14 years building toward the world this boy is sailing into. I do not know if it is enough. I know it is more than it would have been. Filed under. The unnamed ones who are now named. The islands that were quietly destroyed and the ones that were not. The framework that has been revised and the oversight body that exists. The healer letters in the registry, the 47 names in the public record, the methodology guide in the toolkit, the documentation room. Filed under. This is what 14 years of knowing what comes next looks like when you use it the way it should be used. Filed under. The work continues. The sea continues. The story continues. I am here for it. He set his pen down. He looked at the harbor through the documentation room's single window. The new world was loud in the way it had always been loud. Vessels in the approaches. Crews going to and from assignments. The specific quality of a place that never stopped moving because the world never stopped moving. He picked his pen back up. He went back to the files. If you've made it this far, you already know what this story is about. Not foreknowledge. The work you do with what you know. Not power, the structure you build that lasts after you. Kai's story continues, and so does yours. If this moved you even a little, leave a like. It tells us this kind of story is worth making. Drop a comment with your thoughts, your theories, or just the moment that got you. Subscribe and hit the bell so you're here when the next chapter drops. And if you know someone who would love this story, share it with them. The more people who find it, the more of it we can make. Until next time, the sea continues.